Welcome back to Harry's Cosmos, where we ask the questions canon never dared to. Today's deep dive: what if Regulus Black faked his death and raised Harry? A 7-chapter saga that rewrites everything from Halloween 1981 to the final fall of Voldemort. Imagine a Harry forged not by a cupboard under the stairs but by an orchard in Brittany, a brother's redemption, and an elf who refused to let his master die. If you love powerful protagonists, intelligent villains, and slow-burn family found in the unlikeliest places, hit subscribe, drop a like, and let us know in the comments which chapter hit hardest. Walk forward, cosmonauts, the kitchen is open. Chapter 1, The Cave That Never Killed Him. The sea remembered names. Regulus Black had always believed that, the way old sailors believed certain rocks remembered the men who had drowned beside them. Tonight the sea was reciting under its breath, sliding green-black tongues across the cliff base, slapping the secret door of stone in a slow, patient rhythm. He stood on the lip of the cave with his cloak ruined by salt spray, and he listened. "Master should not be here," Kreacher whispered for the 7th time. The house elf clung to Regulus's left wrist with the desperation of a creature who had already imagined what was coming. His bat-wing ears trembled. Master's mother would burn Kreacher for bringing him. "Mother would burn you for not bringing me," Regulus said. He kept his voice flat. He did not allow himself to feel the trembling that was trying to begin in his hands. "We've been over the plan. Repeat the steps. 1. Master drinks the bowl. 2. Kreacher trades the lockets. 3. Kreacher takes Master out by the way Kreacher knows. 4. Kreacher destroys the false locket at the house. 5. Kreacher's eyes filled with a thin, oily film of tears. 5. Master sleeps and wakes whole." "Yes, Master." 5, Regulus said. He did not say the rest of Step 5 aloud, the part he was not certain of, the part that involved an ancient court of bound elf magic and a kind of healing only the oldest house elves remembered, the kind whose price was always paid in blood. He looked at the dark shimmer of the lake instead. "And Step 6. Kreacher's voice cracked. "Master lives." "Master lives," Regulus repeated. He pulled the false locket from his pocket and weighed it on his palm. It was an exact replica down to the faint Slytherin S, identical except in the one way that mattered. "Bind to me, Kreacher. Whatever happens in the bowl, you keep me alive long enough to get out. Even if I tell you not to. Especially if I tell you not to. Swear it on the line of the blacks." Kreacher swears. The elf pressed his forehead to the cold stone of Regulus's knuckle. "Kreacher swears on his bones and on the bones of his fathers. Master will live." Regulus bent, and with the flat of his thumb he pressed against the door. He had not used a knife on himself in years. Tonight the blade slipped from his sleeve and parted his thumb with the ease of unwashed silver, and the blood beaded fat and dark, and he laid it against the stone. The cave opened the way men open tombs, reluctantly, and with a sigh. "Walk with me," he said. Kreacher walked. They went down the spine of basalt, through cold that had nothing to do with weather, to the edge of the inland lake. The chain of green flame at the center of the lake licked itself awake and lit the cavern as if the chamber had been waiting for them. The stone island in the middle held the basin. The basin held the locket. The locket, Regulus had not let himself feel anything about the locket since the night Bellatrix had laughed at the dinner table about the cave that drank a man dry. He had felt rage then. He felt something colder now. He felt like a black at the cleanest part of his name, the part the family had forgotten how to say. He summoned the small skiff with a flick of will. The chain rose. He stepped down. Kreacher landed on the prow lighter than a falling leaf, and the skiff slid across the water, parting nothing it could not part, the bone-white hands beneath the surface curling and uncurling like sleeping things. On the island the basin glowed with that pale, sickly green that always, always, meant Voldemort. Regulus lifted the false locket out of his cloak and set it down on the stone beside the basin. The real locket rested in the basin under the potion, tiny as a relic and twice as old. "Cup," he said. Kreacher pressed the silver shell into his hand. Regulus dipped. He drank. It tasted like the inside of a coffin that had been left to weep for 100 years. It tasted like every word he had ever spoken to please his mother. It tasted of envy, of ambition turned inward and curdled, of a small boy crying because his big brother had run away. He swallowed and the world buckled. Again, master, Kreacher said, gentle as a nurse. I'm aware of the protocol, Kreacher. He drank again. The cave dissolved. The cave became a long, hot corridor in Grimmauld Place, and his mother was screaming, and his father was shaking him by the shoulders, and Sirius's bedroom door was open and the bed had been slept in but not by anybody who was coming back. Regulus heard himself crying, he, age 14, who had not cried since the fountain at Diagon Alley when he was 7, and he could not stop because Sirius had taken everything he liked about being a Black with him. He drank. He was 8. His mother was telling him he was the good son. He believed her. He would believe her for 10 more years. He drank. He was 16, and Bellatrix was carving the mark into his arm with the affection of a woman knitting a scarf for a child she would later eat. He drank. He was 19, and the Dark Lord had handed him Kreacher and said, use him. He had not known then. The horror came later, in pieces, the way understanding always did. He drank. The basin grew lighter. The bowl grew lower. He forced himself onto his knees because his legs were no longer his. Drink, master, Kreacher said softly, and the elf was crying. Drink. Kreacher is here. He drank. His tongue had blistered. His heart was hammering against his ribs as if it had decided that ribs were a kind of cage and a heart had no business in cages. He saw Sirius beside him at the table at Hogwarts, before the sorting, before everything, and Sirius had been telling him a joke about the sorting hat being a sock with opinions, and Regulus had laughed so hard their mother had hissed at them in 3 different languages. Master. He drank. The locket lay at the bottom of the basin, exposed. Regulus did not have the strength left to stand. He did not have the strength left to weep. He had calculated this. He had calculated everything, the dose, the ritual, the bond he had asked Kreacher to swear, the timing of the second locket, the long, long line of consequences he had decided to lay across his short life. He had not calculated the thirst. He clawed at the stone toward the lake. No, master, no, his hand went into the water. The bone-white fingers were already there. They closed around his wrist with the affection of children meeting their mother. The inferi rose. Kreacher screamed. Regulus did the last sane thing he was capable of. He twisted his other hand back across his body, grabbed the false locket from the stone, dropped it into the basin, scooped the real one out, and pressed it into Kreacher's hand. Now, he croaked. Out. Now. Master will not die, Kreacher snarled, and the air around the elf went the color of old gold, and the lake erupted. A ring of fire bloomed off the basin in a perfect circle. Where the fire touched the inferi they did not scream because the dead had no throats, they simply came apart, each in its turn, with a soft surprised sigh, and the ring widened. Kreacher's eyes had gone huge and white and he was muttering in a language that had not been spoken aloud in 900 years. He was speaking the Black House's covenant with the elves, the one Walburga had read to Regulus from a cradle book and said meant only that elves served, but which had always, secretly, on its other side, meant that elves protected. Kreacher had bound himself to Regulus with the protection. Step 5. The part Regulus had not been certain of. The elf gathered him up like washing. The cave folded sideways. The lake sucked at him with the grief of not having drunk him. The chamber dwindled. The smell of rotting kelp and cold green flame snapped off as if a door had been shut. Regulus felt the stone of the cave become the stone of a cellar floor. His heart lurched once. His eyes closed. Master will not die, Kreacher said. It was the last thing he heard in the world he had been planning to leave. He woke on a cot in a room he did not know. It took him 3 days to understand that he had woken at all. Things came to him in pieces. The taste of broth. A sponge against his mouth. Ropes of pale gold and pale green light moving through the air over his chest, healing magic woven by Kreacher in a pattern Regulus had never seen because nobody alive had seen it. The Covenant magic. The Black and Elf bond turned for once toward saving rather than serving. By the 5th day he could turn his head. The room was a small stone cellar with whitewashed walls and a window the size of a grown man's hand, set high. Through the window he could see grass, and beyond the grass, the slate of a sky he half recognized. By the 7th day he was sitting up, and Kreacher was standing on a stool beside the cot, weeping with the simple, embarrassed openness of an elf who had performed a miracle and was not sure where to put the leftover relief. "Where?" Regulus said. His own voice was a stranger's. "The cottage," Kreacher said. "The cottage in the orchard. Master's grandfather's, on the mother's side. The one nobody goes to. The one with the white tree and the well." Regulus closed his eyes. Plomer. The old Rosier place, deep in Brittany. Walburga had brought him here once, when he was 4, and his father had said don't tell your mother and they had picked apples. He had forgotten about it. He had forgotten on purpose. The locket? Hidden, master. Hidden well. Destroy it. Kreacher cannot. The elf flinched. Kreacher tries. Kreacher tries with axe and fire and a goblin blade. The locket bleeds and laughs at Kreacher. The locket whispers things to Kreacher. Kreacher hides it where it cannot whisper to anyone. Kreacher does not destroy it. Kreacher is sorry. Don't be. Regulus opened his eyes. We'll find a way later. Where is the Dark Lord? Hunting. Hunting always. How long has it been? 10 weeks, master. 10 weeks. 10 weeks since he had drunk. 10 weeks since he had been declared, in his own family's records, a regrettable accident with foreign magic. 10 weeks since the Black family seal had been changed at Gringotts to remove him. He had counted on 10 weeks. He had not counted on being awake for them. Serious? Kreacher's mouth pinched. The blood traitor still lives. Don't call him that. Master. Kreacher, listen to me. Regulus took the elf's hand, the small, hot, leathery hand that had pulled him out of the cave with magic Regulus had not believed in. From this day, my brother is to be spoken of in this house only as my brother. Nothing else. Do you understand? The elf shook with the effort of recalibration. He had been trained in the politics of contempt by experts. After a long minute he managed, yes, master. Good. Regulus breathed in. Then he lives. Where? With Potters. Whose? Master James and Master James's wife and small Master Harry. Kreacher has heard. A child. Of course. A child by now. Lily Potter had been pregnant in the spring, he had heard it from Bella, who had said it as if a mudblood's pregnancy was a kind of weather event one could comment on at parties. He felt something turn in his chest that he had not expected to feel. He realized, abruptly, that whatever he had been planning to do with the rest of his life would have to bend around the existence of a child he had never met and his brother, who, whatever else he had become, was not a coward. Tell me everything you know, he said. Tell me everything, Kreacher, and don't stop until you've told it. The Dark Lord did not find him. Not that year, not the next. Regulus moved within the cottage walls like a ghost trying to learn how to breathe again. The potion had taken something from him, he could feel the empty place at the back of his throat, where memory caught and snagged. Some mornings he could not remember what year it was for several minutes. Some nights he heard the soft, surprised sigh of an inferius coming apart, and could not tell if the sound was outside or inside his own head. But he was alive. He was alive, and he had a list. He kept the list in his head because writing things down had killed better men than him. The list had 4 items. Find a way to destroy the locket. Find the other Horcruxes. Stay alive long enough to hand a brand of justice to the Dark Lord, personally, with a face he could see. And, late at night, when he could not lie to himself, the list had a 5th item, scribbled smaller, in pencil. See Sirius. The 5th item came up in his head every Christmas. Every Christmas he sat in the orchard cottage with Kreacher and a bottle of brandy that Kreacher disapproved of, and he thought about going to Godric's Hollow. He never went. The Dark Lord's network was vast and angry and clever. If a dead man started ringing doorbells, the dead man would stop being dead. He was 21 years old. He had been 21 for 3 years. On the night of the 31st of October, 1981, Kreacher came through the door of the cellar so fast his ears flapped. Master. The elf's eyes were huge. Master, master. The wireless. The wireless, master. Listen. Regulus had been reading. He was always reading. The cottage's library had been seated by a paranoid grandfather, and contained books with metal covers. He set the book down. He went up the cellar stairs 2 at a time. Kreacher had been keeping the wireless in the kitchen, tuned at low volume to a charm network that broadcast on a sliver of the flow frequency. The voice on the wireless was a woman's, breathless, almost laughing. Repeat, the Dark Lord is reportedly destroyed, repeat, the Dark Lord. He stood in the kitchen and let it wash over him. He did not believe it. He had been waiting too long to believe it. The voice repeated itself, other voices joined, reports came in from Diagon Alley, where people were apparently dancing in the street, from the Ministry, where the Department for Magical Law Enforcement had reportedly arrested 3 Death Eaters on site in the first hour. Then the woman's voice cracked and a new voice came on, an older man, and the new voice said, the Potter family. Lily and James Potter. Killed at their home in Godric's Hollow. The boy, Harry Potter, has survived. He is, Regulus put a hand on the table and held himself up. He is in the care, we are told, of Albus Dumbledore. There are unconfirmed rumors that the boy will be placed with relatives. We will keep listening. Master. Kreacher had wrapped both arms around Regulus's leg without realizing. Master. Master, the Dark Lord is dead. No, Regulus said softly. Not yet. But the wireless, Kreacher. He looked down at the elf. If the Dark Lord were truly dead, the locket would be cold. Go and check it. Now. Kreacher vanished. He was back in less than 30 seconds. The locket sings, Master. Then he is not dead. Regulus straightened. The numbness was burning off him. He could feel blood in his hands again, in his face, in the small of his back where the ache had lived for 3 years. He has been struck down. He has been, what, unbodied. Something has happened to him that has unbodied him. But he is not dead. The locket would know. And little master. Lives. The wireless said. He hesitated. There was a thought in his head he did not like. Where would Albus Dumbledore put a Potter child, Kreacher? Think. Where would he put a child with no parents and a name that, by the morning, will be the most famous name in Britain? Kreacher's face creased with effort. With wizards. Dumbledore is a man who likes his cards in his own hand. He won't trust the Potter's friends, the war is too fresh. He won't trust the Ministry is a sieve. Regulus felt the answer come together in his chest. He'll go to blood. He'll go to the only blood the boy has left. Mistress Lily was a mud blood, master. Don't use that word in this house anymore, Kreacher. It is forbidden. Regulus said it without thinking, and then noticed he had said it, and noticed he was not going to take it back. She had a sister. I remember Bellatrix making jokes about the sister. The sister married a man named, he could not remember. The potion had eaten the name. He growled and pushed past Kreacher into the small study and pulled down a directory. He had bought it in a fit of paranoia in 79, a Muggle-side directory of all Surrey, because Bellatrix had once mentioned the sister lived, near Privet, somewhere. Isn't that a stupid name for a road? And he had kept the directory because he kept everything. He flipped pages. Kreacher, he said. I need clothing that doesn't make me look like a man who has been dead for 3 years. I need a plain dark coat, a plain dark hat, and a warding ring out of the trunk in the cellar. I need them in 5 minutes. Master is going to little Master. Master is going to see what an old man is about to do, Regulus said, and Master is going to interrupt it. The night was warmer in Surrey than in Brittany. There was something embarrassed about the suburb. The houses sat on the road with their arms folded, hoping to be ignored. He had apparat to a copse 300 yards from Privet Drive and walked. The walk had been good for him. It had let his bones remember what bones did. He passed a milk float still parked from the morning. He passed a cat with a square face and silver markings around its eyes that looked at him with the unmistakable air of a witch. He nodded politely. The cat blinked its eyes in a rhythm of 3, 3, 3, 3, and looked away. He stopped at the corner of Privet and Magnolia. Number 4 was the sort of house that prided itself on being an exact average of all the houses around it. The lights on the ground floor were out. The curtains were drawn. A car sat in the drive with the smug shine of a thing that had been polished by an angry man. He waited. He waited because he had heard a soft pop on a roof at the end of the street, and a heavy thud, like a man landing on a motorcycle and not quite getting his footing. He waited because, beneath that, there was the steady hum of a disillusionment charm that did not belong to him. He waited because, in the shadow of the privet hedge 2 doors down, a very tall man stood absolutely motionless, watching Number 4, and Regulus, who had been a Death Eater for long enough to know how the great and the good moved in the dark, recognized the silhouette at 20 yards. Albus Dumbledore. A second silhouette joined the first. A woman's. Tall, narrow, prim. Regulus had only met Minerva McGonagall twice in his life, once when she had given him a potions essay back with a sniff, but he knew the line of her shoulders by heart. Behind her came a bigger shadow, and the bigger shadow had a baby. So. Hagrid. Regulus had perhaps 15 seconds. He had, very deliberately, in his 3 years of waiting, not become better at running, or dueling, or shouting. He had become better at arriving. He had practiced arriving until he could arrive in 6 places before anyone realized he had arrived in the first one. He arrived now. He stepped sideways, just so, with a small disillusionment of his own laid down a year ago and never lifted, and crossed Privet Drive at a speed that was not running because running would have been seen. Hagrid, weeping audibly, reached the doorstep of Number 4. He was carrying a bundle the way a man carries something he has been told is the world. He set the bundle, very gently, on the doorstep. He laid an envelope on top of the bundle. He patted the bundle once, twice, with a finger the size of a sausage. He was crying so hard the doorstep was getting damp. Dumbledore stepped forward across the lawn. He bent. He looked at the bundle a long moment. He said something in a voice that did not carry. His wand came out and a silver light moved across the doorstep, then withdrew. He stood. He turned. He raised the wand and the street lamps further down the drive went out, one by one, their light siphoning back into the small silver instrument in his hand. Regulus moved. He moved because Dumbledore's eyes had gone, for 1/2 second, to the corner of Privet and Magnolia, and Regulus could not afford for those eyes to stay there. He moved through the gap between the hedge of Number 2 and the wall of Number 4. He moved at the doorstep without seeming to. He moved with the smallest possible silence spell, an old black trick, the one Walburga had used to make sure nobody could hear her sons after 8. He reached the bundle. The bundle had a face, and the face was tiny, and the face had a mark on the forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt, the new pink of a wound less than a day old. The bundle had open eyes. The eyes were green. The eyes were Lily Evans's eyes, and the lashes were James Potter's lashes, and the look on the small face was the patient incomprehension of a child who had been told his world had been over, and who was waiting to be told what came next. Regulus did not know that he had picked Harry Potter up until he was holding him. "Hello, cousin," he heard himself say. The child blinked. There was no time for more. Regulus laid the envelope back on the doorstep with a steady hand, because the envelope had to stay. If the envelope went with the boy, Albus Dumbledore would have a trail. He cast a small, neat notice-me-not on the spot where the boy had been, the kind of charm that would last about 8 minutes and would make Dumbledore's gaze slide off the doorstep until Petunia opened the door at first light, found nothing, and assumed the milk had been delivered. He had perhaps 4 of those 8 minutes for what came next. He stepped backward into the hedge. He disillusioned the child first, because the child was small and pliant. He disillusioned himself second, and he laid a third charm over both of them that he had invented in the cellar at Plomer and had named, in private, the unhowl, because it did not silence sound so much as eat sound on its way out of him. Harry, against his chest, was warm and very quiet. The small body was already settling against him with the pure animal trust of a thing that had decided this person would do, since the previous person had stopped working. He walked. He walked because operating from a doorstep where Albus Dumbledore had just laid a tracking charm was the act of a man who wanted to be caught. He walked to the corner. He walked past the cat, which sniffed at him once and then, with a very small noise of disapproval, did nothing. He walked past Hagrid's parked motorcycle. He walked past Dumbledore, who had reached the lawn and was conferring with McGonagall in low, rapid French, the way they did when they did not want to be overheard. They did not see him. The unhowl ate his footsteps. The disillusionment ate his shape. The small bundle against his chest made a small noise into his collar that no one heard. He reached the corner of Privet and Wisteria. He turned. He walked 100 yards. He stepped behind a low brick wall. He apparat. He landed in the orchard at Plomer. The white tree had its winter shape. The grass was wet with sea fog. The cottage door was open and Kreacher was standing in it with a wand in one hand, Regulus's spare, the holly one, and a kitchen knife in the other, because Kreacher had decided that an elf with both was an elf with ideas. "Master," Kreacher said, and stopped. "Inside," Regulus said. He carried the boy in. He laid him on the kitchen table because the kitchen table had always been where the blacks healed each other, since long before there had been blacks. He pulled away a corner of the blanket. The face under the blanket was a Potter face, with Evan's eyes and that small new lightning across the brow. The boy looked at Regulus the way he had looked at Hagrid. He did not cry. He had cried so much in the last 24 hours he had perhaps run out. "Cousin," Regulus said again. The word was strange in his mouth. "Cousin, do you know me?" The boy looked. "You don't. Of course you don't. Your name is Harry. You're going to be safe here. I know that doesn't mean anything to you." "It will." "Master," Kreacher whispered. "Little master." "The little master." "Kreacher." Regulus did not look up. "Kreacher, I need water. I need clean water, warm, with a drop of valerian. I need the small wool blanket from the trunk in the upstairs room. I need bread soaked in milk. Now." Kreacher vanished and reappeared with all of it, the way a properly trained elf did when his master had finally remembered to issue an order. Regulus undid the bundle. He found, under the blanket, a small body in pajamas with snitches printed on them. He found a tooth that had not yet decided to come in. He found a child who, on inspection, was unhurt save for the lightning and a small bruise on one round knee. He found the lightning was warm. He laid 2 fingers very lightly across it. The lightning hummed. A Horcrux. He pulled his fingers back. Not a Horcrux, not exactly. He had felt the locket, he had carried it, briefly, against his chest in the cave. The locket sang. The lightning on the boy's forehead did not sing. It hummed, low and steady, like a thing trying to live and not quite succeeding. There was a fragment of the Dark Lord under that scar. There was a fragment of the Dark Lord under the skin of a sleeping child. "Oh, Lily," Regulus said. He sat down on the kitchen bench. He put his head in his hands for a count of 3. He was a man who allowed himself a count of 3 when something terrible became something more terrible. He used the count. "Right," he said. The boy yawned. The boy's eyes were half closing. The boy was exhausted in the way only the orphaned young could be exhausted, body and soul. "You'll sleep," Regulus said gently. "You'll sleep in my old room upstairs. You'll wake tomorrow morning and there will be porridge with apples in it because I happen to know that the orchard apples are still good." And then, he reached out and very gently, with one knuckle, traced the curve of the small hot ear. "We will have a great deal to talk about." The boy slept. Regulus stood up. He looked at Kreacher. "You realize," he said, "what I have just done?" Kreacher looked back. Kreacher's eyes were huge. Kreacher's eyes were also something Regulus had not seen in 3 years, hopeful. "Master has saved little Master," Kreacher said. "Master has stolen a national hero from Albus Dumbledore. Master has a child in his house, in a country Master is not supposed to be in, with a piece of the Dark Lord under the boy's skin, while Master is officially deceased and Master's brother is, no doubt, by morning, going to be in some kind of trouble, because that is what Master's brother does." He took a breath. "Master has also probably saved this child's life. That is the part one want you to remember when this becomes difficult. Kreacher will remember. Wards. Now. Every ward we have. The blood ward I haven't dared since 79. The lake ward. The orchard ward. The widening." He paused. "And, Kreacher. Master. There is going to be a search." "Yes, Master. It is going to be a frantic, panicked, screaming search. By morning the entire wizarding world will know that the boy who lived has gone missing from the Muggle relatives' doorstep before the Muggle relatives have even seen him. There will be no envelope. The envelope I left will tell Petunia Dursley nothing because I removed the inside before I left it. Albus Dumbledore will assume the Death Eaters have done something. The Death Eaters will assume Dumbledore has done something. Both sides will tear each other apart trying to find the boy. Yes, Master. And while they tear each other apart we will have peace, Kreacher, of a sort, for a long time. Long enough to teach this child what he needs to know." He looked at the boy on the table. He thought, suddenly and clearly, of his brother, of Sirius's particular laugh, the sharp bright laugh that had not been in the world since the day the bedroom door upstairs had been left empty. He thought, by morning Sirius is going to do something very, very stupid. By morning Sirius is going to go after the rat. By morning, if I am not very careful, Sirius is going to do something I cannot undo from this kitchen. He thought, calmly, I cannot save them both at once. He thought, calmly, I will save the one I am holding. Kreacher, he said. Master? What is Master Sirius's address? In London. 11, Buckmore Mews. The Mews are in Camden. I want a Patronus to go to 11, Buckmore Mews, tonight. The message is one word. Are you listening? Kreacher is listening, Master. The message, Regulus said, very softly, looking at the sleeping child on the table whose ear was still warm against his thumb, is wait. Kreacher's eyes filled. It will not stop him, Regulus said. He will not believe it. He will not know the Patronus, he will not know my voice, he will not know who has sent it. He will go after the rat anyway. But there is a small chance, a very small one, Kreacher, that he will hesitate. That he will stop in the door of his flat for one heartbeat and think, who is calling me to wait, why is anyone calling me to wait? And in that heartbeat someone slower than him might catch him, and the rat might get away, and Sirius might not be the fool who chases a rat down Pettigrew Street and gets blamed for the deaths of 13 Muggles. Master. Kreacher's voice was very small. Master is sending a Patronus. Yes. Master has not been able to cast a Patronus since the cave. I know. Regulus looked at the boy on the table. He felt, distantly, something move in his chest that he had not felt since he was 19. He raised his wand. He thought of a small ear under his thumb. He thought of green eyes in the porchlight. He thought of the obstinate, ridiculous fact of a child trusting a man who had once worn a mark. Expecto Patronum, he said. The owl that came out of his wand was the largest he had ever cast. It opened wings the color of moon on snow. It looked at him with gentle, unblinking solemnity. It listened. He told it, "Find Sirius Black. 11 Buckmore Mews, Camden. Speak this word and only this word." He dropped his voice to a whisper, almost into the owl's silver feathers. Wait. The owl took off through the window with a sound like a single sigh. He let it go. He stood in the kitchen with Kreacher and the boy and the smell of valerian and sea fog. He stood until his legs would carry him again. He carried Harry Potter up the narrow stair to the room he had slept in as a 4-year-old, and he laid the boy on his old bed, and he sat in the chair beside the bed for the rest of the night, and he watched. Outside, on the wireless he had left on by mistake, in a voice that had become entirely jubilant, the woman was saying that the wizarding world was in a state of celebration the like of which it had not seen in a generation, that the boy was safe, that the Dark Lord was finally dead, and that, in the morning, every street would ring with the name of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. In the small upstairs room of the cottage at Plumeur, the boy who had lived turned over in his sleep and sighed, and Regulus Black, who was also officially dead, watched the sigh, and made a list in his head that began with the word later. He did not sleep that night. He did not even try. The boy slept the sleep of the very young and very tired, the kind of sleep that put a small, deliberate hand on the world and pushed the world away for a few hours. Regulus sat in the chair beside the bed and listened to the breathing. The breathing was steady. The lightning on the small forehead hummed. The hum did not waver. By 3 in the morning he had run out of things to plan, and so he began to plan them all again. He planned for the case where Dumbledore came at dawn, and the case where Dumbledore did not come at all. He planned for the case where the Death Eaters started killing each other in Diagon Alley out of confusion, and the case where the Death Eaters consolidated under Lucius Malfoy and started buying the Ministry by lunch. He planned for the case where Sirius listened to the Patronus, and the case where Sirius did not. The case where Sirius did not took up the most space. Around 4, with the cold slate of pre-dawn grey behind the window, Kreacher came up the stairs with a tray. There was tea on the tray, and toast cut into a square because Kreacher had decided that, in a house where there was now a child, all toast would be cut into squares. Regulus accepted a cup and held it without drinking. Master. Kreacher kept his voice under the level of the boy's breathing. The Patronus has come back. And it found Master Sirius. And the elf looked unhappy. Master Sirius was already at the door of his flat. The owl spoke the word as Master Sirius opened the door. Master Sirius listened. Master Sirius said, in front of the owl, "I do not believe this." Master Sirius then walked out of his flat and disapparated. Of course he did. Regulus closed his eyes. Where? The owl says Master Sirius's wand thought was Godric's hollow. Of course. Regulus drank some of the tea finally. The tea did not warm him. He's gone to the house. He'll see the wreckage. He'll find no body of Pettigrew. He'll go after Pettigrew. Pettigrew will know he's coming and Pettigrew will pick his ground. He set the cup down. Kreacher. The Patronus tried. The Patronus tried, Master. Master's stag is bright. Owl, Kreacher. Master's owl. My Patronus was a stag once, he said, half to himself. The thing came out of him before he could stop it. He had been stag once, in his patronage, when he had been 17, and the stag had been the same shape as James Potter's, a fact that had so embarrassed him at the time that he had, very deliberately, never cast another Patronus where anyone could see. Tonight a sleeping child upstairs had made him an owl. He thought he understood what the owl meant. He did not say it out loud. "Listen," he said. "If Sirius is taken, and he will be, Kreacher, by lunchtime tomorrow he will be in a cell, we have time. They will assume he is the secret keeper. They will assume he has betrayed the Potters. They will not even ask. The word of one Auror in a hurry will land him in Azkaban without a trial." He looked at the elf. "And the moment he is in Azkaban, my brother will become a man who is not in our way. Do you understand?" "Master." Kreacher's mouth pinched. "Kreacher does not like the way Master speaks." "I know. Speak the word back to me, Kreacher." "Master." "The word I told you to remember." "Later, Master." "Later. Later." "Yes." He breathed out. "Later, when the boy is safe, when the boy is taught, when the boy is ready, when I am not a dead man carrying a stolen child across borders, then later we will fetch my brother out of that place, and I will explain to him, with as little blood as possible, what kind of fool he has been." He looked at the small lump on the bed. "But not tonight. Tonight, this one. Tonight, this one only." The first true light was rising. It came in gray and apologetic over the orchard. He watched the grass turn from black to silver to green. He watched a thrush land on the apple tree outside the window and look in, just once, with the affronted dignity of a thrush who had not been invited. The boy stirred on the bed. The boy opened his eyes. For a long second the green eyes were unfocused, and then they found Regulus, and for a second longer the boy did not seem to know what to do with the face. The face was strange. The face was not a face the boy had ever seen. "Hello," Regulus said. The boy stared. "You're at my house." "My name is," he had been planning to say his name for a year of sleepless nights. He had been planning to be uncle, cousin, kinsman, to be 100 reasonable things at the boy's bedside. He found, when the green eyes were on him, that he wanted to be the simplest thing that could be true. "My name is Reg," he said. "And I'm going to look after you, all right?" The boy considered this with the immense seriousness of small children at sunrise. The boy then sat up, with effort, leaned against Regulus's knee like a kitten leaning against a fence post, and went straight back to sleep. The lightning hummed against Regulus's leg. Regulus put one hand, very carefully, very lightly, on the small dark head. "All right," he said. He sat there as the sun came up over Brittany, and he listened to the breathing, and on a wireless somewhere in the world a man was saying that a boy named Harry Potter had vanished from the doorstep of a house in Surrey before he had been delivered, and that the wizarding world was, in a single morning, twice as terrified as it had been the night before. In the kitchen, the kettle began to sing. He stood and walked to the window. Down in the orchard the apple trees were in their last leaves, copper bronze in the new sun. He could see the well, he could see the white tree, which was a hawthorn, which his grandmother had said was a tree of thresholds. He could see, beyond the orchard wall, the slate of the Atlantic. He thought about how a man learned to be a father. He had no model. His own father had been a polite, distant absence in a house full of his mother's screaming. He had no idea what fathers were supposed to do at 6 in the morning when a child was sleeping. He thought of Sirius, who would have known, Sirius who would have made a face and a noise and a small bright joke and a child would have laughed. He thought of James Potter, who had, if Lily was to be believed, been very good at this. He thought of Lily. "Lily," he said, very quietly, to the glass, "I will not be him. I am not James. I am not Sirius. I am the only one of us still on his feet, and I am going to be enough. I swear it on the line." The glass did not answer. The boy slept. Downstairs, in the kitchen, Kreacher was talking to himself in a low private voice, and the kettle was whistling, and a thrush was singing very seriously in the apple tree. Regulus thought, with the small clean clarity of an exhausted man, this is a house with a child in it. Then he sat back down beside the bed and took the small hot hand on the coverlet, and he held it, and he waited for the boy to wake up. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The House on Crow Street. 4 years after the night that did not kill him, Regulus Black stood in his kitchen at 6 in the morning and watched a small boy try to butter a piece of toast. The boy was 5. He was, by any reasonable standard, far too small for his age, since he had been born to a couple who had spent the entire pregnancy underground and stressed, and he had spent his first year of life in 3 different houses on 3 different kinds of magic. But his shoulders had broadened in the last winter, and his hair had darkened from infant brown to the proper Potter black, and his eyes were the green that belonged on a coin. He held the butter knife with both hands. He had refused help with the toast for 9 days running. "Reg," Harry said, without looking up. "Reg, watch." "I am watching." "No, watch." "I am, in fact, watching." The boy lifted the butter knife into the air. The pat of butter at the end of the knife rose, very slowly, off the blade and floated, in a small uncertain wobble, into the air at about the height of his nose. It hung there. Harry's face went very still with concentration. The butter, in the air, opened gently into a curl, the way smoke did when it had not decided where to go. "Hold," Regulus said, not because he was teaching, but because he had been a black for 31 years and a black did not let a child cast in front of him without saying hold. "Hold the shape, Harry. Don't tighten. Hold." The butter spun, gently, like a small yellow planet. Harry, eyes shining, very gravely lowered the knife back into the butter dish. The pat of butter, at his eye line, drifted down to meet the bread. The bread received the butter. The butter melted into the bread. "Buttered," Harry announced. "Buttered," Regulus agreed. "And without an engorgement, which is more than your father managed at 12. Eat your breakfast." Harry ate his breakfast. Kreacher, who had been pretending not to watch from the larder, allowed himself a small private smile. It was a Monday in November of 1985. The orchard outside the cottage was bare. The sea, a quarter of a mile away, was the color of wet flint. The cottage at Plumeur had, in the 4 years since they had come to live in it, slowly stopped being a hiding place and become a home. The windows had been wreck-harmed for warmth. The cellar had been wreck-harmed for forgetfulness. Even Regulus could go a week, now, without remembering what it had been used for. The orchard had been replanted in 2 new pear trees, because Harry liked pears. The well had been restoned, because Harry liked dropping pebbles into it, and the small upstairs room had been painted the green of beech leaves, because it had turned out that Harry, on being asked, had picked the same green Regulus had picked when he was 4. Regulus had not been to England in 4 years. He had been to Marseille twice, to Paris once, to a small market town in Galicia for a week to buy a particular kind of horsehair, and to the great library in Krakow for 9 days while Kreacher and Harry stayed in a hotel in Prague, where Harry had eaten his weight in dumplings and asked the proprietress, in pidgin Czech, where the cat went at night. He had not been to England. He did not, in his own private accounting, intend to go to England again until the boy was old enough to ask him why. "Reg," Harry said now, around toast. "Yes." "What's a Hogwarts?" Regulus put down his cup very carefully. "Where did you hear that word?" "Kreacher." "Kreacher." "I asked him where you went to school. He said Hogwarts. I said, what's a Hogwarts? He said, ask the master. So. The boy looked at him over the toast. What's a Hogwarts, Reg? Regulus considered the boy. He considered, briefly and unfairly, throttling Kreacher. He considered the broader fact that he had known this conversation was coming for 4 years and had still managed, with the dedication of a man who genuinely did not want to think about a thing, to not prepare for it. Hogwarts, he said, is a school in Scotland. What kind of school? A school for people who can do what you just did with the butter. Harry put the toast down. The toast, he had decided, was no longer the most interesting thing on the table. Are there other people who can do that? Yes. How many? In Britain alone. About 40,000. The small face went through several large reorganizations. 40,000, Harry said. In Britain. There are more elsewhere. There are, very roughly, 7 million in the world. We are not many, compared to other people, but we are not nobody. Like me. Like you. Like me. Like Kreacher, in his way. Like your mum and dad were. The boy was very quiet for a long second. Then he said, at the boy volume he reserved for things he had already decided, I want to go to Hogwarts. You'll go, Regulus said, when you're 11, if you want to. Now. Eat the rest of your toast. We have work today. What work? You and I are going to walk down to the well, and you are going to make a stone come up out of the well by itself. Without my hand. Without your hand. Reg. Yes. What if I make the well come up out of the well? Then we will have a great deal of explaining to do to a great many fish. Eat the toast. Harry ate the toast. The lessons had begun, in earnest, the winter the boy had turned 3. They had not been called lessons. Regulus, who had been raised in a house where lessons were a form of public correction, had decided that anything called a lesson was a thing his ward would resent. They had been called walks, and games, and bedtime stories, and tasks. The walks were the boy's first work in stamina. The games were his first work in attention. The bedtime stories had begun as stories about the Black family, because Regulus did not know any other kind of story. They had become, over the years, stories about the Potters and the Evanses and a little, carefully, about the Blacks, and about why a man named Voldemort had decided to come for the boy's family in particular, and about why a man named Sirius was, presently, in a cell on a cold rock in the North Sea. The tasks were the magic. The first task had been a candle. Regulus had set the candle on a low table, and asked Harry to look at the candle, and asked Harry to want the candle to come on. Harry had looked at the candle. Harry had wanted the candle to come on. The candle had come on. Harry, age 3, had not been impressed. Harry, age 3, had thought all candles came on when wanted. The second task, 2 months later, had been a feather. The feather had risen. The third task had been a stone. Stones, Regulus had explained to Kreacher one night when Kreacher had asked why all the tasks were so very ordinary, were the test. Anything could be made to feel light. A feather knew it was light. A flame wanted to leave its candle. A stone, on the other hand, knew exactly how much it weighed, it did not lie to itself, it did not want to move, and a child who could lift a stone 3 feet off the ground without touching it had, in his own quiet way, beaten the world at a small, polite argument. By the spring after he was 4, Harry could lift a stone. By the autumn after he was 5, he could pick a stone out of a bucket of water without disturbing the water. The stones were small. The control was ferocious. Regulus had also been teaching him 3 other things. He had been teaching him French, because they lived in France, and to live in a country and not speak its language was, his grandmother had once said, a kind of ingratitude. He had been teaching him chess, badly, because Regulus was bad at chess and they had laughed about it. And he had been teaching him, very gently and without naming it, the first stones of the wall of his mind. The acclimacy had come about because Harry was a child who dreamed badly. He had begun, around the age of 4, to dream of green light, and a woman shouting, and a high cold voice that was not a voice. He had begun to wake at 3 in the morning, sweat bright, with both hands clutched to his forehead. The lightning hummed when the dreams came. The lightning hummed in particular ways. Regulus had carried him downstairs the second time it happened, sat him on the kitchen counter, given him hot milk with honey, and said, in a voice that was as steady as the kettle, Harry, there is a thing in your head that does not belong to you. We are going to learn how to put a wall around it. Not tonight. Soon. Will you trust me? Harry had trusted him. It was easier than it should have been. Children, Regulus had read, were sometimes naturally good at the inside of their heads, before adults taught them to be afraid of the inside of their heads. Harry, at 4, had built a wall. The wall was, in his small mind, the orchard wall at Plumeur. On one side of the wall there was the cottage, the white tree, the well, Reg, Kreacher, Butter, Sea Fog, a cat called Tabby that lived under the porch, a memory of being held by a man with glasses and another man with long black hair. On the other side of the wall, in a corner kept for it, there was the small humming thing, in the shape of a black bird that did not move. The bird had a chain on its leg. The chain had to be checked, every night, before bed, that was, in his head, how he locked it. The dreams had stopped, mostly. The lightning still hummed sometimes. But the bird, 4-year-old Harry had told Regulus very seriously, was patient. That had been a year ago. They walked down to the well after breakfast. The grass was stiff with overnight frost. The hawthorn at the wellhead had its red berries on. Harry carried the wand Regulus had given him for his 5th birthday, a child's wand, made by an old craftsman in the Pyrenees who only made child's wands, 8 inches of cedar with a single boar's bristle in the core, a wand that was incapable of any magic with intent to harm but was very good for stones. All right, Regulus said. From the bucket. Without your hand. Without the wand on the stone, only the wand for shape. Soft. Soft, Harry said. He raised the cedar wand. He looked at the bucket of well water at his feet. The stone in the bucket was the size of a small fist. The stone, without a great deal of fuss, came up out of the bucket. It came up cleanly, with a single bright bead of water on its underside, and the bead of water did not fall. The bead held. The stone hung in the air at the height of Harry's chin. Good, Regulus said. Hold. Harry held. Now, without dropping the bead, drop the stone, keep the bead. The stone wobbled. Harry's brow furrowed. The stone separated, in mid-air, from the bead of water, the stone fell, the bead remained, hovering. The stone landed in the bucket with a small unhappy splash. The bead of water hung in the air like a planet. Clever, Regulus said. He did not say more than the one word, because he had made it a rule that he did not flatter the child, only said the small accurate thing, only the accurate word. The boy beamed anyway. He had learned, over 4 years, that one word from Regulus meant about as much as 10 from anyone else. Reg. Yes. There's a man. Regulus did not move. He kept his face arranged in the expression it had had for the lesson, he kept his hand at the line of his coat as if he was about to button it, he kept his weight on the balls of his feet. He did not turn. He had been a Death Eater for 2.5 years. He had been a hunted man for 7. He had never, until that exact instant, heard the small voice of a 5-year-old say there's a man and felt the entire length of his spine go cold. Where, he said, soft. By the apple wall. Past the white tree. He's still. How long? Now. Have you looked at him? With my eyes only. I haven't looked. Looked was their name for the small reach of attention Regulus had taught him, the soft pressure across a distance that, in adult occlumency vocabulary, was the first stage of legilimency. Harry was not allowed to look at people. It was, Regulus had told him, rude. Don't. I won't. Bead. Harry, with admirable steadiness for a child whose voice was thinning, set the bead of water gently down on the grass. The bead held its shape on the grass like a marble. Walk to me. Slow. Harry walked to him. Slow. Regulus knelt. He lifted the boy up against his hip and turned, in the same motion, as if turning to walk back to the house. The motion was the natural motion of a man finishing a lesson. The motion gave him a clean look, over his own shoulder, at the orchard wall. The man at the apple wall was tall, in a long dark coat, with his collar up. The collar was up because the morning was cold, the collar was also up because the man did not want his face to be seen at distance, and Regulus noticed which of those was the leading reason. The man was not moving. The man was watching the cottage. The man's right hand was inside the coat. The man's left hand was empty, gloved, and held in front of his stomach in the unmistakable posture of a duelist about to step. Regulus knew the posture. He had been taught the posture by his cousin, in the Black drawing room, in 1976, and he had been told at the time that the posture belonged to one and only one British wizard living, who had invented it in a duel with a Russian in 1944. Antonin Dolohov. Harry, Regulus said. He kept his voice the same. Listen to me. Yes. We are going to walk to the kitchen door. We are not going to run. We are going to walk like we are going inside because the porridge is ready. When we get inside you are going to do 3 things. Do you remember the 3 things? Cellar. Wand on the door. Find Kreacher. Add a 4th. Harry waited. Kreacher will say a word when he comes. The word is Hawthorn. If anyone, even me, comes through that door without saying Hawthorn, I want you to break the lamp on the cellar table. Will you do that? Yes. Even if it sounds like me? Even if it sounds like you, Reg. Good. Walk. They walked. Regulus did not look at the orchard wall. He could feel Dolohov on the back of his neck the way one felt a man with a wand on the back of one's neck. He kept his pace. He whistled, very softly, the small French air Kreacher had been singing to the wash that morning. He reached the kitchen door. He set the boy down on the threshold. Harry, without prompting, was inside in 2 steps, and Regulus heard the soft thump of the cellar trap and the soft snick of the rune bar going into its slot. Good boy. Kreacher was at his elbow. Master. Apple wall. Kreacher saw. Tell me you brought what I asked for last spring. The cup. The bowl. The black salt. The elf produced them, from a fold of his pillowcase that was older than Regulus's father, with the small dignity of a man unrolling tools. Master. How many is he? 1, master. Kreacher has looked. 2 miles radius. 1 only. Wards. All but the lake ward. Lake ward Kreacher cannot raise without master. Don't raise it. Save it. Save it for the second one. Master expects 2. I expect he is the first, Regulus said, and that the second is whoever comes when this one does not return. We will deal with one at a time. Stay in the kitchen. Do not be seen. If I fall, take the boy out the lake ward. Franz sighed. Do you remember the address? The address of Master's grandmother's cousin in Toulouse, Master, yes. Good. Bowl. Salt. Hand. He sat. He did the small, tidy preparation of a duel by himself that he had not done for 7 years, and which his hands remembered without him. He cut his palm into the bowl. He laid the black salt around the bowl. He whispered 3 words against the cut and let the cut close. He picked up the wand from the kitchen table, not the cedar, his own, hawthorn and dragon heartstring, 11.5 inches, and stood. He felt, for the first time since the cave, something he had thought the cave had drunk out of him. He felt ready. He walked out of the kitchen door. He did not disillusion. He walked out into the orchard with his collar down and his cuff squared, with the weather charm running on his coat against the cold, and he walked to the white tree, and he stood under the white tree, and he waited. The man at the apple wall did not move for a count of 10. Then the man stepped over the wall, neatly, with the small economy of an athlete, and walked across the orchard, and stopped about 6 paces from Regulus. Up close, the face was older than it had been in 1979. The hair had whitened at the temples. The lines at the corners of the mouth had deepened into the small, polite cruelty Regulus remembered. Antonin Dolohov was 61. He had survived the fall of his master by going underground in Albania for 2 years. He had been quietly murdering ex-comrades in the continent for the 18 months since. Regulus had been keeping a list. Dolohov was item 3. Black, Dolohov said. The accent was the small, careful Russian. I had a bet with myself. What bet? That you were not dead. A small tip of the head. I did not, however, expect Brittany. I had Salzburg in my mind. The cellar at the Salzburg house has a library you'd like. It does. I read in it for 3 weeks in 83. The mouth smiled. The eyes did not. Of course you did. What do you want, Antonin? I want to know what you have. You'll have to be more specific. I have several things. I have a cottage. I have an orchard. I have a small store of black salt. Be precise. You took something from the cave, Dolohov said. I heard the rumor in 80, before I went under. Bellatrix was looking for you because she thought you had taken something. She still thinks so. She is in a cell now, and her thinking is, perhaps, less precise than it once was, but she remembers that night, and she has been writing letters, and the letters have been getting out, and the letters say Regulus took a piece of him. The smile widened slightly. I have come to take that piece off you. Why? Because the master will return. He will not. He will. And when he does, I would like to be holding his locket when he steps out of his cauldron. I would like to be the one to give him back his soul. I have not thought of much else for 3 years, Black, and I have walked, and I have walked, and I am here. Then you are here for nothing. Regulus did not move. I do not have the locket. I do not believe you. I am not asking you to believe me. There was a small silence. The hawthorn, between them, dropped a single red berry. The berry rolled across the frost. The boy, Dolohov said. Regulus did not move his face. He did not move his eyes. What boy? There is a child in your kitchen. I have been here 20 minutes. I saw the child at the well. The child is the wrong age to be a child of yours, you have been dead since 79. The child is the right age to be a child somebody else lost in 81. The smile returned. I had heard a rumor about that, too. You should not have come, Antonin. I should not have come without backup, you mean. I mean, Regulus said, quietly, that you should not have come. He moved. He moved on the 3rd syllable, and Dolohov, for all his 61 years and his Albanian winters, moved on the 2nd. The curses crossed each other in the air between them, 2 narrow bars of light, blue-white and gold-green, and burst against the white tree and the apple wall in 2 small explosions of bark. Regulus was already moving sideways. He had spent 4 years thinking about a duel he had never expected to fight. He had spent the last 6 months running it in his head every morning before Harry came down for breakfast. The duel was a piece of choreography. Step left. Reflect. Step right. Burn. Step left again. Cut. Step left. He reflected the second curse off a flat conjured shield of orchard air, and the curse went into the apple wall and took out a 6-foot slice of stone with the flat thump of a butcher's cleaver. Step right. He burned. The fire he raised was not the gold fire of his cousin Bellatrix, it was a low, blue, almost embarrassed fire, the fire of the Black family's old house protections, the fire that had once burned the carpets in the entrance hall when an Auror had walked across them in 74. He laid it across the orchard between himself and Dolohov, 3 feet wide, knee-high. Dolohov, irritated, jumped it. Step left. Cut. Regulus made the cutting curse Dolohov had invented in 1944, he made it back at the man, with a small variation Regulus had worked out at 22 and never used, and the curse turned in the air halfway across, like a bird realizing it had passed its nest, and came at Dolohov from the side. Dolohov got his shield up half a second late. The curse opened a long thin stripe down Dolohov's left forearm. The man hissed. "Variant," Dolohov said. "I worked it out at school. You always were a quiet boy." "Yes." He moved again. They moved again. They moved for 6 minutes in the orchard, in a long, intricate sequence of curses and counters, with the white tree between them, with the well between them, with Kreacher unseen at the kitchen window and Harry unseen in the cellar. Regulus did not panic. He did not, in particular, allow himself the temptation of the killing curse. He had not killed since 1978, and he had decided in 1981, at his kitchen table, that he was not going to kill again until he killed Voldemort. He had kept the decision. He had done a great deal of damage with curses that did not kill. He intended to do that today. Dolohov, on the other hand, was throwing the killing curse twice a minute. He was good at it. He was very good at it. Regulus stepped, every time, and the green light went past him and into the apple wall, and the apple wall, by the 3rd minute, had begun to look like a thing that had decided on a different career. The break came on Regulus's terms. Regulus took a step that, in the choreography, was step 7, and which led Dolohov 3 paces north and put Dolohov's left foot, for half a second, on the lid of the well. The lid was not a lid. The lid was a flat grey stone, which Regulus had set into the wellhead 4 winters ago, and which Regulus had charmed against unfamiliar feet. Dolohov's foot landed. The stone, with the patient indignation of a stone that had been waiting, sank a 1/4 inch. "Now, Kreacher," Regulus said. Kreacher said the word. The well opened. Dolohov went down into the well like a man stepping into a lift that was not there. He did not scream. He had a fraction of a second to register the fall and to throw, on his way down, one last curse that scorched the side of Regulus's face and tore the Hawthorn Andragon heartstring wand out of Regulus's hand. The wand went over the orchard wall. The well closed. Silence. Regulus stood with his hand pressed to the side of his face. The burn would leave a scar. He had expected, by the end of the day, more scars than that. He looked at the orchard wall over which his wand had gone. He breathed. He turned to the cottage. The window of the kitchen had Kreacher in it, watching, with both of the elf's hands pressed to the glass. Regulus walked, very slowly, to the kitchen door. He went in. Harry was in the cellar still. Regulus could hear him breathing, just on the other side of the wood. Regulus said, softly, through the door, "Hawthorn." There was a pause. Then a small voice, "Reg?" "Yes." "Are you hurt?" "A little." "Come up." The cellar trap opened. Harry came up. Harry's face was bone white but composed. He did not cry. He looked at the burn on the side of Regulus's face for a full second, and then he stepped forward, and put his arms around Regulus's waist, and pressed his face into Regulus's coat. The coat smelled of orchard fire and black salt and a duel. "I broke the lamp," Harry said into the coat. "I was going to. I had it in my hand." "You didn't have to. You came through the door." "I came through the door." Regulus put his hand on the small dark head. He realized, distantly, that his own hand was shaking. He stilled it. "I came through the door. We are all right." "Reg?" "Yes." "Is the man dead?" A long second. Regulus had practiced this, too. He had decided years ago that he would not lie to the boy, ever, about death. He had decided the boy had been visited too thoroughly and too early by it for any honest adult to lie to him about it. He looked, for a half-second, at Kreacher. Kreacher looked back, expressionless. "The man fell into the well," Regulus said. "The well goes down a long way. He may have died in the fall. He may not. The well will hold him for a long time, and we will move from here today, and we will not give him another chance to find us." "Move." To another house. With the orchard. No, child. The orchard stays. We go. Harry did not cry. Harry held on, harder, for a minute, and then he let go, and he looked up at Regulus, and his face had set in a way Regulus had never quite seen before. It had a small adult line in it that Regulus knew, distantly, his own face had taken on at 4. The black face. The line of the family. Even in a Potter face. All right, Harry said. Where do we go? They went to a flat in Toulouse that night, flew through 3 intermediaries, and from Toulouse, a week later, to a narrow stone house on a narrow stone street called Crow Street, in a town in the Belgian Ardennes that did not appear on any tourist map, where Regulus had owned a house since 1980 under the name of a great-grandfather of his on his mother's side. The house was 4 stories tall and 1 room wide. It had a slate roof and a small back garden. Across the street there was a baker who made very good bread. 6 houses up there was a woman who sold honey out of a tiny shop that smelled of sage. The town had 300 people, all of them used to keeping their own counsel, none of whom asked questions of the dark-haired man and the small dark-haired boy when they appeared in the bakery on a Tuesday morning to buy bread. Crow Street was the address that Harry, at age 15, would still call home. The first night in Crow Street, Regulus carried Harry up the 4 flights of stairs to the small attic bedroom under the slates. Harry was already asleep. Regulus laid him down on the bed and pulled a blanket up to his chin. He stood in the doorway for a long time. Kreacher came up the stairs behind him without a sound. Master. Kreacher. Master is shaking. I am, in fact, Kreacher, going to sit down for a moment. He sat down in the chair beside the bed. He sat for a long time. Kreacher, he said, eventually. Yes, master. I have not killed a man in 7 years. I did not kill one today. I sent one down a hole. Yes, master. In my head, Kreacher, the hole was one I had dug. Do you understand the difference? Kreacher understands. Master is, by master's own count, still not a killer. By my own count. And by Kreacher's count, master is the man who saved little master from a man with a curse. Yes. Both can be true, master. Both can be true. He looked at the boy on the bed. Kreacher. In 4 years there will be another. There may, before then, be more. And in 7 years our boy will be old enough to ask, and then to want, to go home. Do you understand what I am saying? Master is saying that master can no longer wait. Master is saying that master must, in the small remaining margin of his quiet life, fetch his brother out of a place that no man has ever been fetched out of. Master is saying that, if he is to be the father that this boy will need at 15, he cannot do that alone. Sirius Black is in Azkaban, master. Yes. For a crime he did not commit. Yes. For 4 years, master. 4 years, Kreacher. The elf was quiet for a long time. Then he said, very softly, Kreacher will help master to fetch master's brother. I had hoped you would say that. Regulus put his hand on the elf's small bony shoulder. Now go and sleep, you absurd creature. We have a great deal of work tomorrow. What work, master? We are going to begin, tomorrow, in this small house, to plan the most preposterous prison break in the history of these islands. And little master? Regulus looked at the small sleeping shape on the bed. He looked at the dark hair on the pillow, the small fist, the line of the small jaw with its first tiny adult set. Little master, he said, is going to come with us, when the day comes. Because the day we walk into Azkaban, Kreacher, is the day we walk in with the boy who lived. Voldemort took his parents. Voldemort took my brother's freedom. The boy is going to be there when we take both back. He pulled the blanket up over the small shoulder. He looked at Harry's sleeping face for a long moment. 6 years, he said quietly, half to himself. 6 years, child. 6 years to make you ready. The boy, asleep, sighed. The lightning hummed, gently, and went still. The next morning, Crow Street was foggy. Regulus came down to the kitchen to find that Kreacher had already been to the bakery and was setting 4 panes of chocolate, 2 coffees, and a glass of warm milk in a small ceremonial line on the table. Harry was in his pajamas at the window, looking at the houses across the street with the absolute attention of a boy who had been a forest creature all his life and had now been put down in the middle of a town. "There's a girl," he reported. "Where?" "2 houses up. Window. She has yellow hair. She's reading. Don't stare. She's not looking. She is, in fact, looking. They always are. Stop staring." Harry sat down at the table. "Reg," he said, around the first pane of chocolate, "are we hiding?" "We are hiding," Regulus said, "in the way that anyone hides who has decided that the easiest way not to be found is to be visible in a place where no one is looking. We are not hiding in the way that crouches in cellars. We are hiding in the way that goes to the bakery. Will the girl see me magic?" "No. You will not magic where you can be seen. Even by accident. Even by accident. That is going to be a great deal of your work, this year. Not magic when you don't mean to. Walls, child. The walls of the orchard, but on the outside as well as the inside." Harry considered this. Then, with the air of a boy making a treaty, he said, "I'll need a name." "A name?" "Out there. With the girl. With the baker. I can't be Harry Potter." Regulus looked at him over the coffee. Kreacher, in the corner, allowed himself a small, exasperated, fond exhalation. "You're right," Regulus said. "I had been planning to bring this up after breakfast. What name? What name would you like?" "Reg." "Not Reg. People will think you're making fun of me." "All right. Not Reg." Harry chewed. "Henry. Henry. It's nearly the same. It's an old name. I read it in your book about the kings. Henry it is." "Henry what?" "Henry Black." "Not Black, child. Not yet." The boy looked at him. "Henry Rosier," Regulus said, with the care of a man tasting a wine he had not opened in 20 years. "It's my mother's name. It's a respectable name in this country and a quietly forgotten name in ours. I am, when we are seen here, your Uncle Reg Rosier. You are my late brother's son. Your parents died in a car accident in Spain when you were small. We do not, generally, talk about it. The neighbors will not press. Henry Rosier." "Yes. And when we go home?" "When we go home you will be Harry Potter again, and you will go home, and you will go to school, and you will be the boy your mother wanted you to be. But not yet." "Yes. Yes." The boy was very still for a second, and Regulus realized that the stillness was a child making the small, immense decision to be a different name than the one he had been born with, for an indeterminate length of time, because the man across the table had asked him to. He felt something move in his chest that he no longer flinched from. He had been feeling it almost daily for 4 years. "All right, Henry," he said. "Finish the chocolate." Harry finished the chocolate. The work of the next year was, in plan, 3 things. The first was the boy's body. He hired an old half-villa woman in Liège who taught what her painted sign called posture and music. The lessons were balance, footwork, breath, and the early bones of dueling stance. Mireille had been a junior champion of France in 1958 and did not like the family that had been hunting Reg Rosier across 2 countries for a decade. She took the boy through scales of footwork the way a French grandmother took a boy through table manners. By 8 he could pivot on the ball of his left foot in 3 directions inside a single breath. The second was the boy's mind. Regulus put aside the chess and brought in a Belgian game called Pichonnet, played on a round board with discs, in which a player had to predict 3 moves out where every disc would be after his opponent's worst possible reply. It taught Harry what chess had not, the discipline of the worst case. The third was the boy's magic. The third was the slow careful expansion of what Harry, at 5, had already been better at than most men of 20. Regulus had been a quiet star at Hogwarts, he had been third in his year at every subject except history of magic, he had specialized, in his last 2 years, in a particular old black tradition of magic without a wand, which the family had, generations ago, drawn from a Mediterranean book that was no longer in print. He had taught it to Harry, by accident, over the butter. He continued, on purpose, in Crow Street. It went like this. Every morning, before breakfast, Harry stood at the window with a candle on the windowsill. He looked at the candle. He did not light the candle with his wand, because the wand was for shape only. He did not light the candle with a word. He did not light the candle by waving his hand, because that, Regulus had pointed out, was theater, and theater was for after one had stopped needing it. He simply, in the still quiet of his own attention, willed the candle to come on. By the spring after his 6th birthday, the candle came on as soon as he looked at it. By the autumn of his 7th year, the candle came on the moment he came into the kitchen, before he looked at it, because the candle had begun, in the small unmagical way of things in a magical house, to anticipate him. By the time he was 8, Henry Rosier could light any candle in the 4-story stone house on Crow Street simply by walking past it, and he had taught himself, without telling Regulus, to put them out the same way. The first time Regulus came home from the bakery with a basket of bread to find the entire house lit and then, 2 seconds later, entirely dark, he set the basket down very carefully and said, to the empty kitchen, "Show off." Harry's giggle came from the parlor. "Don't," Regulus called, "without my eye on you. We have rules, Henry." "I know. We have rules." "I know, Reg, sorry." Regulus considered, for a moment, whether to go and lecture. He went, instead, into the parlor, and found Harry on the rug in front of the fire with a book he had taken off the high shelf without permission, and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and said, very dryly, "Show me." Harry, 8 years old, smiled up at him. Harry put down the book. Harry looked at the cold grate. The grate was, in a small soft puff, alight. The fire sat down in the grate the way a cat sat down on a cushion, with a small contented motion. "Out," Regulus said. The fire went out. On. The fire came on. Half. The fire halved itself. Harry's brow did not even crease. "Color." "What color, Reg?" "Blue." The fire turned blue. It was a clean cold magical blue, the blue of the old house protection fires of the Blacks, which Regulus had only shown him once in passing, and which Harry had clearly been practicing without permission. Regulus knelt on the rug. "Henry." "Yes. What you just did is something I learned at 15, in a private library, from a tutor that cost my father 200 galleons. I am not going to scold you. I am going to tell you a thing, and I want you to hear it with both ears. Will you?" "Yes. You are going to become, in your time, a very powerful wizard. Probably one of the very strong ones, of any generation. I have known this since you were 3. I have not told you because I have not wanted you to spend any part of your childhood thinking about it. But I am telling you now because we are about to do, this year, a thing for which I will need you not to flinch. Do you understand?" The boy looked at him with the green eyes that had, over the years, become more and more his mother's. The small brave set of the jaw was, however, very much James Potter. "Yes." "Good. Out." The fire went out. The boy looked back down at his book. "What thing, Reg?" he said quietly, after a moment. Regulus stood. He walked to the window. He looked at the foggy slate-gray afternoon over Crow Street. "We are going," he said, "to fetch your godfather out of prison." The boy's eyes widened. "Serious?" Sirius. You've talked about him. I've talked about him for years. You know what he is. You know what he isn't. You know what was done to him. Yes. 3 years from now, when you're 11, you are going to be sent a letter from a school in Scotland. Before that letter comes, your godfather will be home. It is going to take us 3 years to do, and we are going to do it cleanly, and we are going to do it in such a way that nobody, ever, can say he did not deserve to come home. Do you want to help? Yes, Reg. Then come into the kitchen. Bring the book. We are going to start tonight. The boy stood. He brought the book. In the kitchen, Kreacher had set out, on the long oak table, a chart that he had been compiling for 4 years from clippings and rumor. The chart was a map of the Azkaban guard rotation, the Dementor patrols, the supply boats, the ministry visits, the aura inspections, the prisoner sleep patterns, and the 10 weakest points in the wards along the northern shore of the island. The chart had 3 colors of ink. The 3 colors of ink were Regulus's, Kreacher's, and, Regulus had not known until this very moment, a small, careful child's hand in green. Henry, he said. The green is yours. I added bits, Harry said. I'm sorry. I read your notes when you were out. I thought of things. What things? The boats. The boats come every 9 days. But on the 3rd boat of every month they bring a bigger crew because of the laundry. And on those days the wards shift on the south side because of the laundry hatch. I wrote it in green. See. A small finger touched the chart. Regulus looked at the chart. He looked at the small green handwriting. He looked at the 8-year-old in front of him. He looked at Kreacher. Kreacher's eyes were very wet. All right, Regulus said softly. All right. We have 3 years. We have a plan. We have a chart. We have, Henry Rosier, a partner. Sit down. The boy sat. The fire, without prompting, came on in the grate. Outside, the bell of the small church across the canal struck 4. Inside, in the small bright kitchen, 3 creatures, 2 of them quite improbable and 1 of them smaller than the others, bent their heads together over a chart drawn in 3 colors of ink, and began the work that would, 3 winters from now, change the course of a war. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Lessons in Shadow. Azkaban, in winter, was a smell before it was a sight. It was a smell of long damp stone and seabirds and cold iron and something else, something that did not belong to any honest list of smells, something that was the smell of attention being eaten. The boat had been moving through fog for an hour. Harry, aged 9, sat in the bow of the boat and held his breath when he could remember to. Don't hold, Regulus said quietly, beside him. Breathe through the cloth. Slow. Harry breathed through the cloth. The cloth was a strip of his old pajama top, the one with the snitches on it, soaked in lavender oil and a small black family mixture that had a name in Old Latin. The mixture did not stop the cold of the Dementors. The mixture only made it possible to think while the cold was happening. Sister Protection, the family had called it. Regulus had 3 other strips in an inside pocket. Kreacher had 2. Sirius, when they got him, would need 1. Reg. Yes. They're already trying. I can feel it, child. Wall up. Bird on the chain. Birds on the chain. Good boy. Keep walking around the orchard. The boat moved on. The crew of the boat moved with the small unhappy efficiency of men who had been doing this work for too long. There were 4 of them. 2 were the helmsman and his mate, the other 2 were laundrymen, hauling, between them, the great waxed sacks of clean linen that came across to the island once every 9 days, and 3 times a month with the bigger crew that Harry had spotted on the chart years ago. The 3rd boat of the month, with the laundry hatch shift in the wards. Today. Regulus had bought the laundry contract 8 months ago. He had done it through 6 layers of intermediaries, in 3 jurisdictions, and had paid an old goblin fixer in Marseille a sum of gold that Regulus had felt in the small of his back as he counted it. The laundry contract did not give him access to Azkaban. The laundry contract gave him a name on a clipboard, a sack to be inside, and a single human being on the boat who, on the 3rd boat of the month, would not look too closely. The single human being was the second laundryman, a wizard named Eustace whom Regulus had befriended in stages over the last 2 years, and to whom Regulus had now paid, in stages, enough money to buy Eustace's mother a new house in Cornwall. Eustace did not know who Regulus was, only that he had a brother in a place he should not have been. Eustace had an opinion of Azkaban that he had been working out, in the dark, for 15 years. The other laundryman was unbought. The other laundryman was a problem they had decided to solve when they reached the island. Regulus had not, on principle, killed in 7 years, he was not going to break the rule for a laundryman on a boat. The laundryman was going to be told to nap. Kreacher, currently invisible in the bow next to Harry under 3 layers of elf cloak, was going to do the telling. Elf magic was, Regulus had explained to Harry at length, the magic the wand makers had quietly and politely left out of the books. House elves could put a man to sleep with the same gesture they used to dust a banister. The laundryman would wake up an hour later, in the same boat, on the same return crossing, with no memory of having been asleep, and would tell his wife he had had a strange dull morning. Eustace, by then, would have been 10 miles inland, on a flue to Cornwall, with his unforeseen new mother's house. Harry. Yes, Reg. In the sack. Now. Don't move until I say. Don't think loud. Bird on the chain. Yes, Reg. The boy, very quietly, slid down off the bow plank and into the open mouth of the laundry sack on the boat floor. He fitted into it with the tidy economy of a child who had been practicing for a year. The sack, charmed against weight and against accidental sounds, closed itself over his head. Regulus took 2 pins out of his cuff and pinned the sack mouth in the precise pattern that meant Eustace would carry this one and not look. He laid a hand on the sack for half a second. Through the cloth he felt the small breath. He felt the lightning hum. Walls, he murmured. The lightning settled. He climbed into a sack of his own. He did not see how Kreacher dealt with the second laundryman. He heard a soft pop, and then a soft thump on the deck plank, and then Eustace's whisper, "He's down. Out cold. 3 minutes." A small pause. "Sir." "Up, Eustace." The boat creaked. They had docked. Through the weave of the sack Regulus could see, in the shape of light, the stone landing of the supply pier and the long shadow of the prison wall. The smell of attention being eaten was very strong here. It was, in his head, a perfume he had been smelling, in small careful doses, for 2 months in preparation. He had drunk 3 vials of stabilizing draught with breakfast. He could feel the draught holding his thoughts in their proper places against the cold suck of the wards. He could not stand against a Dementor for very long. Nobody could. But he could stand against the wards, and he could move under the cloak of a laundry sack, and Kreacher could move past 3 Dementors at once if Kreacher kept his eyes on his own hands. The plan, in its bones, was simple. The plan, in its details, was a piece of choreography that had been worked through, on the chart in 3 colors of ink, 207 times. Eustace and the gentleman who was now Eustace's lawful new partner, Kreacher, in the polite shape of an old laundryman, would carry 2 sacks up the prison's south staircase to the laundry hatch. Eustace would take the small clipboard. The clipboard would be signed by the duty oarer, who, on the 3rd boat of the month, was always Ora Murchison, who, Eustace had reported with the small sad smile of a man explaining a colleague, was always slightly drunk by mid-morning. The sacks would be carried into the laundry corridor. The laundry corridor would be empty for 90 seconds between the corner Dementor's pass and the next Aura walk. In those 90 seconds, the sacks would walk. The sacks would walk to cell 47, on the 3rd tier, north corridor, 3rd from the end. The cell, Regulus had confirmed by long study, was Sirius's. The door of cell 47 was a 6-inch iron plate held in its frame by 3 runes and a ministry seal. Regulus had been working on the runes for 14 months. He had not, on principle, copied them, he had reconstructed them from the way the ministry typeset the runes in a 1923 booklet. He thought he knew what they did. He thought he knew, also, what they could not do, which was respond fast enough to a key cut from a piece of the iron of the very door itself. The piece of iron, in his pocket, had been bought from a smith in Cardiff who had bought it from a man who had bought it from a worker who had once shaved the door of cell 47 during a rehanging in 1971. It had cost rather less than the laundry contract. In, key, through, sack, out. Out was the part he had not let Harry see on the chart. Out was a sequence of rooftop runes, an aerial disillusionment, a rope and broom trick that worked exactly twice in 3 tries, a small impossible fall through a gap in the ward at the southwest corner that opened for 4 seconds at noon every 9 days, and a port key at the ankle of an albatross, anchored to a pebble on a Brittany beach that no longer had any other reason to exist. Out was, in its honest accounting, the part of the plan most likely to kill them. The boat had stopped moving. Up, Eustace said, low. Up. 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 Kreacher's hand on the small of Regulus's back was the only thing about the next 10 minutes that Regulus would remember in detail. The sack was lifted. The sack moved up a stone staircase. The sack moved through air that smelled of mildew. The sack passed, twice, through cold so total that Regulus's heart, in his chest, decided briefly to stop arguing with the world. The cold passed. The cold passed because Kreacher's hand had pressed into him, and Kreacher had been taught, in the cellar of Crow Street, to project a tiny cylinder of sister protection out of the leathery palm. The cylinder was the size of a man's spine, and it walked with the man, and the Dementors did not exactly miss it but were politely distracted by the small bright fact of an elf working laundry past them. House elves were boring to Dementors. Dementors had, for whatever reason, never managed to find anything in a house elf worth eating. Bless the gap in the world that meant. The sack moved into the laundry corridor. The sack stopped. The sack, in 2 tidy motions, was set down. Sir, Eustace whispered. Regulus opened the pin at his cuff. He stood out of the sack. Kreacher, beside him, was already taking the form of a thin, polite old laundryman with a mustache. Harry's sack, 6 feet away, twitched once, and Regulus made a small impatient gesture. Harry's sack stilled. Sell, Regulus said. Kreacher led. Kreacher had, in his own private way, walked this corridor in his head for a year. The small map in his head had been built from Eustace's reports and from the few moments of legitimacy Regulus had borrowed, with permission, off of an Auror in a London pub 3 months ago. He took the corner. He took the stairs. He took the 3rd door on the left of the 3rd corridor of the 3rd tier. The door of cell 47 was iron. The door of cell 47 had a runic plate. The runic plate had its 3 runes glowing in the small dull red of a thing that did not expect, ever, to be challenged. Regulus took the key out of his pocket. He pressed it to the plate. The plate paused. The plate did, then, something the plate had not been expecting to do. It allowed the key. Regulus had 4 seconds, in the pause, to realize that the rune plate had been written in 1923 and reset in 1971 and had, at no point, been updated against the trick of a key cut from itself. He had 4 seconds, also, to understand that the gold he had paid the smith in Cardiff had been the best gold he had spent in his life. The plate clicked. The runes guttered. The bolt slid. The door opened. Cell 47 smelled of a man who had been in it for too long, and of nothing else. Regulus Black, on the cot, was a thin, dirty figure whose hair had grown out long and matted. He was awake. He had been awake, by the look of him, for years. His eyes, when they found Regulus in the doorway, did the smallest possible thing first. They noticed. Then they re-noticed. Then they widened. "You're dead," Sirius said. I am, by the official records of this ministry, deceased. Yes. Regulus stepped inside. Get up. Regulus. Sirius. There is a great deal to discuss. We will discuss it on a beach in Brittany in approximately 73 minutes. Before then we are going to walk out of this cell. Get up. Sirius did not get up. Sirius said, I'm hallucinating. You are not. You are dead, Regulus. You died in 1979. You died doing something incredibly stupid on the orders of a man who I am very glad to hear is also dead. You died and I cried for 3 days, which I have not told anyone, and I would prefer you not to bring that up. So I am hallucinating. Sirius. There is a child in a sack down the corridor. The child is named Harry. There was a silence so complete that even the ward seemed, for a half-breath, to listen. Sirius stood up. Sirius stood up in 2 unsteady motions, like a man whose legs had been folded for years and who had just remembered what legs were for. He looked at Regulus across the cell. My godson, Sirius said. Your godson. You took him. Yes. From Dumbledore. From a doorstep. From under Dumbledore. In a fashion. Yes. You raised him. I am, in fact, raising him still. He is 9. He is very tall for 9, by the way, and he picked his own French name, and he can work 3 forms of wandless magic that I did not learn until I was 16, and he wishes very much to meet you, and we have approximately 70 minutes before the laundry boat leaves without us. So if you would, please, kindly, for once in your life, stop arguing in a doorway. Sirius came across the cell. Sirius came across the cell at a dignified speed and was, by the second step, running. He hit Regulus in a kind of full-body collision that was not quite an embrace, since his arms had forgotten how, and Regulus, who had been a black for 36 years and who did not, in any measurable way, embrace people, found his hands on his brother's shoulders, and his brother's forehead and his collarbone, and his own face, embarrassingly, against the top of his brother's filthy head. You absolute idiot, Sirius breathed. You absolute fool. Pettigrew. I know. We will fetch him in due course. We are not, however, going to fetch him today. You knew. I knew within 12 hours of your arrest. I spent 4 years learning how to break a man out of this place. Walk. They walked. Sirius's legs took 2 steps in 3, but he walked. In the corridor, Kreacher had Harry's sack open and was helping the small boy stand. Harry rose out of the sack like a small dark creature emerging from a cave. He had been in the sack for less than half an hour, and he had not, by the look of him, allowed himself to think loud once. He stood up, brushed his hair out of his face, and looked, for the first time in his life, at his godfather. Sirius stopped. Harry stepped forward. Harry tilted his head up. Harry, with the careful manners of a boy who had been raised in a house that taught manners, said, Hello, Sirius. I'm Harry. I'm sorry it took us so long to come and get you. Sirius made a sound that was not, technically, any sound a man made, and went down on one knee. The knee did not entirely take his weight. He braced one hand on the floor. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry as if Harry were a window he had been forbidden to look through for a decade. Pup, Sirius said, very softly. That's what Dad called me, Harry said. That's what he called you. Yes. Reg told me. Reg. Sirius looked up at Regulus. The look, for 1/2 second, had a million things in it, for the next half second, with the practical economy of a marauder, it had only one. Run now, cry later. That is, as it happens, the working motto of this expedition. Always was. Walk, both of you. Kreacher. Kreacher, who had reverted to his shape, was already rummaging in a hidden pocket. He produced 2 small wax paper packets and pressed one to Sirius's mouth. Eat this, Master Sirius. And this? Kreacher. Sirius said, mid-chew. The chewing went on. Kreacher, did you make a thing for me, Kreacher? Kreacher, the elf said, with a great and sudden dignity, made things for Master Sirius for a very long time. But Master Sirius did not, ever, eat them. So Kreacher has, over the years, been practicing on the master who would eat them. Eat the chocolate, Master Sirius. Sirius, on the floor of the third tier of Azkaban, ate the chocolate. He did not stop eating until it was gone. All right, Sirius said. All right. I think, here. Where do we go, Reg? South stair. Laundry hatch. Roof. Southwest corner. Albatross. Ankle. Pebble. Brittany. A pause. There will be running. Of course there will be. Out was, to the very last of his calculations, the part that nearly killed them. The south stair was clean for 90 seconds. They took it in 70. Sirius's legs had remembered, by halfway down, what it was to be a man, and Harry had taken his godfather's hand in his and was, in a small fierce way, helping him keep step. The laundry hatch, when they reached it, had been forced open from the inside by Kreacher in advance with a charm Regulus had not entirely meant for the elf to learn. The air on the far side was wet sea air. The rune shift Harry had spotted at 8 years old, on his first reading of the chart, was holding for 43 seconds. They were on the roof in 20. The roof of Azkaban was a long, slate-colored slope that smelled, even more than the rest of the prison, of something not human. There were birds on the roof. The birds were not gulls. The birds were ravens, dozens of them, sitting in a kind of patient committee along the ridge tile, the way ravens sat when they had heard, somewhere down in the rock, that a man was about to die. Regulus did not, by long policy, look at the ravens. Brooms, he said. Kreacher snapped his fingers. 2 brooms came out of the air, old, light, charmed without insignia for exactly this purpose. Sirius. Hold Harry tightly. He is a good rider, but you are, as of today, a man whose legs are not entirely his. Kreacher will fly mine. I will go behind. You don't fly, Reg. I learned. I am tolerable. Don't gloat. I'm gloating. Get on the broom, Sirius. They mounted. The southwest corner of Azkaban was, by Regulus's reckoning, 3 minutes away on a steady glide. They had 4 minutes before the corner Dementor came around. They went. They were not 3 minutes into the air before a curse came up out of the southwest tower that Regulus had not budgeted for. The curse was a long thin red line. The curse was thrown by a tall figure on the south parapet. The figure, in the half-fog, had the unmistakable silhouette of a man Regulus had, in his head, listed as Item 9. He had not expected Item 9 to be on Azkaban this morning. He had been wrong. Barty Crouch Jr. had not, after all, died in Azkaban. Barty Crouch Jr. had, Regulus realized this in the half-second the red curse was crossing the air toward Sirius's head, been in some private capacity quietly assigned to the staff of his father's prison for the last 6 months, in the slow, sneaking, quietly rehabilitated way certain old families managed for their broken sons. The red curse missed Sirius. Sirius ducked. Harry, against Sirius's chest, did not duck. Harry, against Sirius's chest, looked at the tower, and the look was the look that Regulus had told him was rude. Crouch's wand jolted, of its own accord, sideways. The red curse he had been about to throw second went into the parapet beside him and took out a foot of stone. Henry, Regulus called, sharp. Don't. He was going to, Harry said. I know what he was going to. He was going to do it again. I know. Regulus pulled level. He had his own wand out now. I am, however, going to do it. Cover your eyes, Henry. The curse Regulus threw at Crouch was an old black family curse, the one his father had taught him at 14 and which Regulus had, in his quiet life, rehearsed in private once or twice a month for 13 years. It was not a killing curse. It was, in its way, worse. It took a man's one hand off the wrist, with the small clean motion of a barber clipping a string, and left the man alive. Regulus was, on principle, against killing. Regulus was not, on principle, against unhanding. The curse crossed the foggy air. It struck. The red curse Crouch had been about to throw went into his own boot. He screamed. The wand hand fell. That, Sirius said, breathless, is new. I will explain later. Regulus pulled ahead. Southwest corner. Now. Now. The corner came up. The fog there was thick. Regulus had counted, in his head, for seconds for the gap. He had timed the brooms. He had timed Sirius's weight, Harry's weight, his own weight, Kreacher's weight, the broom's weight. He had not, in his calculations, considered that a tower behind them would, at exactly the moment of the gap, fire a long blue arc of an alarm rune across the sky. The arc lit the fog. The corner Dementor lifted its hood. The corner Dementor turned toward them and began, in the long unhurried way of Dementors, to come. Reg. I see it. Reg, it's, I see it, Sirius. Henry. The bird. On the chain. On the chain. Eyes shut. Hands on Sirius. Now. Now, child, now, they went into the gap. The gap was 4 seconds wide. The gap was 3 feet across, in the way wards were 3 feet across, which was that there was no real width to it but a particular angle of approach. Regulus felt, as he passed, the cold of the wards bite his face like a bath in salt. He felt the brooms pass. He felt the gap close, behind them, with the small annoyed snap of a thing that had not, quite, caught what it was meant to catch. The Dementor, behind, made the sound Dementors made when Emil walked away. They were over open water. Brittany was on the other side of 100 miles of fog. The albatross was 500 yards ahead, sitting on a pillar of stone in a pose Regulus had paid a Russian sea witch a great deal of money for it to keep, with a small ring on its left ankle, with a small pebble laced to the ring. Sirius. Land first. Yes. Touch the pebble. Bring Harry. Kreacher, then me. Yes, master. They landed. Sirius, with Harry against his chest, leaned out and touched the pebble. The portkey took them. They came down on a beach in Brittany at 6 minutes past noon, in a fall that Sirius, by long old reflex, turned into a roll. He came up on his knees with Harry still wrapped against his chest. The boy was unhurt. The boy, in fact, was laughing, the small breathless laugh of a child who had been holding himself in for too long. Regulus came down second. He came down on his feet, since pride was pride. Kreacher came down third, with a small dignified turn of the wrist that put the elf squarely on the sand without disturbing it. For a count of 10, none of them spoke. The sea, at Brittany, was the color of old slate. The fog had broken 3 miles offshore. The afternoon sun was thin but real. There was a single pebble at Sirius's knee, with a small ring lying on it, and a single white feather beside it that was all that remained of the albatross, which had quietly reapparat to its rookery off the Russian coast in compensation for its services. Sirius set Harry down on the sand. Sirius looked at his godson. Sirius looked at his brother. Sirius said, I am going to need a bath, a bottle of brandy, a haircut, and approximately 100 years of conversation, Reg. In that order. I have a house. I have a bath in the house. I have brandy. I have, regrettably, no haircut, but Kreacher will manage. Regulus offered a hand. He offered it carefully, the way a man offered a hand to a brother he had not, technically, touched in 12 years. Welcome home, Sirius. Sirius took the hand. He pulled himself up. He pulled Regulus into a second collision, this one, his arms remembered. They stood like that on the beach for a minute. Harry, watching, did not look at either of them. Harry, with great tact, watched the sea. When they let go, Sirius looked down at the boy. "Pup," he said. Harry, very quietly, said, "Padfoot." The two-syllable name had been, in their kitchen, a story for years. The two-syllable name was, in this moment, the word a child said to the man he had been waiting for. Sirius, who had cried twice in his life that he was prepared to admit to, cried for the third time. He went down on one knee on the sand. Harry came forward. Harry put his small arms around Sirius's neck. Sirius's filthy matted black hair fell over the small dark head like a curtain. "It's all right, Padfoot," Harry said into the curtain. "We've got you now. It's all right." They walked up the dunes to a small, locked, abandoned-looking house that, when Regulus laid a hand to the door, opened. The house was the orchard cottage at Plumeur, which they had never quite given up. Regulus had, in the 4 years since, kept it as the second of his 3 bolt holes. It had a fire laid. It had the bath drawn. It had bread and cheese and apples on the table, and a bottle of brandy, and a chair for Sirius, and a stool for Harry, and a small armchair for Regulus, and Kreacher was already moving toward the kettle. "Sirius," Regulus said, "before you bathe. One thing." "What?" "What is your full name, your address, the name of your closest school friend, the color of the hat you were wearing the night you were arrested, and what you were carrying in your right pocket on that night?" Quickly. Sirius blinked. Then he understood. Then, with a small grim approval, he answered. "Sirius Orion Black. 11 Buckmore Mews, Camden. James Fleamont Potter. Black, with a leather band. A Muggle stub of cheap chalk." "Good. Sit." Regulus poured. "Kreacher will bathe you in the kitchen because we cannot trust you on stairs yet. Eat first." "Reg." "Yes." "Why chalk?" "For drawing on a wall, in case you needed to leave a note for someone." "I knew you in school, Sirius. You always had chalk." "Eat the bread." Sirius ate the bread. Sirius drank, very carefully, a finger of brandy. Sirius watched, over the rim of the glass, his 9-year-old godson sit at the edge of the kitchen rug with a book on his lap, pretending to read, and with one ear absolutely tuned to every word the adult said. Sirius's eyes filled, twice, and Sirius wiped them with the back of his wrist, twice, and the third time he managed to keep the eyes dry by the simple expedient of looking at Kreacher, who was, in his own way, an extremely effective tear-dryer. "Reg," Sirius said. "Yes." "Pettigrew." "Pettigrew." "Yes." "Sirius. Listen to me very carefully. We have a great deal to discuss in the next 2 months. We have a Horcrux to destroy that, until today, I had no proper way of destroying. We have, in the country we cannot enter, a boy who is going to be sent a letter in 2 years asking him to attend a school which cannot, at present, know that he exists. We have a ministry that is looking for that boy, and a headmaster who, even now, is paying a man named Mundungus Fletcher to mention the name in pubs. We have a great deal of work. And we have one rat. I want the rat. You will get the rat, Sirius. When? In due course. With the trial. With the public. With the ministry watching. With Albus Dumbledore in the front row, frankly, because I want him to be there when his entire architecture for the last decade comes down. We are going to do this cleanly, Sirius. We are going to do it in such a way that not one Auror in Britain can say afterward that you did not deserve to come home. Do you understand? Yes. Sirius set the glass down. Reg. Yes. You've changed. I have, in fact, been raising your godson for 9 years. It shows. He's better than us, Sirius. Both of us. By a long way. And he's been waiting to meet you for as long as he can remember. Sirius looked at the boy on the rug. Harry, caught, looked up. Harry put the book down. Harry came across the rug and stood at Sirius's knee and, with the small considered courtesy he had been raised in, asked, Padfoot. Will you tell me a story about my dad? Sirius drew in a long breath. Sirius drew in the kind of long breath that meant a man was about to do, after 12 years of darkness, the simplest thing he had been waiting to do. Pup, he said. I will tell you stories about your dad until you are sick of them. Sit down. Sit down here, on this stool, by my knee. Harry sat. Outside, the white tree at the well had its winter shape. The sea was the color of slate. Inside, in a kitchen that smelled of brandy and bread and fresh chocolate and a very faint trace of long damp prison air that was already, by the work of Kreacher and the work of the orchard wards, leaving, 3 blacks and 1 half-potter sat down to begin, in earnest, a conversation they had been waiting 12 years for. Recovery did not look the way Regulus had thought it would look. The small library at Plumeur had a book on the medicine of long imprisonment, written by a Medowitch who had treated Auror veterans of the First War with Grindelwald. The book had 9 prescriptions. Regulus had read the book, with care, on the train to Liège in '83. He had laid in, against this day, the herbs and tinctures and small smoked oils the book recommended. He had laid in soft food. He had laid in, against the book's 5th recommendation, a deck of cards, since the book had said that men who had been in cells for years sometimes did better with the small mindless rhythm of cards than with conversation. The book had not, as it happened, prescribed for a man who was Sirius Black. Sirius Black, on the 3rd morning at Plumeur, came down the stairs at 6 in the morning, found Regulus in the kitchen, took the kettle off the hob with his own hand, said, I cannot bear another hour of being looked at like a thing that might break, and announced that he would, by lunch, be back on his feet enough to start running. He was not. He nearly fell, twice, before lunch. He was, however, running by the end of the week. Kreacher had to put one hand on the back of his collar to remind him to slow down. The hair came off on the 2nd day. Kreacher cut it. Sirius, on a chair in the orchard, with a sheet around his shoulders and a small dignified house elf on a stool beside him, instructed Kreacher to leave it long enough that he could, if necessary, look like a person who has not been aurored. Kreacher, with the wordless patience of an elf who had been waiting to do this for 12 years, ignored him and cut it to the shoulder. The bath had been twice. Sirius, after the first bath, had emerged into the parlor in clean clothes from his old wardrobe, which Regulus had kept in a cedar-lined trunk in the cellar in defiance of Walburga, since 1976. The clothes hung on him. He turned slowly in the parlor, looked at himself in the long mirror, and said, I look like my father after a bad week. You look, Regulus said, like a man 2 months from looking like himself again. 2 months. 2. In 2 months, Reg, I want a wand. You will have one in 3 days. I have an arrangement with a maker in Marseille. He owes me. He does not ask questions. I want my own. Your own was snapped at your trial. There was no trial. At the proceeding that the ministry is calling, in its records, your trial. Yes. Your wand was snapped. We have ordered another. You will, however, before the wand, learn to walk into a room without throwing it. Sit down. You sound like our father. I sound, in fact, like our great-grandmother. Sit down, Sirius. Sirius sat down. Harry, at 9, took the introduction of an entire godfather into his life with the small steady seriousness with which he took most things. He did not adore Sirius on sight, he had been raised to be skeptical of grown-ups who arrived with stories about themselves. He liked Sirius. Within a week he liked him a great deal. By the end of the 2nd week he had become, in his own quiet way, Sirius's small grave physiotherapist, walking the orchard wall with him after every meal, counting the steps, making him stop at the 3rd corner to breathe through his nose, refusing, with implacable 9-year-old courtesy, to to let him sit on the bench until the count of 200 had been reached. "Reg," Sirius said, on the morning of the 11th day, leaning in the kitchen door, "your child is a tyrant. He is, in fact, your child. He is half mine and half yours. My half does not behave like that. Your half taught him the joke about the sorting hat being a sock with opinions, last night, and now he is going to use that joke on someone in 5 years. I taught you that joke, Reg. I am, in fact, telling you that I remember." Sirius looked at him for a long second, with the small quizzical look of a man who had remembered, mid-sentence, that his brother was a person now. Then he came across the kitchen, took Regulus by the shoulders, kissed him on the top of the head, and went out to walk with Harry around the orchard. Regulus, at the table, allowed himself the count of 3. He used the count. Then he stood up and went and joined them. 3 weeks after Azkaban, in the cellar at Plumeur, they destroyed the locket. Regulus had known, for 2 years, what the destruction required. He had known it because he had spent 14 months in correspondence, under a Polish pseudonym, with an old goblin scholar who had published a single monograph on the materials that had been used to make and to unmake Horcruxes. The scholar had said 3 things. He had said that a Horcrux could be destroyed by a substance whose magical destructive force was greater than the soul fragment's own ability to repair its container. He had said that the 3 known substances of that kind were basilisk venom, fiend fire under the control of a master, and the strike of a goblin-forged silver weapon that had been blooded into the work it was made for. He had said, in his last letter, that the scholar himself had retired to a private vault and would not write again. Regulus did not have a basilisk. Regulus did not, in 1990, trust himself or any wizard on 3 continents to control fiend fire without losing the cellar. Regulus had, however, in the cellar at Plumeur, on a hook in the rune room, a goblin-forged silver dagger that had been a wedding gift to his great-grandfather, and which Regulus's own blood, under the right ritual, would render, by the goblin scholar's account, exactly the kind of blooded the substance required. Sirius and Harry sat on the cellar steps. Kreacher stood at Regulus's elbow. The locket lay on the slate. The locket, as the cellar lit, had begun to whisper. "Don't," Regulus said, to it, very calmly, in Latin, "speak to my brother. He has spent 11 years listening to worse than you, and he will not be tempted." "I'm tempted," Sirius muttered. "Do not be tempted, Sirius. Watch." Regulus knelt. He laid the silver dagger flat on the slate, beside the locket. He cut the inside of his wrist with a small bright knife. He poured. The blood ran along the dagger's blade in the small clean line he had practiced. The dagger, under the blood, hummed, and the hum was the hum of something receiving a name. He picked the dagger up. He raised the dagger. The locket, on the slate, screamed. It screamed because, in the small last attempt of a fragment of a soul, it had decided to project, into the cellar, every face it could find in Regulus's head. It threw, in 3 half-second flashes, his mother, his father, and Sirius dead on the floor. It threw Harry's small body crumpled at the foot of the orchard wall. It threw, with a particular vicious cruelty, Lily Evans's face at the moment of her death, with her green eyes wide and her hand outstretched toward an infant. Harry, on the steps, made a small sound. "Henry," Sirius said quietly, "look away." "No," Harry said, very steadily. "I'll watch. He's earned it." Regulus, hearing the small set voice behind him, allowed himself half a smile. He brought the dagger down. The dagger entered the locket. The locket, for a half-second, resisted. The dagger did not. Goblin silver, blooded, in the hand of the man whose family it had bound itself to, did not, ever, fail. The blade went through the casing in a clean line. The fragment screamed. Then the screaming stopped. The cellar was very quiet. The locket lay open on the slate, with a small ribbon of black smoke uncoiling from it, the way smoke uncoiled from a candle a child had blown out. The smoke gathered, briefly, at the cellar ceiling, as if looking for somewhere to go, and then dissipated, and was gone. The fragment was gone with it. "1," Regulus said softly. "How many?" Sirius said. "5 more. Maybe 6. We will discuss it." "Not tonight." "Tonight, Reg. Tonight you and I are going to have a brandy with Harry watching, and I am going to tell my godson the story of the night his father set fire to a willow tree at Hogwarts, because I have been told, by reliable witness, that I have to. Tomorrow, we discuss Horcruxes." "Reg." "Yes. You did it. We did it." Regulus turned. He looked at the boy on the cellar steps, who had not, in fact, looked away, and whose small face had the small adult set he had inherited from neither of his parents, and which Regulus, with private guilt, recognized as his own. "Henry. The bird on the chain. Calmer, Reg. The chain is shorter. Good. Up. We have brandy. We have stories. We have an orchard we have not, in fact, walked all of today." The boy stood. He came down the steps. He came to Regulus's side. He did not, in particular, look at the locket on the slate. He did, however, take Regulus's hand, and he did, with a small private satisfaction, push the fingers of his other hand between Sirius's, on the other side, so that the three of them walked up the cellar stairs that night holding hands. Outside, the orchard at Plomer was bare. A cold star hung over the white tree. Inside, in the small bright kitchen, Kreacher was already pouring brandy and warm milk in the right proportions for 3 different people, and the fire, without anyone touching it, came on. Later, when the boy was asleep upstairs, Sirius and Regulus sat by the fire alone with the bottle between them. The orchard wall shone under a thin moon. The small dagger, washed clean, lay on the mantel above the hearth, and would lie there, in the years to come, like a relic of a saint nobody had yet announced. "Reg," Sirius said. "Yes. I read the news today. Before you cut my hair. Kreacher gave me the clippings. What did you make of them?" "That the ministry is rotten. That Crouch Sr. is on his way out. That Fudge is the new minister, and Fudge is, in 3 sentences, a man who will believe the loudest voice in his ear. That Dumbledore is moving pieces I cannot, from this distance, see. And that, in a school in Scotland, in 2 years' time, a list of 11-year-olds is going to be read out, and one of those names is going to be Harry Potter, and the entire wizarding world is going to lose its mind on the same morning. Yes. What do we do, Reg?" Regulus poured. He tipped his glass against Sirius's. "We," he said softly, "make sure that when the entire wizarding world loses its mind, the boy at the center of it is the most prepared 11-year-old in the history of the school. And then, brother, we go in beside him." Sirius drank. The fire, in the grate, settled. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Letter and the Lie. The trial of Sirius Black, in the spring of 1991, was the loudest piece of theater the British wizarding world had been treated to in 15 years. It was loud not because Sirius made it loud, although Sirius, by old preference, would have made it loud, but because his council made it loud. His council made it loud because his council was a quietly furious old French witch in a dove-grey robe whose late husband had been a great-uncle of Regulus's, and who had, on being briefed by Regulus over the course of 3 afternoons in Toulouse, set her glass down and said, in a voice that made the lemon trees in the courtyard listen, "I am going to take this ministry of yours apart with my own 2 hands, monsieur. I am going to do it slowly. And I am going to do it on the front pages." Madame Aurora Hortense Ladaine de Rochebouvier was as good as her word. She did it, in the first instance, by submitting an affidavit from a still-missing man named Peter Pettigrew, who, according to the affidavit, written, signed, and sworn under 3 witness truth serums on the evening of the 3rd day of the trial, in front of a packed courtroom, had not, in fact, died on a London street in November of 1981. The affidavit had been obtained by a small private team of 2, a tall thin man calling himself Mr. Reg Rosier, who had located Pettigrew in a Yorkshire farmhouse in the company of the same Weasley family who had been keeping a pet rat for a decade, and the man's brother, calling himself Mr. Patrick Rosier, who had walked into the kitchen, picked up the rat, said, "Hello, Wormtail," and watched the rat reluctantly resume the shape of a small balding man. The affidavit, in cold legal language, was the worst document Peter Pettigrew had ever signed. The Wisengamot read it. The Wisengamot, for one unprecedented half-hour, was silent. Cornelius Fudge, in the front row, did the small, embarrassed thing of pretending to look at his notes. Albus Dumbledore, in the second row, did not look at his notes. Albus Dumbledore looked, with a quiet and very complicated expression, at the small, neat, dark-haired figure of Mr. Reg Rosier, who was sitting in the witness gallery with his arms folded. The case against Sirius collapsed in 11 days. The ministry, which did not know what else to do, awarded him 100,000 galleons in damages, gave him back his family vault, gave him back his wand, gave him a polite and very thoroughly worded apology in writing, gave him an Order of Merlin, second class, and asked him, very gently, please, by the way, where he had been for the last 6 months, since his escape from Azkaban had been the front page of the Prophet for 6 weeks. Sirius, who had been advised by Madame de Rochebouvier on this very point and who had memorized the sentence, said, "I have been recovering with family, in private. I will, of course, keep the ministry informed of my whereabouts going forward." The ministry, mollified, let him go. The ministry, in particular, did not look very closely at the brother. The brother, after the 11 days, walked out of the courtroom with his collar up, into a London afternoon that had not seen him for 12 years, and stood for a long second on the steps in the soft cold rain. Sirius, beside him, said quietly, "You all right, Reg?" "I am, in fact, all right." "Walk." They walked. A summons to a meeting was waiting for them, in the form of a phoenix, by the time they reached the small hotel they had taken in Bayswater. The phoenix waited with the patience of phoenixes. The phoenix accepted no answer but yes. The meeting was at 5. The meeting was in a small back office in the ministry that had been the office of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures since 1841 and was currently, in defiance of any logic, being used by the headmaster of Hogwarts as his London pied a terra. The meeting was Albus Dumbledore. "Reg," Sirius said, in their hotel room, with the cufflinks in his teeth as he changed his collar. "I will go." "You will not." "He will, in any case, want me." The phoenix knew what he was doing. The phoenix is a phoenix, Reg, he wants what Dumbledore tells him to want. The phoenix is a phoenix, Sirius, and he came to me because Dumbledore knew that if he sent the phoenix to you, you would set fire to the bird on principle. I am, in this instance, the rational option. Wait here. Reg. What? Don't, please, decide on the spot to do anything stupid. I have not done anything stupid, Sirius, in 12 years. I do not, now, propose to begin. You stole his boy who lived from a doorstep, Reg. That was not, on examination, stupid. That was, on examination, the best decision I have ever made. Wait here. He went. The ministry corridor he walked down was the same corridor he had walked down at 21 in 1979, when he had been escorted, very politely, to a debriefing about a relative who had recently been arrested. He had been a Death Eater then, although nobody had known. He was, today, a man who had been dead for 12 years, although nobody had known. The corridor had not changed. He had, very thoroughly, changed. The door to the small office was open. Albus Dumbledore was sitting behind a desk that was not his, with his half-moon spectacles low on his nose, and with 2 cups of tea on a tray, and with an expression that was, for once, almost not amused. Mr. Rosier, Dumbledore said gravely. Headmaster. Please, sit. Regulus sat. He took the second cup. He did not, for the first time in his adult life, find it necessary to cast any subtle protective charm before drinking from a cup offered by another wizard. He had decided, in advance, that Albus Dumbledore was many things but was not a man who would ever poison the tea. I will not waste your time, Dumbledore said. Where is Harry? He is well. He is with my brother and my brother's godson. He is, headmaster, by every metric a parent considers, thriving. That is not the question. That is, headmaster, the answer. The location is not yours to know. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a half-second. He opened them. I have spent 10 years, Mr. Black, looking. I have spent 10 years, Regulus replied levelly, raising him. I am aware of the looking. I have, in places, redirected the looking. I have done you, in some respects, the kindness of letting your most aggressive search teams find clues that led nowhere very quickly, instead of clues that led to my front door. That was a kindness. It was. You did not deserve it. I gave it anyway, because I have, perhaps, spent too long around a particular small green-eyed boy who would have been disappointed in me if I had not. A pause. Why, Dumbledore said, did you take him, Regulus? Because, headmaster, Regulus said, you were going to put him on a doorstep. A doorstep with the strongest blood protection in living memory. A doorstep, headmaster, of a woman who hated her sister. A woman who would not, by any measure, have raised the boy with anything other than the small slow cruelty of a person who thought he was a curse. The blood protection would have held. He would not have. By 11, you would have come for him, and by 11, you would have found a small starved animal and not a child. And then, in your gentle way, you would have set about teaching him to feel grateful for the school you returned him to, so that he would, in due course, walk into the situation you needed him to walk into, with a heart soft enough to be opened. I will not allow that, headmaster. I have not allowed it. I do not propose, today, to begin. Dumbledore was quiet for a long count. You have, he said finally, thought a great deal about this. I have, in fact, thought of little else for 10 years. He is to come to Hogwarts in September. He is. You have a condition. I have several. I will list 3. First, you will not, ever, attempt to remove him from my care. He will return to me at every holiday, including the half-term breaks. Second, you will not place him with the Dursleys, in any summer, under any circumstance, even for an afternoon. Third, Regulus set the teacup down. The small private project you have been running in the third-floor corridor of the school will not, this year, involve my child. Dumbledore went very still. You know about that. I have known, headmaster, for 8 months. I have known because my brother's godson is the kind of child who, when he overhears the headmaster of Hogwarts making a quiet arrangement in a Hogsmeade pub with the keeper of grounds, copies the arrangement down in green ink on a chart. I will not relay the chart. I will, however, tell you that you are using that boy as bait. I am protecting an object, Mr. Black. You are using an 11-year-old as bait. You have decided, without asking, that he is the proper instrument by which you draw out the man under your turban. I will, of course, allow my child to be brought to the school, since the school is what he needs. I will not allow him to be a piece on your board. If the man under your turban is to be addressed, I will address him personally. With my own wand. In a corridor, if you like, but not the 3rd floor, and not with my child as bait. Dumbledore had the grace to look down at his hands. I had not, he said, slowly, thought of it in those terms. You are an honest man, headmaster. That is your principal failing. You think you are not using people because you are not, in your mind, using them. You are, in fact, using them, in a great many ways, and the people are too proud to mention it. I am, in this respect, the proudest of all of them. I will mention it. Dumbledore looked up. His eyes were, very faintly, wet. The wet, in him, was what Regulus had been afraid of. In lesser men it was sentiment, in Dumbledore it was a very dangerous thing, the small honest grief of a man who realized he had been wrong about something deeply. Regulus. Yes. Thank you. Regulus considered this. He had not, in the 8 scenarios he had run for this conversation in his head, prepared for thank you. He took a sip of tea. He said, "Don't thank me until September. I am, after all, sending you a child who will, in 3 days, have rearranged the dormitory of whatever house he is sorted into to his own private satisfaction. I expect a complaint owl from your heads of house by Tuesday week." "I expect," Dumbledore said, with the small dry lift of a smile, "the complaint owls will come from Severus Snape, and they will come, Mr. Black, with a great deal of feeling." "Snape." A pause. "Tell him from me, and only when he asks, which he will, that the boy is well looked after, that the boy knows about his mother in detail, that I am, in fact, raising him to be the sort of son she would have approved of, and that if he so much as raises his voice at the boy in his classroom for an unfair reason, I will, in the small ways available to me, ruin his peace for the rest of the year. He may take that as an expression of family interest. I shall pass it on. Word for word. Please do. Mr. Black. Headmaster. He will need," Dumbledore said carefully, "more friends than you and your brother. He has, Headmaster, an English boy of his own age in the village we live in, who has spent a year teaching him cricket with a surprising lack of irony, and a small French girl who has spent a year teaching him chess and beating him. He has Kreacher, who is, on balance, a friend. He has my brother. He has me. He has a half-Vila woman in Liège who is, by his own private accounting, his favorite teacher. He has, on his cottage wall, photographs of his parents and of his godfather which are signed and unsigned in 3 different hands. He will need more friends, yes. He will, Headmaster, find them. He is the sort of boy who will. I do not, in this matter, need your assistance." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Then I shall await him at the feast." The Hogwarts letter had arrived 3 weeks before the trial. It had arrived in the hand of a brown owl that had, at first, gone to Surrey, and had then, with the slow professional resignation of a school-letter owl who had been rerouted for the 11th time in his career, come on to Brittany, where, at the kitchen window of the Orchard Cottage, it had rapped politely at the glass. Harry had been at the table. Harry had been working, with the small absorbed care of a child who had been, all his life, working with the small absorbed care of a child, on a chess problem that Sirius had set him at breakfast. Harry had looked up. Harry had said, with a very even voice, "Reg." "Yes. It's the letter." "I see." The boy had stood. He had walked to the window. He had opened the window. He had let the owl in. The owl had hopped, very ceremonially, across the table, set the letter beside the chessboard, and accepted, with great dignity, the strip of bacon Kreacher offered. The boy had then taken the letter in both hands and had, before opening it, looked across the kitchen at Regulus, with green eyes that had in them, for the first time in several years, the look of a child asking for permission. "Yes," Regulus had said, very quietly. "Open it." He had opened it. He had read it twice. He had set it down on the chessboard, where it covered most of the chess problem. He had sat down. He had said, without fuss, "I'm going." I had assumed. "I will need," Harry had said with a small grave precision, "a list. I will need to go to Diagon Alley. I will need a school trunk. I will need," and here a small uncalculated grin had broken across his face, "a wand. You will need a wand. I have been thinking about that for a year. I have been thinking about it for 10. They went to Diagon Alley on a Tuesday morning in mid-August. They went by the front door. They did not, by then, have any reason not to. Sirius was a free man, again, in the eyes of the ministry. Regulus was, by official ministry record, a man who had been quietly returning from a long confinement in a continental sanatorium following a magical accident in 1979, a story Madame de Rochebouvier had inserted into the public record as part of Sirius's defense, and which had been swallowed without question by the official memory because the official memory had been, on this point, eager to believe a tidy story rather than think too hard about the impossibility of being dead. The alley, at 10 in the morning, was already crowded. The alley, on seeing Sirius Black walking down its cobbles for the first time in 12 years, did three things at once: it stared, it muttered, and it parted. Sirius walked through the parting like a man taking a small dignified victory lap. He had not, for months, allowed himself this, and he had, for months, deserved it. He had a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, on the other side, had Regulus. The boy himself had been, that morning, given a particular speech. Henry. Yes, Reg. In the next 2 hours, you will be looked at by, at minimum, 300 wizards and witches, of whom at least 80 will recognize you. You will not deny who you are, but you will not announce it. If you are asked, you will say yes. If you are asked, in particular, by a reporter, you will say nothing, smile politely, and walk away. We have rehearsed this. Yes, Reg. Walk. They walked. The whispering followed them up the alley like a small bright wave. By the door of Madame Malkin's, 2 children Harry's age had stopped in their tracks. By the steps of Flourish and Blots, a witch had dropped a parcel. By the corner of Nocturne Alley, an old wizard with a parrot on his shoulder had bowed, slightly, and had said in a quiet voice that did not carry, "Mr. Potter," and had walked on. Harry's chin came up half an inch. He did not look at any of them. He walked. In Madame Malkin's they were greeted by a tall, fair-haired boy with a sharp clean little face, who turned, on the fitting stool, with the same small bright social readiness with which a snake turned on a sun-warmed rock, and looked Harry up and down. "First year?" the boy said. "Yes. Father in the trade?" "My godfather and my uncle." Harry returned the look. He returned it with the small precise courtesy he had been trained in at 5. "Henry Rosier. Draco Malfoy. My father's outside. He's getting my books." "How nice. You're not wearing house robes yet?" "No. I haven't been sorted." "Slytherin," Draco said comfortably. "I'm bound for Slytherin. The rest are rubbish. You'll see. Hufflepuff is a joke and Gryffindor is a fight in a stairwell." "And Ravenclaw?" "Ravenclaw is the house where the cleverest witches and wizards go to be patronized by the Slytherins." Draco smiled. The smile was meant, very obviously, to be charming. "You strike me as a Slytherin." "Do I?" "You haven't blushed in the last 5 minutes. Most boys our age have been blushing since I started talking." Harry inclined his head. He inclined the head with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, and he did, with absolute deliberation, the small private thing he had been told never, ever to do in public unless he meant it. He looked. The look brushed across the small bright surface of Draco Malfoy's mind like a cat's whisker. It did not enter. It only touched. Harry, in the quiet of his own head, registered, insecure. Ambitious. Lonely. Interested. He withdrew. "I think," Harry said, with a small honest smile, "we will be friendly, you and I, Draco. I cannot promise sorted together. I can promise civil, in any case. You're an odd one. I have been told." Draco looked at him for a second. Draco, with the quick recovery of a child who had been raised by a politician, said, "Friend me on the train, then. There's room in my compartment. I'll keep it in mind." The boy was excused. Madame Malkin, behind them, finished pinning Harry's robes. Outside on the cobbles, Sirius and Regulus had been pretending, very loudly, to look at a window display, while listening with their entire attention. When Harry came out, Sirius bent and said, into his ear, "Was that small ferret Lucius Malfoy's son?" "Yes. And he wants me to be his friend, Padfoot. And I am, with reservations, willing to be." "Reg." "Yes. He's already smarter than us, you realize. I have, in fact, realized this, Sirius, every morning since he was 3. The wand came at last. Mr. Ollivander, in his small cluttered shop, had been expecting them. He had been expecting them not because he had been told but because, he said, I have a wand on the 3rd shelf at the back that has been singing for 3 weeks, Mr. Potter, and I have a strong suspicion that it has been singing for you. For me. For you, Mr. Potter, and not, I should add, for anyone else. I know, in this respect, what I know. Sit. Harry sat. Ollivander tested. They tested for an hour. The hour was not, by the small precise standards of Ollivander, particularly long. He had been with Bellatrix Lestrange, in 1965, 4-3. The hour, however, was tense. Wand after wand was offered, lifted, considered, and put gently back, by the boy whose face had gone, by the 3rd wand, into the small absorbed look Regulus knew very well, the look of a child working a hard equation in his head. The wand on the 3rd shelf was the 11th wand Ollivander brought down. It was a long thin wand of holly with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches, flexible. Ollivander offered it. Harry took it. The wand sang. The sing was not a sound. The sing was a feeling. The feeling was, in the small bright way of the right wand finding the right hand, the feeling of a door opening in a wall a person had not known was a wall. Harry did not, in particular, smile. Harry, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, said, yes. Ollivander, behind the counter, had gone very still. Mr. Potter, he said softly, do you know whose feather is in that wand? No, sir. It is the brother of the wand that gave you that scar. The silence in the shop was a particular silence. Harry looked at the wand. Harry looked, briefly, at Regulus. Regulus did not move his face. Harry looked back at Ollivander. Then, Harry said, with a small precise courtesy, I will, in due course, repay the favor. He bought the wand. He paid in galleons, from the small purse Sirius had given him on his 11th birthday. He thanked Mr. Ollivander, who, behind the counter, did not entirely manage to be expressionless. They walked out of the shop. They walked up the alley to a cafe, and they sat down, and Sirius said, to nobody in particular, Pup. Padfoot? You scared an Ollivander. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's about time someone did. Reg. Yes. Tell me again. Tell me the rule about wand sharing. You will not lend that wand, Henry. Not to your godfather, not to me, not to any friend, not even briefly. The bond is unusual. It is yours. If a wand of that kind is borrowed, in the sort of way Sirius is asking about, the bond can do strange things. Keep it on you. Sleep with it under the pillow. Bathe with it in arm's reach. Yes, Reg. And, Henry. Yes. In 4 weeks, on the 1st of September, you will board a train to a school in Scotland, and on that train you will, almost certainly, meet the boy you just met, and on that train you will, almost certainly, also meet the daughter of an Auror called Tonks, whose name is Nymphadora and who is, by the by, your second cousin, and a small ginger boy called Weasley whose family kept Pettigrew, and a girl called Granger whose books will arrive at Diagon Alley in a separate parcel because she is the cleverest first year in Britain this year. You will meet, in the Great Hall, 347 other students, and in the staff room 22 professors, and at the high table, in his particular chair, a man you have never met but whom your godfather and I have, after some discussion, decided is, on balance, your ally. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. And the man under the turban. Sirius leaned in. Regulus did not move. And the man under the turban, Regulus said. Yes, child. Him too. We will speak more of him before September. Tonight, we will speak of nothing. Tonight you will eat ice cream, and we will walk back to the Leaky, and your godfather will tell you the story of the time he stole Severus Snape's left shoe. Reg, Sirius said. What? There were 2 shoes. I am, in fact, aware. Tell only the first one. The second one will keep until he is 13. The Hogwarts Express, on the 1st of September, pulled out of platform 9 3/4 at exactly 11 o'clock, and an 11-year-old boy in a black wool coat, with a holly wand tucked into the inside pocket and a small white owl in a cage at his feet, stood at the open carriage window between his godfather and his uncle, and waved. He waved, in particular, at his uncle. Regulus, on the platform, did not wave back. Regulus did, however, raise his right hand to the brim of his hat. The small gesture, between them, had been a private code since the boy was 6. It meant, I am here. It meant, I will be here. It meant, walk forward. Walk forward, Henry, Regulus said softly, almost into his own collar. The train pulled out. The first new friend Harry made on the train was, as predicted, Draco Malfoy, who had reserved him a seat. The second was Tonks, who had snuck onto the train as a 7th-year prefect and was, in fact, doing a quiet errand for Sirius. The third was Hermione Granger, who came down the corridor looking for a lost toad, and stayed when Harry, with absolute courtesy, offered her a sandwich. The fourth was Neville Longbottom, who had just remembered where his toad was. The fifth was a small, sharp, angry girl called Pansy Parkinson, who came in to be insufferable and was, with the small private patience Harry had been trained in, diffused into, by the end of the journey, a tentative ally. The sixth, eventually, was a boy named Ron Weasley, who stuck his head into the compartment because his rat had run away, and whose whole life was, by then, about to become complicated by the fact that his rat was, in an horror cell in London, awaiting trial. Harry made friends. He made friends carefully, and with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, and in such a way that, by the time the train stopped at Hogsmeade, 6 children of 3 different houses were following him down the platform like a small careful orbit. In the boats to the castle he sat between Hermione and Draco. He did not, particularly, choose. Hermione, on the right, was already explaining the etymology of a charm she had read about that morning. Draco, on the left, was not quite scowling at Hermione, because Draco, at 11, had not yet learned that if you did not scowl at the small clever girl in the next seat, the small clever girl would, in due course, run circles around you with her wand. The boats moved. The lake mirrored the sky. The castle, when it appeared, did its job of appearing, which was the most impressive job a piece of architecture had ever done. Harry looked at it. He thought, with the small private clarity of a boy who had been raised in a kitchen by a man named Reg who had told him, every Christmas for 10 years, that the castle in Scotland would, at some point, be visible from a boat, I am here. He thought, walk forward. In the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall, taller than he remembered her from the photographs, gave a short speech about houses. Harry, with absolute deliberation, did not allow himself to think about which house he would be sorted into. He had decided, after long and careful conversation in the kitchen at Crow Street, that he would let the hat decide. He had only one rule. He would, if the hat asked, refuse Slytherin, only if Slytherin would have isolated him from the friends he had already made. The doors opened. The great hall opened. The candles, the 4 tables, the high table, the ceiling, Harry took it in one quiet sweep. He found, at the high table, a thin man with greasy black hair whose eyes were already on him. He did not look away. He found, at the high table, a smaller man in a vivid purple turban whose hand was, very visibly to a boy who had been trained to look, trembling around his goblet. He did not look away from him either. He found, at the high table, the great old beard and the half-moon spectacles, and he found, behind those spectacles, a long calm grey eye that was already, in the small grave way of 2 players who had agreed to play a game, looking back at him. Harry inclined his head, very slightly. Dumbledore, at the high table, very slightly, inclined his. The hat was put on him. The hat said, in the small patient voice of a hat that had been doing this for 1,000 years, well, Mr. Potter, well. What a great deal you have decided to bring me, this evening. Show me what you have, Harry thought, very politely. The hat showed him. The hat showed him a small black drawing room and a small French orchard. The hat showed him a holly wand and a chart in 3 colors of ink. The hat showed him a man who was officially dead and a brother who had been in a cell and a small leathery elf whose love had saved them all. The hat showed him, with a small dry humor, the particular shape of his courage, his cunning, his loyalty, and his hunger to know, and the hat said, well. Well. There is a house for each of you, child. There is no, in fact, dishonest hat about this. You could, with credit, go to any of them. Where would you like to go? Harry thought, very steadily, where will I do the most good? The hat laughed. That, Mr. Potter, the hat said, has not been asked of me in 300 years. The hat thought. Then the hat, very calmly, said, Slytherin. The Slytherin table, which had not, in living memory, applauded a sorting with anything other than restrained politeness, applauded. The Gryffindor table did not boo. The Hufflepuff table, after a half-second of confusion, applauded too. The Ravenclaw table, by the count of 2, was clapping with the rhythm of a lecture hall recognition that a thing had happened that was about to be very interesting. Harry took the hat off. He stepped down. He walked, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, to the Slytherin table. He sat between Draco Malfoy, who was beaming, and a small dark girl who introduced herself as Daphne Greengrass and who, on the spot, decided that Harry was the most interesting person in the room. Across the room, at the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley, who had, against all odds, been sorted there, gave him a small startled wave. At the Ravenclaw table, a small girl with round glasses, whom Harry did not yet know by name, smiled. At the Hufflepuff table, a polite blonde girl mouthed congratulations. At the high table, the man under the turban met Harry's eye for one long second. Harry, with the small private deliberation of a boy who had been raised by Reg, looked. The man under the turban looked away. Harry took a roll. Harry buttered the roll. Harry ate the roll. Hogwarts had begun. The Slytherin common room was, by tradition, a long low room beneath the lake, lit in a green glass quiet of water. Harry walked in behind a tall 6th-year prefect named Gemma Farley, who had, in her welcome speech on the way down, said 3 useful things and 4 unuseful things, and who, on the way through the door, paused at the threshold to give him a small precise look that he had been expecting and had decided not to flinch from. Potter, she said. Yes. My family fought yours in the last war. Yes. Quite hard. I am, in fact, aware. You're going to be fine here, she said, after a count, as long as you don't expect me to like you on any but my own schedule. I would, in fact, prefer that, Miss Farley. She inclined her head. She let him in. The first night in the dormitory was unremarkable. Draco had the bed by the window. Crabbe had the bed by the door. Goyle had the bed across from Crabbe. Theodore Nott, a thin pale boy who had not introduced himself on the train, had the bed in the corner. He had, on entering the dormitory, sat down on the bed, opened a book, and ignored everyone for 2 hours, which Harry mentally noted as a sign of a person worth knowing in the long run. Blaise Zabini had the bed by the fireplace. Harry had the bed at the back, near the door to the bathroom, which he had picked on principle. He sat on the bed for a long second after the curtains were drawn. He laid the holly wand on the small bedside table where he could reach it in the dark. He laid, beside the wand, the small piece of orchard hawthorn Regulus had given him at the train station, which was the size of a thumbnail and which would, if anyone with malice came near him in his sleep, grow warm against the bedside. He laid, beside the hawthorn, a small folded photograph, which Sirius had pressed into his hand with a fierce wordless hug at platform 9 3/4, of his father and his mother and his godfather at 16, laughing in front of the lake at this very castle. He looked at the photograph for a count of 3. He blew out the candle. He did not blow it out with his breath. He did not need to. He slept. He slept, in particular, with the bird on the chain. He dreamed of nothing. The first week was a week of small steady noticing. Snape, in the first lesson, did exactly the small mean thing Harry had been told he would do. He asked, in a voice that carried, "Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry looked up. He did not stand. He did not, with the small precise courtesy he had been raised in, look down. He said, with the absolute evenness of a boy who had been preparing for this particular question for 2 months, "Sir, monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. Aconitum, of the buttercup family. There is no difference, except that the names are used differently in different sources. The plant is poisonous in every part. It is, in your own published research from 1979, the principal active ingredient in the lupin sedative preparation you have been refining." "Sir." The class had, by halfway through the answer, stopped breathing. Snape, behind the desk, did not move for a count. Then Snape, with the small private dignity of a man who had been quietly hoping that the boy would, in the course of his sentence, slip and need to be corrected, said, "Acceptable." He paused. "And what would you be left with if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death, sir. Although, with respect, the recipe in your second-year textbook is wrong. The text says 3 turns clockwise, but the original 1532 manuscript specifies 3 turns counterclockwise, and clockwise produces a draught that is, on average, 2 hours less effective. I would, if it were not impertinent, recommend correcting the textbook." The class did not, in particular, breathe again. Snape, very slowly, said, 20 points to Slytherin, Mr. Potter. For preparation. And do not, ever, in this classroom, correct me on a textbook again, in front of my students, even when you are right. Yes, sir. You are dismissed for the day from the brewing. Yes, sir. You will, however, after the lesson, remain. We will speak. Yes, sir. After the lesson Harry remained. The other Slytherins filed out, in the particular careful way of children leaving a room in which their head of house has been embarrassed. Draco lingered until Snape, without looking up, told him to go. When the door closed, Snape sat down behind the desk. "Sit, Potter." Harry sat. For a long second Snape did not look at him. Snape looked, with great precision, at his hands. "Your uncle," Snape said, "has sent me a message." "Yes, sir. He said it would come from him. He said it would come, however, only when I asked. I am, as it happens, asking. My uncle," Harry said, with absolute deliberation, "asked me to tell you, sir, that my mother is in our house in 3 places. There is a photograph of her on the mantelpiece in the parlor, in which she is laughing at my father. There is a photograph of her in the kitchen at the cottage, in which she is sitting on the wall in the orchard. There is a 3rd photograph, sir, which is in my godfather's wallet, in which she is 15, in a green coat, on the lawn at this castle. My uncle said you would, in your own time, recognize the 3rd one. He said, when you did, you would understand that I have been raised, sir, with the small private and absolute conviction that my mother was a great person, and that the world is, in her absence, smaller. And he asked me to add, sir, that you taught her the levitation charm in your 4th year, in the courtyard, when she was crying because Walter Avery had been unkind to her, and that, in her later letters to my uncle's cousin, she mentioned this, and that this is the part of you my uncle wanted me to know about." Snape did not move. For a long count of 15, Snape did not move. Then Snape, very softly, said, "Your uncle, Mr. Potter, has been a meddlesome man for as long as I have known him." "Yes, sir. He told me you would say that. He is wrong about a great deal. He told me you would say that, too." A pause. "He is not, however," Snape said, very quietly, looking at his hands, "wrong about all of it. Get out, Potter. Go to your next class." "Yes, sir." "And, Potter." "Yes, sir." In this classroom. From me. You will not, in your time at this school, be unfairly treated. I will not, in this respect, fail your mother twice. Harry, at the door, paused. He did not look back. Thank you, sir, he said quietly. He went. The man under the turban was a worse problem. In the first week Harry had 3 lessons in defense against the dark arts. The man under the turban was, by visible sign, a fraud. He stuttered, he flinched, he taught from a textbook with the small bright incompetence of a man who had not actually read the textbook in 9 years. The man under the turban, however, was not the fraud he was pretending to be. Harry knew this within 5 minutes of the first lesson, because Quirrell had asked the class a question about a particular hex that, in its phrasing, only a person who had actually used the hex would have asked. Harry had, with the small careful instinct of a boy who had been raised to look at people, looked at him. He had not looked. He had been told, in the strongest possible terms, that he would not, ever, look at the man under the turban, since the man under the turban was, by Regulus's calculation, half occupied by a fragment of the soul that would, if it noticed Harry's looking, recognize him in a way that no man in the school could afford to be recognized in. Harry, with absolute deliberation, did not look. Harry only looked. Harry looked at the way Quirrell held his wand, not in the hand of a man with palsy, but in the hand of a man pretending to have palsy. Harry looked at the way Quirrell turned at the blackboard, not the turn of a teacher, but the turn of an orar. Harry looked at the small smell, in the room, that was not, in any honest accounting, garlic. By the end of the second lesson Harry had decided 3 things. He had decided that the man under the turban was, in some part, a man called Quirinus Quirrell who had, in 1990, in Albania, been overrun by a fragment that was older and crueler than him. He had decided that the fragment had his small hard goal. He had decided that, by the end of the year, the fragment would attempt the goal, and that, before he attempted the goal, the fragment would attempt something else he had been quietly planning for months, the something else being, on Harry's reading of Regulus's notes, a small, almost discreet murder of a particular 11-year-old in a corridor. Harry did not, on this matter, panic. Harry wrote, on the first Friday night, a long letter in green ink to his Uncle Reg. The letter laid out, in 3 colors, what he had seen and what he had decided. The letter was sent, by the small white owl Regulus had given him for his 11th birthday, who was named, with great irony, Hedwig, and whose very particular gift was that she could find an addressee even when the addressee did not, technically, want to be found. The letter went out on a Friday evening over the West Highland line. The letter came back on Sunday morning. The reply, in Regulus's small precise hand, said only, Henry. Read again the letter you sent. You have, in 3 colors, drawn me a chart of a man I remember from when I was 20. I believe you. I also believe, on the chart, that you have already worked out his weakness. Walk forward, child. Your godfather and I will, on his attempt, be in a particular pub in Hogsmeade. I will, in that week, send you the pub's name. Until then, your friends. Your mind. Your hawthorn. Your wand. Use them. You are, of all the 11-year-olds in this castle, the one who has, in fact, been preparing for this. You are not alone. R. Harry folded the letter into a very particular shape. He put the letter into the inside pocket of his wool coat. He went down to breakfast. At breakfast, Hermione Granger, sitting with him at the Slytherin table, where she had, 3 days ago, been informally adopted as a small curiosity nobody wanted to argue with on the grounds that she had won them 8 points in Transfiguration on the first day, looked up and said, very seriously, Henry. Are we actually going to break into the 3rd-floor corridor this term, or are we going to wait for spring? Spring, Harry said. Definitely spring. Why? Because we have, until spring, a great deal to learn. He buttered a roll, very quietly. He looked across the hall at the high table. The man in the turban was avoiding his eye. Snape was, in the corner of his vision, watching. Dumbledore was, in his great calm chair, eating a piece of toast. Harry caught Dumbledore's eye for a half-second. He inclined his head. He went back to his breakfast. Outside, the lake moved against the windows of the Slytherin common room. In a small French house on a small Belgian street, an old elf was washing a teacup. In a low cottage on a slate seashore, a man named Reg was reading a letter. In a small hot castle in Scotland, an 11-year-old boy in a black wool coat was eating a roll, and was thinking, very calmly, about the work of the year ahead. He thought, walk forward. He walked. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Serpent's Crown Quidditch, in November, was as cold as the holly handle of his wand. Harry had not, until that morning, considered that the wood of his broom would, in a Scottish high wind, freeze. He had not considered that his fingers, inside the regulation Slytherin gloves, would, in 5 minutes, go numb. He had not considered that the fingertips, inside the gloves, would, after the numbness, ache. Madame Hooch had given him a quarter-second's lecture on stretching them at altitude. He stretched them. He flew. The Slytherin team had taken him on against tradition, since first years were not, by tradition, allowed to play, and since the entire previous reserve roster of the team had, in the autumn, been decimated by a flu of unknown origin which Harry suspected, on no real evidence, of having involved Marcus Flint and a slightly enchanted bowl of soup. Harry had been recruited as a seeker. Harry, on the first day of practice, had been the youngest seeker the team had fielded since 1928. Harry, on the third day of practice, had caught the snitch in 8 minutes, which was the team record. Marcus Flint, captain, had said, "Don't get cocky, Potter," and Harry, with absolute sincerity, had replied, "I, in fact, never have, sir," and Flint had not known, for the rest of the lesson, whether to take a swing at him or buy him a butterbeer. This morning was the match. Slytherin played Gryffindor on the 1st of November because some long-dead Hogwarts headmaster had decided in the Middle Ages that the Slytherin-Gryffindor match would always begin the season, and some long-dead headmaster had, on this point, been correct, since nothing else in the Hogwarts year produced anything quite like the small bright violence of two houses who hated each other, and respected each other, and were trying to take each other's points. The great hall had been empty at breakfast. The stands, when Harry walked out of the changing room, were already roaring. He paused on the lip of the pitch. He did not look up at the stands. He had been told, by Sirius, in a long lecture in early September, that he would, on the day of his first match, be tempted to look up at the stands, since the stands would, at the moment of his stepping out, contain in their first 3 rows several adults whose faces he would recognize. Sirius had said, "Don't." Sirius had said, "You look at them after the snitch." Sirius had said, "You do not, in particular, give the man with the bad eye in the back of the second row the satisfaction of seeing you flinch." Harry did not look up. He walked out. He mounted his broom, a Nimbus 2000 that Sirius had given him on the platform, against Regulus's mild protests, as, "What your father would have given you, Reg, don't argue," and he kicked off. The match was 68 minutes long. The match was, by the report in Monday's Daily Prophet, an exhibition of small flying which has not been seen in this stadium for a generation, by an 11-year-old whose handling of a broom suggests that the school has, in its newest first year, been quietly given a problem of which it is not yet aware. Harry caught the snitch with his left hand. Bagman, in his commentary, said, with his left hand. 3 times in succession, at 67 minutes and 48 seconds, after a 50-second dive that put his nose 6 inches from the grass and his pulse, by his later self-assessment, at the rate of a horse on a stretch. Slytherin won, 240-60. Lee Jordan, the Gryffindor commentator, with the small good grace of a boy who had been brought up to admire flying, said, at the end, all right, well caught, Potter, well caught." Harry landed. The Slytherin team mobbed him. Marcus Flint, who had, at the end of the dive, broken into a private smile he had not allowed himself in 3 years, lifted Harry off the ground with one arm and said something obscene in his ear that Harry decided, with the small careful courtesy he had been raised in, to take as a compliment. In the stands, on the second row, 3 particular adults stood up. Harry, with the small precise discipline he had been taught, did not look until the team had set him down. Then he looked. In the second row, between 2 reluctant tourists and a polite professor of charms, were a tall thin man in a black coat with a high collar, a slightly less tall man with shoulder-length hair tied back in a velvet ribbon, whose grin was, even from down here, very visibly the grin of a boy who had just watched his godson redefine flying, and, between the two of them, a small leathery shape in a starched white pillowcase, who was, by his own private decision, attending the match disguised as the elderly, slightly eccentric, half-deaf grandfather of one of the men beside him. Reg Padfoot. Kreacher. They had come. They had not told him they were coming. Harry, in the small bright way of an 11-year-old who had played his heart out for an hour and had then looked up to find that his entire family had been there the whole time, smiled. Regulus, in the second row, did not smile back. Regulus did, however, raise his right hand to the brim of his hat. Harry, at 100 yards, raised his right hand to the brim of his cap. "I am here," the gesture said. "I will be here. Walk forward." He walked forward. By Christmas, Harry's quiet small group of friends had, by accident and by his own design, become something the school had decided to call, in the corridors, the salon. The name had been coined, in a small private joke, by Theodore Nott, who had pointed out at lunch in the second week that anyone Harry Potter had a sustained conversation with at the Slytherin table appeared, within 9 days, to develop opinions of a more interesting kind than they had previously held. Daphne Greengrass had said, "Then it's a salon." Like the 18th-century French ones, and Hermione Granger, with great satisfaction, had said, "I have read about those." Carry on, please. The name had stuck. By Christmas the salon had 11 members. 5 were Slytherins, Draco Malfoy, who was, despite his father, a boy who had decided, with private effort, to be interesting, Theodore Nott, who was a quiet brilliance Harry had recognized on the first night, Daphne Greengrass, who was, by Harry's reading, the next Bellatrix in the family if she did not, in the next 2 years, have her own opinions, Blaise Zabini, who was sardonic and lazy and stunning at charms, and Pansy Parkinson, who had been defused on the train and who was, since the second week, Harry's most ferocious defender against the rest of her own house. 3 were Gryffindors, Hermione Granger, on whose half-bench at the Slytherin table Harry had hung a small etched plate that said reserved in green ink, by general agreement, Neville Longbottom, who, since Harry had taken 5 minutes in the corridor on the first Wednesday to compliment him on a herbology answer Snape had cut him off mid-dash, had been unshakably devoted, and a small ginger Weasley named Ron, whose family, in the trial, had been quietly and humbly cleared of any wrongdoing about a rat, and who had decided, with the small gruff dignity of a Weasley, that the Potter boy was all right. 2 were Ravenclaws, Padma Patil, Hermione's bright-eyed counterpart in everything Hermione was bright-eyed about, and a small blonde girl with round glasses called Luna Lovegood, who had been a year below them and who had, on the 3rd week, simply walked into one of their study sessions and started speaking, and whom nobody, after 20 minutes, had wanted to ask to leave. 1 was a Hufflepuff, Susan Bones, whose aunt was head of the DMLE and who had, on the first Saturday, sat down across the chessboard from Harry in the library and said, "My aunt thinks your uncle is a difficult man to predict. I thought I would, on her behalf, get to know you." The 11 members of the salon met 3 nights a week, in an unused classroom on the 4th floor that had been adopted by them in the second week. The classroom had a fireplace. The classroom had a long oak table. The classroom had, behind a tapestry on the back wall, a small alcove that Harry had quietly, in the 3rd week, locked with a particular charm Regulus had taught him at 9. In the alcove there was a chart in 3 colors of ink, which was being amended, every Sunday evening, by the 11 of them. The chart was the Quirrell chart. The Quirrell chart had 3 columns. The first column was things we have seen. The second column was things we have heard. The third column was things we have worked out. By the second week of December the third column was 18 lines long, and the 18 lines, in summary, said, that there was a man behind Quirrell, that the man was called Voldemort, although the children had, by Hermione's quietly radical decision in the second week, agreed to call him by his name, that the man was after a small object hidden, by Dumbledore, on the third floor, that the small object was, by the careful research of Padma Patil in the library archive, almost certainly the Philosopher's Stone, last known to have been in the keeping of a man called Nicholas Flamel, and that the man behind Quirrell would, before the end of the year, attempt to take the stone, and would, before he attempted to take the stone, attempt a small private murder, in the corridor of the third floor, of an 11-year-old whose name was on the chart in green. The salon had read the chart, and the salon, at that point, had asked Harry, "What do we do?" Harry, on the chart, had written, "We help." On the third Saturday of December, with snow on the ground in the courtyard and 4 inches of new powder along the lake shore, Harry walked down to Hogsmeade alone. He had not, technically, been allowed to. First years did not, by school rule, leave the castle for the village until third year. He had, however, an arrangement with a particular professor that allowed him, on this one Saturday in December, to walk down through the small private path behind Hagrid's hut and to step, at the lake's edge, through a small private gate that was guarded by a polite hawthorn that had, at 3 winters of practice, been taught to recognize the particular small breath of a boy named Henry Rosier. He stepped through. He came up through the village from the south. The pub was the Hog's Head. The pub was empty save for a small private table at the back. At the small private table sat his uncle, his godfather, and a small leathery shape in a clean white pillowcase. On the table sat tea, 4 scones, 3 knives, and the Quidditch cup of the previous year, which Sirius had retrieved from a man in Diagon Alley who had, in 1979, owed him a favor. Harry sat down. Sirius, with a grin, slid the scones at him. Pop. Padfoot. Reg Kreacher. Henry, Regulus said. Eat. Tell us. Harry ate. He told. He told them, with the small precise care he had been raised in, every line on the chart. He told them, in particular, the part of the chart that had been added in the previous Tuesday's session, in a hand that was Hermione's, and which said, "Girl from Hufflepuff, S. Bones, reports overheard conversation by head of house, stone to be moved on the last night of term." He told them about the patterns of Quirrell's movements at night. He told them about the small private fact that Snape, in his own way, had been watching Quirrell for months, and that Snape's watching had been, by every sign Harry could read, the watching of a man who suspected without quite knowing. He told them, at the end, about the mirror. The mirror had been, in the third week of November, a private discovery. He had been walking the third floor at night, against Regulus's instructions, but in the polite small disobedience of an 11-year-old who had decided that the chart needed a better column, and he had stepped, by accident, into a long disused classroom in which a tall mirror stood under a sheet. He had pulled the sheet off. He had looked into the mirror. He had not, in the mirror, seen anything. Anything? Regulus asked. Anything, Reg. Tell me, Henry, exactly what you saw. Myself. Standing in the room. With the same coat I was wearing. The same wand in the same hand. Behind me, my own reflection. That is, sir, all. There was a long pause. What did the mirror say, child? It said, Reg carved on the frame. A line of letters. They were, when I read them backward, the words, I show not your face but your heart's desire. And, Reg, my heart's desire was, on examination, the small empty room and myself in it. With the wand. With the coat. With nothing else. Regulus closed his eyes. He opened them. He looked at his brother. Sirius, for once, did not say anything. Sirius looked, for one quiet count, at his godson with an expression that, in the kindly amber light of the Hog's Head, did not entirely manage to be unsentimental. Henry, Regulus said carefully. Do you understand what that means? I think, Reg, the boy said, that it means I am not, currently, missing anything. It means more than that, child. Most people who look in that mirror see whatever they have been told, all their lives, that they should want. They see their parents. They see their teachers' approval. They see kingship. They see fame. They see, most of all, the thing they have spent their whole lives believing they cannot have. Do you understand? Yes, Reg. And you saw nothing. You saw an empty room and yourself in it. What that means, Henry, is that you have been, in some way I am not entirely sure I deserve credit for, raised. You have everything you want. You have me. You have your godfather. You have your friends. You have, by your own admission, in this term, made a kind of life that has no missing piece in it. Do you understand what kind of weapon that makes you, against the man who is currently behind Quirrell? Harry blinked. He cannot tempt me, Harry said. He cannot tempt you. He cannot, in particular, dangle a single thing in front of your eyes that he can convince you to follow him for. He has, in his career, killed 3,000 people, Henry. He has done it, in nearly every case, by finding the thing the person wanted most and giving it to them in exchange for a small simple act. You are, by being a small contented boy in a wool coat, a bigger problem to him than my brother and I together. Eat the scone. Harry ate the scone. Serious, very quietly, said Reg. What? He is going to be a terror. He is, serious, in fact, already a terror. We are merely beginning to notice. Reg, you are crying. I am, in fact, doing nothing of the kind. You are. Serious. Eat your tea. We have work. The work was, in plan, 3 things. The first was the warding of the third-floor corridor, against the small private attempt that Harry was, by every line on the chart, expecting to be made by the man under the turban on the night of the last day of term. Regulus, that afternoon in Hogsmeade, gave Harry 7 small chips of black salt and a single brass wire braid and said, at the door of the corridor, on the 4th Sunday of term, you will lay these in this pattern and you will say this word. Repeat the word back to me, child. Harry repeated the word. The second was the disabling of Quirrell, on the night, in such a way that the man inside Quirrell did not, by the disabling, escape and find a new host. Regulus's plan involved a particular narrow black family curse that had been designed for, of all things, the casting out of family ghosts in a particular small subset of haunted black properties, the curse on a man whose body contained a parasitical fragment of another wizard's soul, would, by Regulus's reading of the original 1726 monograph, separate the parasite from the host with the small clean motion of a knife splitting a peach. The peach would be left bruised but unbroken. The pit, however, would be available for the small clean blow of a goblin silver dagger, which Regulus had, in his pocket, brought with him to Scotland. The third was the long subsequent question of what, after the last day of term, they would do. The third was the part of the conversation Harry had not, in the early afternoon, fully understood that the adults had already worked out without him. Regulus laid it out, with the small private patience of a man accustomed to being the only one in a room thinking 3 years out. By February of next year, Regulus said, the ministry will know that Voldemort is not entirely dead. By April they will know how. By May they will admit it in public. By June there will be a kind of small panic. We are going to use the panic, Henry. We are going to use the panic in a particular small way. We are going to, during the panic, hunt the remaining Horcruxes. There are, by my count, 4. The diadem. The cup. The diary. The snake. The snake. He has, Henry, an animal he keeps. We are not, in the year ahead, in any position to address the animal. The animal will be the last. Before the animal we will, in turn, address the diadem in this castle, the cup in his lieutenant's vault, and the diary in the hand of the man who currently has it. Each will be its own work. Each will be its own week of preparation. Each will, I expect, take you and me and your godfather and Kreacher, plus a small, very carefully chosen, subset of your salon. Hermione. Hermione. Theodore. Theodore. Susan. Susan, in due course. Reg. Yes. Are we going to win? Regulus did not, for a half-second, answer. Then Regulus, with absolute calm, said, "We are going to win, Henry. Not because we are, by any honest accounting, the best wizards in this fight. We have, in this fight, 4 wizards on our side. Voldemort has, on his, a great many. We are going to win because we are the people in this fight who have already paid, in advance, for the things he is going to try to take from us. He cannot take what we have already given. Eat the last scone." Harry ate the last scone. Outside, the village snow was falling. Inside, in a small back room of a small dark pub, a brother and a small leathery elf and an 11-year-old boy in a wool coat sat for another hour, with their heads together over a cup of tea and a pile of crumbs, and worked, at the level of a final draft, every small careful detail of the night that would, in 3 weeks' time, end the first life of Lord Voldemort. The night came on the 22nd of December. Term ended, in fact, on the 23rd, the Hogwarts Express pulled out at 11 on the morning of the 24th. The night before the train, by an old tradition of the school, the staff held a small private dinner in the staff room and, as a result, the corridors emptied of professors at 9. It was, by every measure on the chart, the only window of the year in which a man under a turban could move down a third-floor corridor without being intercepted. Harry, at 9:15, was on the 3rd floor. He was not alone. Hermione, on his left, was carrying a clipboard. Theodore, on his right, was carrying, in a small velvet bag, the 7 chips of black salt. Behind them, with the small precise tread of a boy who had, in the past week, learned a particular charm from Harry that allowed him to pad like a cat, came Susan Bones. Behind her, with the small, indignant, but absolutely committed air of a girl who had decided she was not, after a year of careful courtesy, going to be left out of the work, came Daphne Greengrass. The 4 of them had drawn straws. The 4 of them were the ones the chart had said would be needed. In the corner of the entrance hall of the 3rd floor, behind a tapestry that had not, in 200 years, been moved, the disillusionment of Regulus Black detached itself from the wall and stood up. Beside it, a second disillusionment, which had, for the past hour, been pretending to be a very small piece of statuary, became serious. Beside them, an elf in a clean white pillowcase straightened. "Ready," Regulus said quietly. "Ready," Harry said. "Wand. Wand. Hawthorn. Hawthorn." The piece of orchard wood, in his palm, was already warm. "Bird. On the chain, Reg tightly. Walk." They walked. The corridor of the 3rd floor had, since the start of the term, been guarded by a great 3-headed dog. The great 3-headed dog had been sleeping, since the previous Tuesday, under a charm that had been placed by Hagrid at Dumbledore's instruction, since Dumbledore had agreed, on the chart's account, to allow the corridor to be moved through, on this one night, by a small careful party. The trapdoor behind the dog had been opened, 6 hours earlier, by a small private spell of Regulus's, which had allowed them to, in advance, prepare the chambers below. They went down. They went past the devil's snare, which Hermione, with a great calm pride, dispatched in 8 seconds with bluebell flames. They went past the flying keys, of which they did not need to find the right one, since Regulus had, in his pocket, the original cast of the door's lock. They went past the giant chess set, which Theodore not directed with the small private discipline of a boy who had, since the age of 6, been the 7th best chess player of his year. They went past the troll, which had been sleeping, in its corner, since the previous afternoon, under a sleep spell Sirius had arranged with the troll's keeper for a sum Sirius would not, on principle, disclose. They went past the table of potions, which Daphne, who had been a quiet brilliance in Snape's classroom, identified by smell. They came to the last room. In the last room, a tall thin mirror stood under a tapestry. In front of the mirror, a man in a vivid purple turban was, with his back to the door, lifting his arms in slow concentration. "Mr. Quirrell," Harry said, evenly, from the doorway. The man under the turban, very slowly, turned. "Oh," said Quirrell. I had hoped, Mr. Potter. But not so promptly. You're predictable, sir. You've been studying me." "I have, in fact, been studying you, sir, since the second week of term." "And the others?" "Are with me." Harry stepped one pace into the room. The four behind him stepped, in formation. "I would, with respect, sir, ask you to stop your work at the mirror. The mirror is not, today, going to give you what you want. Step back, sir. Or, Mr. Quirrell," and here Harry, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, pulled the holly wand out of his coat, "we will, with regret, be obliged to interrupt you." The man under the turban smiled, very slowly. The smile, as it widened, became the smile of a different mouth. The voice that spoke from Quirrell's throat was not Quirrell's. "Harry Potter. Yes. You are not, in fact, alone. I am not, in fact, alone. Boys and girls, Harry. A boy with a clipboard. A girl with a chess move. A girl with a clip of salt. A small smug Hufflepuff with her aunt's name in her mouth. I see you, all of you. I see you in your small careful order. I see you, in particular, Henry. My name," Harry said evenly, "is Harry. Your name is the name your traitor uncle gave you. My uncle is, in fact, in the corner of this room. Behind you, sir. Hello, Reg." Quirrell turned. He turned with the small slow turn of a man whose back of the head had been allowed to look forward as well, and the face that turned was, by halfway through the turn, no longer Quirrell's face. The mouth had spread. The cheeks had flattened. The thing under the turban, in the moment of the turn, became visible, a small grey ruined face, on the back of Quirrell's skull, with red eyes that were already looking, in absolute private fury, at the tall man in the dark coat who had stepped, with his goblin silver dagger drawn, out of the corner of the room. Sirius, beside Regulus, had his wand level. Kreacher, on the other side, was quietly singing the small old Latin words of the Black family expulsion under his breath. "Voldemort," Regulus said, softly, very politely, "good evening." The Dark Lord screamed. He screamed because, at the third syllable of Kreacher's Latin, the curse Regulus had laid against the door earlier in the day woke up. He screamed because the curse, in waking, lifted him out of Quirrell. He screamed because, in being lifted out of Quirrell, he was held, in mid-air, in the small vertical column of black salt and brass wire that the 4 11-year-olds in the doorway had, with the absolute discipline of children who had been preparing for this for 2 months, set down at exactly the right pattern at the right moment. He could not, for a count of 3, move. In the count of 3, Sirius hit Quirrell's body with a stupefy that took the tall thin man to the floor like a sack of laundry. Sirius then, with his free hand, cushioned the fall, since Sirius did not, despite a long career of grievances, want a man whose only crime was greed and stupidity to die of a head injury on a stone floor. Quirrell slept. In the count of 3, Regulus crossed the room. He crossed the room with the goblin silver dagger in his right hand, blooded that morning in the cottage at Plumeur, and he raised the dagger, and he laid the dagger, with the small clean motion of a butcher trimming meat, into the small red-eyed thing that hung in mid-air in the column of salt. The dagger entered. The fragment screamed. For a half-second, the thing that had been Lord Voldemort, before he had sung in lockets and books and diadems, lifted, with all his remaining strength, the small clean trick he had been preparing for 10 years against the boy who had survived him. He cast across the room, in the half-second, a single line of intent, like a thrown rope. The line of intent went toward Harry's forehead. It struck the lightning. The lightning, on Harry's brow, hummed. And then, Because a small black bird had been on a chain in the boy's head since he was 4, and the chain had been checked, every night, before bed, and the orchard wall around it had, for 7 years, been built of salt and hawthorn and a small careful elf's love, the lightning, on Harry's brow, did the small thing it had been waiting all his life to do. It cracked. A thin black thread of darkness lifted out of the lightning. The thread, in the air, met the line of intent that had been thrown by the fragment in mid-air. The two pieces of the same broken soul recognized each other. The two pieces of the same broken soul reached, in a sad small motion, for each other. They met. They merged. They were drawn, by the salt column and the dagger and the patience of an old elf, back into the column. The dagger, in Regulus's hand, finished the cut. The fragment, in mid-air, came apart. A column of black smoke rose. The black smoke gathered, briefly, at the chamber ceiling, looking, in the small hopeless way of a thing without a body, for somewhere to go. There was nowhere. The salt held the perimeter. The dagger held the cut. The Latin of an old elf held the sky. The smoke dispersed. It was gone. The lightning on Harry's forehead, for the first time in his life, was cool. The boy raised his hand to it. He felt, under his fingers, only skin. He felt no hum. He felt no chain. He felt no bird. He felt the small pink line of an ordinary scar. "Reg," he said, softly. "Yes, child. It's gone. I know. It's gone." Regulus, across the room, put his free hand to his eyes for a half-second. He used the count of 3. He used it twice. Then he put the dagger away. Then he walked across the room, very calmly, to his godson, and he took the small dark head in his hands, and he looked at the cool small scar, and he said, very quietly, "Walk forward, Henry." "Yes, Reg. Walk." When the staff room emptied at midnight and the professors came running, drawn by an alarm Regulus had set off himself, exactly 2 minutes before they arrived, they found, in the last chamber of the 3rd floor, a sleeping defense professor, an unbroken mirror of Ariste, for 11-year-olds in small careful order, a tall thin man in a black coat, a grinning man with a velvet ribbon in his hair, an elderly half-deaf grandfather elf, and an 11-year-old boy whose forehead, by the candlelight, had a small cool ordinary scar where, for 10 years, there had been a hum. Albus Dumbledore, in the doorway, saw the scene. He saw, in particular, the dagger on Regulus's belt. He saw, in particular, the small column of black salt that had been, 6 minutes earlier, the cage of a soul. He saw, in particular, the small unmoving defense professor. He saw, last, the boy. He looked at the boy. He looked at the boy for a long, long count. Then Dumbledore, very slowly, with the small old slow grace of a great wizard who, after a long career of being right, had been, at long last, surprised, said, "Well." He said, "Well, Mr. Potter." He said, "I think we shall have a great deal to discuss, this Christmas, in my office." Harry, in the doorway, with his hand still on the small cool scar, looked back at him. He smiled, the small grave smile he had been raised in. He said, "Yes, sir. I think, sir, we shall." Outside, on the lake, the snow had stopped falling. Somewhere, in a cottage in Brittany, a fire that had no one to tend it lit itself, in the small private way of a fire that knew, with absolute certainty, that its people were, for once, all coming home. The conversation in Dumbledore's office happened on the morning of the 23rd of December, before the train, with snow on the windowsills and a great thick scribble of frost on the inside of the panes. It happened with Dumbledore behind his desk and Regulus and Sirius across from him, and with Harry, on a stool to one side, in his black wool coat, and with Kreacher standing on a small folded stepladder by Regulus's right elbow, and with a phoenix on the perch behind the desk who had, on Harry's entrance, dipped his head in a polite small bow that would, in later years, become a private joke between the two of them. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "Yes, sir." You have, last night, done a thing I have been waiting to do for 10 years. Yes, sir. You have not, however, done it alone. No, sir. I would like, if I may, to know how a child of your age came to do it at all. I would like to know the chart. I would like to know the salt. I would like, in particular, to know the goblin silver. I would like, last, to know the bird on the chain. Harry looked at Regulus. Regulus, with a small quiet nod, gave him the floor. Harry told him. He told him with the small grave precision he had been raised in. He told him about the candle on the windowsill at Crow Street. He told him about the chart in 3 colors. He told him about the bird on the chain, which had been built when he was 4, after the second nightmare. He told him about the house elf magic of an old line, which had been the only thing strong enough to walk past Dementors. He told him about the orchard at Plumeur, and the white tree, and the hawthorn in his pocket. He told him about the 2 Horcruxes, the locket and the lightning, that had been destroyed. He told him about the 4 remaining, the diary, the diadem, the cup, the snake. Dumbledore listened. He did not interrupt. He did not, at any point, ask a question. He listened the way a great cellist listened to a younger cellist play a piece the great cellist had been working on, in his head, for 50 years, and he heard the younger cellist play, in 3 movements, the small particular things the great cellist had not, for 50 years, quite worked out. When Harry was finished, Dumbledore was, for a long count, silent. Then Dumbledore did the small clean improbable thing of standing up behind his desk, walking around the desk, kneeling in front of an 11-year-old boy in a wool coat, and bowing his head. "I am sorry, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said quietly. "I am sorry that, in the past 10 years, I had not understood what you were being raised to be. I am sorry, in particular, that I had been preparing to use you in a great many small and quiet ways, in the years to come. I am sorry that I had been preparing this for a long time. I am asking, in front of your guardians and your godfather, your forgiveness." Harry, for half a second, did not move. He had not, in the long careful preparation of his year, expected this. He stood up off the stool. He, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, stepped forward. He set his small hand on the great old white head of the wizard at his feet. "You are forgiven, sir," Harry said softly. "I would, however, ask that, going forward, you consult me on the use of the boy who lived. He has, by long experience, opinions." Dumbledore raised his head. His eyes were wet. "I shall consult him, Mr. Potter," he said. "I shall, indeed, consult him on every occasion. I shall, in fact, if his guardians and his godfather will agree, offer him, beginning at his return in January, my private tutelage in the more difficult magics he will need before this particular war is over." "That's good of you, sir." "It is not, on examination, good of me. It is overdue." He stood. He turned to Regulus. He turned to Sirius. He inclined his head to both of them. He said, quietly, "Forgive me, also, the both of you, for 10 years of poor manners. I had been, for 10 years, on the wrong side of a particular argument. I did not realize, until last night, how completely I had lost the argument. I am, however, when I am wrong, a man who can stand to be told." "Yes, Albus," Regulus said softly. "We had, in our private accounting, suspected. You were, in your private accounting, correct. We had also, in our private accounting, prepared for a future in which we did not have you on our side. We are, in this morning, glad to revise the accounting. It is a great deal of weight off our backs." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Coffee," Sirius said, "or tea?" "Coffee," Dumbledore said, with the small private smile of a wizard who had not, for years, been offered coffee in his own office. "Strong. Black. As, I am led to understand, my new colleague Reg drinks it." They went home for Christmas. They went home not to Plumeur and not to Crow Street, but to 12 Grimmauld Place in London, which Regulus had, on the morning of the trial, quietly resumed possession of, and which Kreacher had, in the weeks since, swept and mended and dusted and repapered with the small careful joy of an elf returning a house to its proper purpose. The drawing-room had been retiled. The portrait of Walburga, which had screamed for 15 years at every visitor in the entrance hall, had been removed by Sirius personally with a chisel and a cheerful obscene song. She had, after a great deal of difficult magical surgery, been transferred to a small pleasant frame in the cellar where she could, at her leisure, scream at the laundry. The kitchen had been relaid. The library had been catalogued. The whole house, in its old 3 centuries of pride, had been reminded that, for a year, it was to be the house of a child. A child arrived on the train, with the 4 other Slytherin first-years who had been on the 3rd floor with him, and who had been invited, by absolutely sincere owls, to spend Christmas at his house. Hermione Granger arrived on the 2nd day, by flow from her parents' place in Hampstead, with a trunk that contained 6 books on magical history and 1 dressing gown. Susan Bones arrived on the 3rd day, with her aunt at the door, who, after a long quiet conversation in the library with Regulus and Sirius, became the 3rd adult to enter, with quiet effect, the small private tactical consortium that, by the end of the week, the press would not, but a small subset of the Wisengamot would, begin to recognize as a faction in the war. Daphne Greengrass arrived on the 4th day. Theodore Nott arrived on the 5th, with a small precise valise and the air of a boy who had been forbidden by his father to come and had come anyway, and whose visit, by the end of 2 days, his father, in the small private way of cowards confronted with the absence of leverage, would not contest. Neville Longbottom arrived on the 6th, with his gran. Luna Lovegood arrived on the 7th, by accident, which she explained at the door with a small bright smile that nobody attempted to argue with. Ron Weasley arrived on the 8th day, with the entire Weasley family, who had, on Sirius's express invitation, accepted Christmas dinner at Grimmauld Place as a matter of public record and as a small private gesture of reconciliation between houses Black and Weasley. Mrs. Weasley brought a trifle. Mr. Weasley brought a Muggle plug. Fred and George brought a small cardboard box that they were not, by any means, allowed to open in the parlor. The dinner was the longest meal 12 Grimmauld Place had ever served. The dinner had, at the head of the table, Regulus Black, in a green silk waistcoat that had been his great-uncle's, with a fork in one hand and a wine-glass in the other, looking, in the small bright candlelight, like a man who had spent 10 years in a cellar planning for one good evening. Beside him, on the right, Sirius Black, in a clean jacket, with his hair tied back, with his godson on his other side. Beside the godson, Hermione, then Neville, then Daphne, then Susan, then Padma, then Luna, then Pansy, then Theodore, then Draco, who was, by virtue of having travelled across London with his mother on Christmas Eve to attend, at his own quiet insistence, a quietly courageous boy that night, then Blaise. Across the table, Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny. At the foot of the table, Madame Bones, the Longbottoms, and a small Frenchwoman in dove-grey lace whom Regulus had, over the course of the meal, 3 times kissed politely on the hand and twice referred to, with a small careful private smile, as, the woman who saved my brother. Kreacher served. Kreacher served with the small swelling pride of an elf who had decided, in the autumn of 1981, in a kitchen in Brittany, that his life would, in due course, be redirected toward this evening, and who had, in the small private way of elves with very long views, been working on the dishes for this evening for 10 years. When the pudding was on the table, Sirius stood up. "All right," Sirius said, with a glass in his hand. All right, sit down, you ginger menace, I am giving a speech." Fred, in the act of standing, sat down. 12 years ago this winter, Sirius said, I was a young man with a great deal to prove and very little sense, and I lost 3 of my closest friends and most of my mind in the same week. I have been, for 10 of those 12 years, in a cell. In the 11th year I was rescued by, of all people, my younger brother, whom I had, for 9 years, believed to be dead, and who turned out, in fact, to have spent those 9 years raising my godson in a very nice cottage in Brittany. I thought, when I came out of that cell, that the best a man like me could expect from his life was a quiet decade in a corner with a bottle of brandy. I was, as it turns out, wrong. The best a man like me can expect from his life is, in fact, on this table tonight, in the small persons of about 16 children, 4 parents, 2 godparents, and 1 extraordinarily competent old elf who is currently glaring at me from the doorway because I am holding up the pudding. I would like, on this day, to thank you. All of you. For coming. For believing us. For giving my godson a friend each. For giving my brother, who has, in fact, been the bravest of any of us, a Christmas. For giving me, he paused for a half-second, he did not, on principle, allow his voice to crack, but he was not entirely successful, a family. Again. To the family. To the family, they answered. They drank. Harry, in his chair, was not looking at any of them. Harry, in his chair, was looking, very steadily, at a small framed photograph on the sideboard, in which, in the small old way of wizard photographs, his mother and his father, at 20, were laughing. He raised his glass, very slightly, to them. The photograph, with the small impish private courtesy of his father's grin and the small honest joy of his mother's eyes, raised theirs back. Outside, the snow was falling on London. Inside, in a long elegant dining room of an old house that had, until that evening, been a tomb, 12 Grimmauld Place rang with the laughter of a great many children and the small steady talk of a great many adults, and the candles, for the first time in 3 centuries, did not, by any private effort, gutter once. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Hunting Shadows. The diary came first because the diary was the easiest. Regulus had, in the second week of January, in a long quiet conversation in his study at Grimmauld Place over a pot of black coffee, told Harry the small fact about Lucius Malfoy that very few people in Britain knew. Lucius, in 1979, had been given a single object in a small tooled leather slipcase by Lord Voldemort, who had said, "Keep this for me. Don't open it. Don't read it. Don't, in particular, allow it to be read by an unfortunate person." Lucius, by 1981, had not opened it. Lucius, by 1991, had opened it twice, both times at his desk in the cellar of Malfoy Manor, both times by accident, both times to be addressed by a small handsome charming voice on the inside of his head that told him, with great courtesy, exactly the thing he most wanted to hear. Lucius had not, after that second time, allowed himself to open it again. Lucius had also, in a long careful private decision over the autumn of 1992, decided that the small tooled leather slipcase needed to leave Malfoy Manor. He had decided this because, in the autumn of 1992, the Ministry of Magic had begun what it called routine audits of certain old wizarding houses, and Malfoy Manor, by virtue of being a house with a great many rooms, was on the list. Lucius did not, on principle, allow routine audits in his house. Lucius had, on principle, decided that the audit would, when it came, find the manor in immaculate order, with the small tooled leather slipcase no longer in the cellar. The slipcase was to be delivered, on the 2nd of October, in person, by Lucius Malfoy, into the unwitting hands of an 11-year-old girl in the back of a Diagon Alley bookshop. The 11-year-old girl was Ginevra Weasley. Ginny Weasley was, by Harry's careful private accounting, his godfather's friend's daughter. Ginny Weasley was also, by Harry's careful private accounting, the small sister of his roommate's friend, who had, since Christmas, written him 3 letters about a small wooden hippogriff she was carving in the workshop with her father. Ginny Weasley was, by every measure on Harry's chart, not a girl into whose schoolbag a Horcrux was, by any measure, going to be slipped on the 2nd of October. The plan was Hermione's. Hermione had pointed out, on a Sunday morning in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, that Lucius would, in the small careful way of arrogant men, choose his moment and his stage. The moment would be flourish and blots. The stage would be in the middle of a large public crowd. The opportunity would be a particular small commotion in which the Weasley schoolbags were briefly set down. The commotion would, by Lucius's own careful planning, be a verbal scuffle with Arthur Weasley, who would, at exactly the right moment, be persuaded into a small public anger, into which Lucius would slide his hand into the school bag. Sirius, on the right of Regulus at the kitchen table, had said, "I would like to be there for the verbal scuffle." "You will, in fact, not be there for the verbal scuffle," Regulus had said. "Because Lucius will recognize you. Lucius will, on recognizing you, abort the entire operation, take the diary home, and try again next year. We do not, Sirius, want him to try again next year. We want him to try this year. We want him to fail this year. We want him, in fact, to be the one who hands the diary to us. How do we get him to do that?" Hermione, with the small bright pleasure of a girl who had been waiting all morning to deliver her line, said, "We replace the diary in his pocket with a fake. We let him deliver the fake to the Weasley girl. We arrest him in the act, with witnesses, by Madame Bones. We confiscate the fake from the Weasley girl. He goes to Azkaban for attempting to plant a dark object on a child. We have, by then, already taken the real one. He never knows that we know. He goes to prison. Voldemort, when he wakes up, finds his soul fragment missing, his lieutenant in jail, and his most valuable supporter in disgrace. 3 for the price of 1. Sirius, after a half-second, said, "I love this plan." "It is," Hermione said primly, "a competent plan. It will, however, require 7 things to go correctly in 3 minutes. So I have, in fact, written down all 7. With diagrams. In green ink. You are," Sirius said reverently, "your generation's Reg." "I am, in fact," Hermione said, "myself." Regulus had, at this, smiled into his coffee. On the 2nd of October, in Diagon Alley, in flourish and blots, the 7 things went correctly in 3 minutes. Harry was at the front of the crowd, with Ron Weasley at his shoulder. He had, with Mrs. Weasley's prior permission, obtained in a long private letter that Sirius had handed her in person at the Burrow over the summer, and which had explained, with absolute gravity, what the Weasley family had been carrying for 10 years and what was to be done about it, taken Ginny Weasley aside that morning at the Burrow, sat down in the small workshop with her, and explained, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, that a man would, that afternoon, attempt to slip a dark object into her school bag, and that she was to allow him, since the object had already been replaced with a harmless decoy by his uncle, and that the entire situation was, on his honor, going to result in the man being arrested in front of her father. Ginny had listened in absolute silence. Ginny had then said, with the small fierce dignity of an 11-year-old Weasley, "Will I get to look at his face when he is arrested, Mr. Potter?" "You will." "Will I get to laugh?" Quietly. "Yes." "All right." She had stood up. "Let's go shopping." In the back of the bookshop, Lucius's small careful operation went, on his end, exactly as he had planned. He inserted himself, with great elegance, into a small public confrontation with Arthur Weasley. He raised his voice. He sneered. He stepped, in the careful way of a man who had been insulted, toward Arthur. The school bags, on the floor, were briefly forgotten. He bent his hand, with the small private flourish of a magician palming a card, slid into the smallest of the Weasley school bags and laid the slipcase, with the diary inside, into the bottom of it. He stepped back. He smirked. He turned, very slightly, to leave. He found, between himself and the door, 3 figures. The first was Madame Amelia Bones, with her wand drawn and 4 aurors behind her. The second was Madame Aurora Hortense Ladaine de Rochebouvier, in dove grey, with a silver-tipped cane. The third was a tall thin man in a black wool coat who had not, in the previous 12 years, been a person Lucius Malfoy had imagined existing. "Mr. Malfoy," Madame Bones said, "you are under arrest for the planting of a dark object on a Hogwarts student. The student is, in this instance, Miss Ginevra Weasley. Witnesses are, Mr. Arthur Weasley, Mr. Ronald Weasley, Mr. Henry Potter, and 17 other shoppers in the immediate vicinity." Lucius, for 1/2 second, did not move. For the next half-second, he smiled. "There is no dark object in that bag, madam," he said pleasantly. "If, by all means, you wish to search it, I shall be glad to permit you. You will, however, find that I have, today, an excellent firm of solicitors." "I have, in fact, your solicitors," said Madame de Rochebouvier, "in my office, at my mercy, by way of a small contractual matter from 1971. They will not, on this occasion, be representing you." "There is no dark object," Lucius said, with the small precise patience of a man who knew he had not, in fact, been carrying a dark object for the last 6 months. "There is, in that bag, a leather slipcase containing a perfectly ordinary leather-bound notebook, which I happen to recognize because it was once mine, which I had recently, generously, decided to gift to a member of a struggling family. If the Weasleys do not like the gift, I shall, of course, withdraw the gift, with my apologies." "That is curious." Madam Bones turned to Arthur. "Mr. Weasley, open the bag." Arthur, who had, on the journey to the alley, been told the entire plan in the kitchen at the Burrow, opened the bag. He pulled out the slipcase. He pulled out, from the slipcase, a small leather-bound notebook. The notebook was, by the small private replacement of an elf at 4 in the morning, identical in every external feature to the original. It was not, however, the original. It was, in fact, a copy that had been written in by a fragment of all things, the 17-year-old shade of a small smiling boy named Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had, by a small subtle black family magic, been spun out of the original and condensed, in a clean copy, into a piece of leather and parchment that did not in fact contain a Horcrux but contained, on every page, the polite small letters TMR, and which was, by every test the Department for Magical Law Enforcement could currently apply, a dark object of the cathartic class. Madam Bones took the notebook. She opened it. She closed it. She turned, very slowly, to Lucius. "Mr. Malfoy," she said softly. "This is not a perfectly ordinary leather-bound notebook. This is, in fact, a Class C dark object of the kind which, when handed to a child, would, by all the Ministry's indicators, be sufficient to compel the child to produce, over a course of months, a Class B harm. You have just, in front of 40 witnesses, planted that on the bag of an 11-year-old. There is no firm of solicitors in this country that will be able to argue otherwise. Mr. Malfoy, you are under arrest." Lucius's face, for 1/2 second, was the face of a man who had been outplayed. He looked, in that half-second, at the 3 figures in front of him. He saw Madame Bones. He saw Madame de Rochebouvier. He saw the tall thin man in the wool coat. He saw the tall thin man. He looked, for half a second longer, at the tall thin man. The tall thin man inclined his head, very slightly. Lucius's eyes, for 1/2 second, went very wide. "Black," he whispered. "Hello, Lucius," Regulus said softly. "It has been a long time. You are dead." "I am, in fact, an exceptionally well-preserved corpse. I have, however, been kindly given by the Ministry a small private return from the dead, which is, by the standards of these proceedings, beside the point. The point, Lucius, is that you have, this afternoon, been arrested. The point is that, on the witness list of your trial, will be, in particular, my godson, who is the boy on whose forehead, in 1981, the man you currently serve attempted to use the killing curse. The point is that, when you are tried, the witnesses against you will include 11-year-old children. The point is that, when you are sent, in 3 months, to Azkaban, you will be sent there in front of a country of newspaper readers who will, for the rest of their lives, remember the picture of you walking out of this bookshop in handcuffs, with my godson behind you, and a small handsome diary in the hand of a Weasley. Take him, madam." The Aurors took him. He went without a fight. He went, in fact, with a small private sag of the shoulders, in the small private way of arrogant men who had, halfway through the wrong sentence, realized they had not, in fact, been the cleverest person in the room. In the small careful chaos that followed, Regulus, with the smallest possible motion of his right hand, lifted out of his pocket a small tooled leather slipcase that had been, since 6 o'clock that morning, in his possession, and laid it, in the small bright way of a man putting a piece of evidence down on a desk, in the inside pocket of his black wool coat. The original diary had, by then, been with him since the moment Lucius had set down his briefcase outside Borgin and Burke's, 3 streets up. 2 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 to go before the snake. He walked, with his godson at his elbow, out of the bookshop. The diadem was the simplest in technique and the strangest in scenery. It was, it turned out, where Hermione had said in October that it would be. Hermione had, after a long careful winter of sitting with various 6th and 7th year Ravenclaws over tea, established, in February, that there was, on the 7th floor of the castle, a particular long blank stretch of corridor, opposite a tapestry of trolls in tutus, in which, if a person walked past 3 times thinking very particularly of a thing, a door appeared. Hermione had walked past 3 times thinking very particularly of a place where things were hidden. The door had appeared. Hermione had opened it. The room of requirement, she had reported back to Harry that evening, was the size of a cathedral. The room of requirement was, that day, full of every object every Hogwarts student had ever, in the previous 300 years, hidden. The room of requirement contained, by Hermione's careful estimate, at least 400,000 objects. The room of requirement contained, somewhere, a small ornate diadem. They went in on a Saturday in March, in a party of 5. Harry, holly wand drawn, led. Hermione, with a chart already in her head of the cathedral by Ravenclaw heraldry, was on his right. Theodore Nott, who had, since January, become the second best wand in the salon after Harry, was on his left. Sirius, who was, by particular ministry permission, in the castle for the day, on a quietly arranged inspection visit, came behind them. Regulus came last, with the goblin silver dagger at his belt. It took them 20 minutes to find the diadem. The diadem was, in the 3rd aisle of the Cathedral of Stuff, on top of a stuffed troll's head, beside a small wooden mannequin in a wig. The diadem was, on first sight, not a diadem at all but a thin tarnished circlet that any Ravenclaw 5th year, in the small private way of 5th years, would have walked past without recognizing. Hermione, in the middle of the 3rd aisle, stopped. She did not, in particular, look at the troll's head. She looked, in the small bright way of a girl who had, in advance, read every available book on the iconography of Rowena Ravenclaw, at the small uneven shape of the circlet, and she said, very quietly, "Henry." "There." Harry took the circlet down. The circlet, in his hand, did the small unhappy thing Horcruxes did when they were touched by a person whose blood was, in some small careful sense, not their friend. It hummed. It, in particular, hummed at Harry's forehead, against the cool small ordinary scar. The scar, in response, did precisely nothing. "All right," Harry said. He laid the circlet on the floor. He stepped back. Regulus stepped forward. He drew the dagger. He laid the dagger, in the same small clean motion he had used on the locket and on the sole fragment that had been in mid-air in the chamber under the school, into the diadem. The diadem screamed. The fragment inside the diadem cried out, in the high cold furious voice of Voldemort at 25, that it would not, in this manner, be ended, that it would, in the small careful malice of Horcruxes, take with it the 11-year-old boy whose forehead had been so close, that it would, and there the dagger finished the cut, and the fragment was, on the count of 3, gone. 3 down. 2 to go. Hermione, beside Harry, took his hand for a half-second. 3, she said softly. 3, Granger. Henry. Yes. We're going to win this, aren't we? We are, Harry said, in fact, going to win this. Sirius, behind them, with the small private grin of a godfather who had, by the long late afternoon of his life, decided that nothing, in this castle, would ever be as good as the slow happy work of watching a child of his become a person, said, "All right, Reg, onto the cup." The cup was the hardest. The cup was hard not because the cup was hard to find, but because the cup was in a vault. The vault was the deepest vault in Gringotts. The vault had been let to the Lestrange family by goblins for 900 years. The vault had, on its door, a thief's curse that, when triggered, multiplied every gold coin, every plate, every cup inside, into 1,000 burning copies, until the copies filled the vault and crushed the thief in molten gold. To get into the vault, by every small careful study Regulus had made over the spring, 2 things were required. The first was a goblin guide, since the underground railway down to that depth could not, by goblin magic, be ridden by humans alone. The second was, in the small bright phrasing of a goblin contract, a key, real or implied, which was held only by a handful of family members of the depositing line. Regulus, in the spring of 1992, had 2 of those family members at his disposal, since both of them were, by blood, Black, Bellatrix Lestrange, who was in Azkaban, and Andromeda Tonks, née Black, who was Bellatrix's blood sister, and who was, in Regulus's careful research of the relevant goblin precedent, an implied key. He went to see Andromeda at her house in May. He laid out the situation in the kitchen with 2 cups of strong black tea between them. He explained, with absolute candor, what was in the vault. He explained, with absolute candor, what would, if she agreed, be done. He explained that her name would not, on any record, appear, that the vault would not, in any way, be lightened, that the small tarnished cup of Hufflepuff would, at the end of the visit, be the only thing removed, and that Bellatrix, her sister, who had not seen her in 20 years, would not, by this work, suffer anything she had not already, by her own actions, earned. Andromeda set her cup down. "Reg," she said. "Yes. You are asking me to walk into Gringotts, with my own face, and use my black name, in order to help you, Reg, raise my nephew. I am, in fact, asking you that. My husband will think I have gone mad. Your husband, in fact, agrees in advance. Sirius asked him last Tuesday. Your husband bought the brandy." She laughed once. It was the laugh of a witch who had not laughed in some time. She wiped her eyes with the back of her wrist. "Yes," she said. "Yes, Reg. Of course. Bring me on Wednesday." They went on a Wednesday in early June. Andromeda walked into Gringotts with her head up and the small dignified bearing of a Black. She presented her name to the head teller. She requested, with absolute calm, an escort to the deep vault. The head teller, who had, in the years since 1979, been quietly approached by every available adult Black in the country and who had been perfectly aware of who she was, hesitated. "Madame Tonks." "Yes. The Lestrange vault is not, technically, a Black vault. My sister, Mr. Snagglethorn, is currently incarcerated. Her husband is, currently, also incarcerated. Her sister-in-law's husband is incarcerated. The vault has not, in 12 years, been tended. I am, on behalf of the Black Lestrange line, here to inspect a small object of family historical importance. I have, with me, the necessary letters from the family." She had, with her, the necessary letters from the family. Regulus had spent 6 weeks composing them. Madame de Rochebouvier had spent 2 hours certifying them. Madame Bones had, in a small private gesture of absolute cooperation, signed an oral endorsement on the bottom of the central one. Snagglethorn read the letters. Snagglethorn, at the end, with a great deal of small private hesitation, accepted them. He took her down. He took her, accompanied by her cousin, Mr. Reginald Rosier, and by her cousin's brother, Mr. Sirius Black, and by Mr. Black's godson, an 11-year-old in a wool coat, into the small low cart that ran on the underground rails into the deepest tunnels of Gringotts. The ride was 48 minutes long. The ride passed 3 dragons. The ride passed, in the deepest of the tunnels, a stretch of cold stone wall through which, by Andromeda's small private comment, there had once been a single hidden door that her great-aunt had used in 1894 to elope with a Russian count. They came to the vault. Snagglethorn said, with absolute formal courtesy, "Madame Tonks, your hand." She laid her hand on the door. The door, in the small slow way of a vault that had been, for 12 years, growing irritable, considered her. The door, by the small careful technicality of goblin contract, accepted her. The door swung open. Inside the vault, in the deep pile of gold and silver and ancient family relics, sat, on a small high shelf at the back, a small tarnished cup. "Don't," Andromeda said softly to all of them, "touch anything else." They did not. They walked, carefully, between the piles of gold. The piles, at every step, hummed. They had been charmed, since 1632, to multiply on contact, and the multiplication, even now, was wakeful. Regulus walked first. He had, in his pocket, a small private charm that allowed him to cross a charmed pile of gold without engaging it. He laid the charm, with each step, on a single coin. He reached the back shelf. He took the cup down. The cup, in his hand, screamed in the high cold voice he had, by now, heard 4 times. He set it on the floor of the vault, and he, with the small clean motion of a butcher, drew the goblin silver dagger and laid it through the cup. The cup screamed. The cup stopped screaming. The fragment was gone. For down. Regulus picked up the dead cup. He laid it, with absolute care, into a small lined box he had brought for the purpose. He carried the box out of the vault. The vault, behind them, closed. The cart took them up. Snagglethorn, at the surface, accepted from Regulus a small leather purse of galleons that was, by his quiet professional assessment, exactly the right amount for an inspection of this kind, and not a sickle more. He inclined his head. He turned, with great formal courtesy, to Andromeda. "Madame Tonks. The vault is, by your inspection, intact." "By my inspection, sir." "Intact. Then I bid you a good day." She bid him a good day. She walked out of Gringotts with her head up. She walked, with her cousins and the 11-year-old, 3 blocks down Diagon Alley, and there, on the steps of a very small café, she sat down, and put her head in her hands, and laughed for 2 minutes in the small bright way of a witch who had not, in 20 years, used the family name, and had used it today, and had, by the using, taken back a small piece of the war. Harry, at her elbow, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, sat down beside her. "Aunt Andromeda." "Yes, Henry. I am very glad you came." "I am, in fact, very glad I came too." "Henry." "Yes. You are an extraordinary boy. I have, in fact, been told." She laughed again. She wiped her eyes. She stood. She kissed her cousin on the cheek. She kissed her cousin's brother, very pointedly, on the forehead, in the small private way of a sister who had not embraced him in years. She kissed Harry on the top of the head. She walked, without saying anything else, up Diagon Alley, and into the bright June afternoon, and home. That night, in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, the dead cup sat on the table beside the dead diary and the dead diadem and a small flat brass hinge that was all that remained of the destroyed locket from 3 years before. Sirius poured. Regulus, across the table, watched his godson eat the last of a strawberry tart. The boy, at 12, was, in the small soft summer light of the kitchen, almost a teenager. The bones of the small grave face had begun, in the past 6 months, to find their adult set. The hair on the small head had begun to keep, when he wished it. The small flat parting Regulus had been, all his life, attempting to keep. The green eyes, when they looked up over the tart, were, with absolute certainty, going to be, in 5 years, the most carefully measured pair of green eyes in Britain. Henry. Yes, Reg. For down. For down, Reg. 1 to go. 1. A pause. 2. The snake, Regulus said softly, and the man. Yes, Reg. He will, in the next year, recover his body. We have left him only the snake. He will, with the snake, attempt to recover. He will, in attempting to recover, produce a body. Yes, Reg. I am sorry, Henry. What for? For, in the next year, having to ask you to be ready. I have been ready, Reg, Harry said softly, since I was 4. I am, in fact, glad we are nearly at the end. Regulus did not, on principle, reach across the table. He did, however, put his hand flat on the wood, between the strawberry tart and the dead cup, and he kept the hand there. The boy, after a half-second, laid his small dark hand on top of it. Walk forward, Henry, Regulus said softly. Walk forward, Reg. Outside, Grimmauld Place was at peace under a clear summer sky. Inside, in the small bright kitchen, 3 blacks and a half-potter and a small dignified elf bent their heads together over a chart in 3 colors that had, by then, only one entry left in green. The entry said, Snake. The snake's name was Nagini, and she was, in the late summer of 1992, in Albania. Regulus had known this since June, in the small private way of a man who had been keeping, by the patient diplomacy of long years, a quiet correspondence with 3 different scholars on the Black Sea who had each, for unrelated reasons, been keeping their own watches on the woods of Skanderbeg. The woods of Skanderbeg had, since 1981, been the temporary home of a small, half-formed, half-disembodied wraith that had, by every report, been quietly possessing snakes. By June of 1992 the wraith had been possessing the same snake for 14 months, the snake had, in those 14 months, grown to a length of 19 feet, the snake, by every report, was no longer entirely a snake. The wraith's plan, by every triangulation Regulus could perform, was to use the snake as, at first, a temporary host, and, in due course, the foundation of a recovery ritual. The ritual, by Regulus's reading of an old half-burnt grimoire, required, the bone of the wraith's father, the flesh of a willing servant, and the blood of a particular enemy. The bone could be obtained from a Muggle graveyard in Little Hangleton. The flesh could be obtained from any Death Eater fool enough to volunteer. The blood, by every reasonable reading of the wraith's vendetta, was Harry's. By July, the bone had been obtained. Wormtail, who was, by then, 2 months into a sentence of 40 years in Azkaban, had been broken out by Bellatrix Lestrange's husband, Rodolphus, in a small private operation that the ministry had, in its usual tradition, denied for 3 days and then quietly admitted. Wormtail had then, by Regulus's reading of the small bright pattern of disappearances on a map Regulus had been keeping in his study, made his way to Albania. By the 1st of August, the ritual had been performed. Lord Voldemort had a body again. The body was thin, papery, half-formed, ugly, and, Regulus, from reports, not yet entirely stable. The body was, however, his. The body had, by the 1st of August, taken up residence in the small ruined Riddle House in Little Hangleton. The body had, by every estimate, between 2 months and 4 months before it would consider itself ready to begin a campaign. Regulus had, between the 1st and the 3rd of August, the small careful window in which the body would be at its weakest and the snake would, by virtue of being the only Horcrux Voldemort would not let near him in the interim, be elsewhere. He went after the snake. The party was small. Sirius, on the right. Kreacher, on the left. Harry, in the middle, not because Harry needed to be there, Regulus had argued, for 2 days, that Harry should not be there, but because Harry, after 2 days of argument, had said, quietly, I am not, Reg, going to sit in Brittany while you walk into a forest in Albania to kill a Horcrux for me. I am, in fact, coming. We will, by your own teaching, be safer together than apart. Walk forward. Regulus had, on the 3rd night of argument, given in. They operat, by stages, to Tirana. They took a fleur from Tirana, by a small private network of Albanian wizards who had, since 1944, hated Voldemort with a particular regional thoroughness, to the small village of Kreacher. From Kreacher they walked, by a footpath that had not been used in 50 years, 3 miles up into the woods of Skanderbeg. The woods, when they reached them, smelled of pine and stone and, at the third turning, very faintly of the small particular musk of an animal that was not, technically, an animal. Kreacher, with one ear up, said, "Master." "How close, Kreacher?" 80 paces, master." "Behind the second rise." "She is, master, asleep." "Asleep is, in fact, our preference." "Wand." Harry took the holly out. He did not, in particular, fear the snake. He had, in the year past, seen a great deal worse than a snake. He did, however, respect the snake. He had, on a chart in green ink in the alcove behind the tapestry on the 4th floor of the castle, written down everything Hermione had researched about basilisks and large constrictors and magical pythons, and he had concluded, with absolute calm, that a 19-foot animal with a fragment of Voldemort in it could, in particular, kill any of them in 3 seconds if it caught a single member of the party in its coils. Their plan was simple. Sirius would, with a particular aura stunner he had, in the past 3 weeks, learned at Madame Bones's invitation in the DMLE training rooms, drop the snake into a sleep deeper than the sleep it was already in. Regulus would step forward and, in the small clean motion he had now performed 5 times, lay the goblin silver dagger through the snake's skull. Harry would, on the perimeter, hold the small column of black salt that they had, by long preparation, brought in 7 small chips. Kreacher would hold the perimeter against any other interested party. It went, for the first 9 seconds, exactly as planned. Sirius cast. The snake, asleep, slept deeper. Regulus stepped forward through the trees. Regulus laid the dagger. The dagger went through the skull. The fragment screamed. The fragment, on the count of 3, was gone. The snake, in the small unmagical way of a snake without a fragment, became merely a very large dead snake. In the woods, very far away but already approaching at the speed of an operating wizard, a small thin figure in a long ragged cloak felt, in the back of his throat, the particular cold sting of one of his pieces dying. Voldemort knew. Voldemort, in the Riddle House in Little Hangleton, sat up in his chair very slowly. Voldemort, with the small private fury of a wizard whose 4 most important pieces had, in the past 20 months, all been removed from the board without his quite understanding how, raised his wand. Voldemort cast. The operating curse he laid into the air did not, by the long limits of his half-formed body, take him personally to the woods of Skanderbeg. The operating curse did, however, cast, over the next 40 seconds, 12 other people in the small fanatical inner circle. The 12, on receipt, dropped what they were doing and went. "Reg," Harry said, sharp. "I feel them." 12, Reg. 12. Yes. Kreacher. Master. Plomer. Now. Master. Take the boy, the snake, and yourself. Now. I will follow. Sirius, with me. Both of us. Now. Reg, Harry said. I am not going to, Henry. The bird on the chain. Walk forward. Plomer. Now. Harry, with the small private flicker of a boy who had always, on principle, obeyed the man with the calm voice, took Kreacher's hand. The dead snake, in 2 coils, was already at his feet. Kreacher, with 1 elf flick, was gone. Sirius, beside Regulus, drew his wand. 10 seconds. 5. Reg. What? I love you. I am, in fact, aware. Yes. The first of the operating curses landed in the clearing. The first of the operating curses brought, in a small black flame, Bellatrix Lestrange, who had not, in fact, been recaptured after Wormtail's escape. The second brought Rodolphius, the third, Rabastan, the fourth, Antonin Dolohov, looking, by Regulus's careful private observation, considerably less well than he had looked the last time Regulus had seen him at the bottom of a well, the 5th, Crabbe Senior, the 6th, Goyle Senior, the 7th, Mulciber, the 8th, Avery, the 9th, Yaxley, the 10th, Selwyn, the 11th, Travers, the 12th, McNair. 12 Death Eaters, in a clearing in Albania, with 2 blacks. For 1/2 second, the clearing was silent. Then Bellatrix laughed. She laughed in the small high familiar laugh of a girl Regulus had grown up watching at family dinners, a girl who had, for the past 12 years, been in a cell, and whose laugh, in the cell, had only sharpened. She lifted her wand. She pointed it at Regulus. She said, with great pleasure, "Cousin Bella. Cousin Reg," she said. "You are, by every measure my master gave me, dead. I am, in fact, an exceptionally well-preserved corpse. You will, in the next minute, be a less well-preserved one. I doubt that." Sirius, beside him, said, with the small private grin of a man who had been waiting 12 years for this, "Hello, cousin." She, with 1/4 second of recoil, hissed at him. "Blood traitor. Traitor's better than torturer, Bella, and there's 12 of you and 2 of us, and Reg, by the way, is not what he was in 1979. Take him. Take all of him. I dare you." "Sirius," Regulus said, "stop, please," encouraging her. "I am, in fact, doing my job. Your job, on this particular afternoon, is to stay alive. We have a child in Brittany who would not, on examination, recover from losing both of us in one evening. I know my job, Reg. Then do it. Step left." They stepped left. The duel that followed was, by Regulus's private accounting after the fact, the longest fight he had ever been in. It lasted, by his measure, 4 minutes and 21 seconds. The fight, in its first 30 seconds, looked, to any honest spectator, like the small private last stand of 2 foolhardy brothers against 12 fully grown competent dark wizards. The fight, by its first minute, was clearly going the other way. It was going the other way for 3 reasons. The first was that Regulus had, in the previous year, been quietly tutored at home by Albus Dumbledore in the small careful tricks Dumbledore had been inventing for 60 years, folded curses, woven curses, mirrored wandwork. The second was that Sirius, after a year of brandy and his godson's company and a spring of footwork lessons with Mad-Eye Moody, had recovered every inch of the duelist he had been at 16, and was getting better still. The third was that the 2 blacks had, on Saturday mornings, taken on the small careful precise habit of fighting back-to-back, with a small smug instructor in the cellar at Grimmauld Place who had stopped laughing at them by the 3rd practice. In the clearing in Albania, they fought back-to-back. In the first minute, Regulus took Avery off his feet with a folded cutting curse that arrived, behind Avery's left ear, from a direction Avery had not, on principle, prepared for. Avery went down. Regulus did not kill him. Regulus had not killed in 15 years, and he was not going to begin in Albania. In the second minute, Sirius, with a lazy wand flick that ended in a small grin, dropped Selwyn, Travers, and Mulciber in 3 seconds, since the 3 of them had elected to attack him together, in a triangle, and triangles, by long experience, were the easiest formation for a marauder to break. In the third minute, Regulus took Dolohov, whom he had been saving, as a small private courtesy to himself, for last among the 4 people he most disliked in the clearing. Dolohov, who had, since the well, been working on a particular small new variant of the cutting curse that he had hoped, in his private cell of practice, to use on the man who had put him in a well, raised his wand to cast it. He did not finish the cast. Regulus, with the small clean motion of a man who, this time, was not, on examination, going to leave him alive enough to return, hit him in the chest with a black family curse that had been written, in 1623, for the particular purpose of unsouling a Lestrange. Dolohov did not die. Dolohov, however, sat down, and would, when the Aurors arrived, be a person whose conversation had, on examination, been removed. In the 4th minute, the only Death Eater left standing was Bellatrix. She had, for the first 3 minutes, been moving with the small smug economy of a woman who knew, with absolute certainty, that her side would, in due course, win. By the start of the 4th minute, with 11 of her colleagues on the ground, she had begun to revise her assumption. She had begun, in particular, to look at the tall thin man in the wool coat across the clearing, whose face she had not, in 12 years, seen, and to revise, in the small private way of a fanatic, what she had been told about him. "Cousin," she said softly. "Bella. You have, in the past 12 years, become a person. I am, in fact, the same person I always was. You merely never bothered to notice. My master will. Your master, Bella, has, in the past 20 months, lost 4 of his 5 remaining pieces. The last piece is, by long pattern, going to be his own neck. He will not, on examination, return. You will," she said, "find that, on this point, you are wrong. I will, on this point, accept the risk. Cousin," she said, lifting her wand. "It has been a long time. Let me kill you. By all means, Bella." She cast the killing curse with all the force a fanatic could put into it, which was, in any honest accounting, a great deal. The green light crossed the clearing in a half-second. Regulus, on the count of 1, did not move. He did not move because, in the precise small choreography he had been working with Sirius on a Saturday morning 2 months before, he had, in advance, decided that, in this exact moment, he would not move. He would, in this exact moment, allow Sirius, at his back, to be the man who moved. Sirius, with the small private grin of a brother who had been waiting all his life for exactly this beat, stepped, and, with a stunner that hit Bellatrix in the throat like a thrown stone, dropped her. The green light, with no target, went into the trees. A pine tree, 20 yards behind Regulus, regretted its career briefly and fell. The clearing was, on the count of 15, silent. "Reg," Sirius said, breathing hard. "Yes. That was the longest 4 minutes of my life. You are, on examination, getting old, Sirius." "I am, in fact, the same age I have always been, Reg. I am simply tired. Sit down. Kreacher will come back. We will, in due course, have these 12 neatly delivered to Madame Bones, who is, at this moment, by my watch, drinking a cup of tea in her office, and who will, when she sees them, owe us a small private favor. 12. 12. Reg, that is more than half his inner circle. Yes. That is, on examination, all of his inner circle. The ones not in cells already, that is. Yes. Reg. What? He has, by tomorrow morning, no army left. He has, in fact, no army. He has the snake, which is dead. He has Pettigrew, who is in Wormtail's body in a barn somewhere, and who is, on examination, not an army. He has Wormtail, who is the same person as Pettigrew, which I had not, on first hearing, realized was a redundancy. He has, in his inner circle, on this clearing, 12 Death Eaters, all of whom we have just dropped. He has, in the wider Britain, a number of small recruits whom Lucius Malfoy had been, before his arrest, beginning to gather, and who, on Malfoy's arrest, scattered. He has, on examination, himself. And himself, Reg. And himself, Sirius. Yes. Then we are at the end. Regulus did not, for a second, answer. He looked at the clearing. He looked at the 12 unconscious Death Eaters. He looked at the small stripe of pine sap that had, in the 4 minutes of the fight, somehow gotten onto his cuff. He looked at his brother. We are, he said softly, at the second-to-last page, Sirius. And the last page? The last page is in Little Hangleton, in a small ruined house, in a small thin papery body. The last page will not, by every account I have, wait much longer. He will come, in the next 2 months, for my godson, since that is the small remaining hunger of his life. We will be there. He will arrive. He will, on his own table, read the last page. He looked, for a long second, at the trees. Walk forward, Sirius. Reg. Are you crying? I am, in fact, doing nothing of the kind. Help me with the bodies. They helped. Kreacher arrived, with a very small grim smile, and, with the small efficient elf magic of an old line, levitated the 12 bodies, one by one, into a single tidy stack. They operate, by stages, with Madame Bones at the other end, to the receiving floor of the DMLE in London, where the 12, in a small private and very satisfying ceremony of paperwork, were processed for cells. By midnight, all of them were in cells. By midnight, in a kitchen at Plumeur, an 11-year-old boy in a wool coat, a small leathery elf, a tall thin man with a fresh stripe of pine sap on his cuff, and a man with a velvet ribbon in his hair sat together at the kitchen table. The cup, the diary, the diadem, the locket hinge, and the small dead head of a 19-foot snake lay on the table. 5, Harry said softly. 5, Regulus said. And the man. And the man, Henry. Soon, Reg. Soon, Henry. Walk forward. Outside, Brittany was, in the late summer twilight, the particular pale slate green it became when the day had, on examination, been good. Inside, in a kitchen that smelled of strawberry tart and pine sap and a small dignified elf's careful polish, for Kreacher sat down, very quietly, to plan the last page. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, King's Cross to Crown of Thorns. He came on the 3rd of October. Harry, in the small upstairs room at 12 Grimmauld Place, woke at 4 in the morning with the absolute clarity of a boy who had been raised, all his life, by a man who had taught him to wake at the first wrong sound in his house. He sat up. He laid his hand on the bedside, where the holly wand was. The holly wand was warm. The hawthorn chip beside it was warm. The small framed photograph of his parents and his godfather was warm. The whole room, in the small grey pre-dawn light, was warm. There had been no sound. The absence of sound was, in fact, the wrong sound. He swung his feet onto the floor. He was already, by the small quiet practice of long years, dressed for trouble in the clothes he had laid out the night before. He had, in his coat pocket, the 7 chips of black salt. He had, in his other coat pocket, a small folded square of parchment that bore, in his uncle's hand, a single line. He read the line. He folded the parchment. He put on the coat. He walked out of the room. Regulus was at the foot of the stairs. He had been at the foot of the stairs, by the look of his hair and the cold cup at his elbow, for an hour. He inclined his head. He said, very softly, Henry. He's coming. He is, in fact, 6 minutes from the front door. How? He has, in the last 2 months, been recruiting from a particular cell of small bright fools. He has, in the last 2 days, located, by means I do not yet entirely understand, the location of this house. He has, in the last 6 minutes, finished walking up the street outside. He is, by my calculation, going to attempt the door at 4:05. He is alone. Reg alone. Alone. He has decided, in the small private way of fanatics, that the work of this morning is his to do personally. He has not, on examination, brought the small bright fools. They are, at this moment, on a road to Cornwall, having been quietly redirected by a careful Auror friend of Madame Bones. Sirius. Sirius is, at this moment, in the cellar with Kreacher, beginning the second part of the plan. Reg. Yes. Where am I to be? In the kitchen, child. With me. He will come to you, since the work he wishes to do is with you. We will, in the kitchen, allow him. Yes, Reg. Walk. He walked. The kitchen at 12 Grimmauld Place was, at 4 in the morning, dim. The kettle was, by Kreacher's small private foresight, already on a low warm. The candles, 2 tall ones at the window and 1 small one at the back of the table, were already lit. They had not been lit, by anyone, in the previous hour. The fire in the grate was set. The fire, however, was unlit. Harry, at the kitchen door, with the small private discipline he had been taught, did not light it. Some fires, his uncle had said, ought to be lit by the room itself when the room was ready. The kitchen, by Harry's reading of it, was waiting. Regulus took the chair at the head of the table. Harry took the chair at the foot. There were, between them, 2 clean cups, 1 bottle of brandy, and, at the dead center of the table, a small flat brass hinge that was all that remained of the locket, a small empty leather-bound notebook that was all that remained of the diary, a small tarnished cup that was all that remained of Helga Hufflepuff's, a small ornate circlet that was all that remained of Rowena Ravenclaw's, and, in the small dignified chest at the corner of the table, a small severed head of a snake, very recently dead, laid on a folded square of green silk. 5 pieces of a soul. The small careful ledger of a war. The doorbell rang. It rang, in particular, 3 times. Regulus, in the chair at the head of the table, did not move. Harry, in the chair at the foot, did not move. The candles, at the window, in the small private way of candles, leaned, very slightly, toward the front door. "Come in," Regulus called, in the small clear courteous voice he had used, all his life, to receive visitors at Grimmauld Place, the voice he had been taught at 4 by a portrait that had, in the cellar, been screaming at the laundry for 2 months. The door opened. Footsteps. The footsteps were thin. The footsteps were the footsteps of a body that had been built, by a small unfortunate ritual in August, out of bone and flesh and blood, and which had not, in the 8 weeks since, entirely settled. The footsteps came down the entrance hall. The footsteps came to the kitchen door. The footsteps, in the doorway, paused. Lord Voldemort, in his thin papery body, in a black robe that had been tailored for him by a small frightened seamstress in Wales, with a white snake curve of nose and red eyes and very long pale fingers around a thin yew wand, looked into the kitchen at the foot of the table, where, in a chair, a small dark-haired boy in a black wool coat with a holly wand laid flat on the table in front of him was waiting. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Mr. Riddle," Harry said. The use of the name went into Voldemort like a small sliver of silver. He did not, by long discipline, allow it to show. He did, however, glance, for a half-second, at the man at the head of the table. "Black. Tom. You have, in the past 20 months, taken from me a great deal. I have, in fact, returned to you a great deal. You had given, in the form of Horcruxes, to several of your servants and to the small wide world of objects, more of yourself than you can, on examination, afford to keep separated from yourself. I have brought it home. The home is, for our convenience, this table. Sit down, Tom. Take a brandy. We have a great deal to discuss." The Dark Lord, for 1/2 second, did the small unwilling thing of considering it. He had been, in his thin body, very tired. He had, in his thin body, in the small private way of a man whose plans had, in 20 months, undergone an unwelcome set of revisions, been rehearsing this conversation in his head for 6 weeks. He had been, in particular, expecting this conversation to take place in the open. He had not, on examination, expected to be invited to sit down at a kitchen table. He, with a thin careful smile, did not sit. He raised his wand, instead, and pointed it at Harry's chest. "Avada Kedavra," he said. The green light crossed the room. It did not, in the small slow particular way of green light, reach Harry. It did, however, reach the small clean column of black salt that Harry had, in the last 15 seconds, with the small private flick of a wand finger he had been practicing for 10 years, set in a circle around his own chair. The column, on the count of 2, took the green light. The column, on the count of 3, with the small private hum of a salt that knew its work, scattered the light into 7 small pieces, none of which, on examination, retained, by then, the strength of more than a sneeze. The 7 pieces went into the candles. The candles, on the count of 4, brightened. The kitchen, in the small private way of a kitchen that had, on examination, been waiting all night for this, brightened with them. Tom, Regulus said softly, with the small private patience of a man who had been hoping to have this conversation in chairs but who was, on the small failure of that, willing to have it standing. Sit down. The Dark Lord, who had not, in 50 years, been told to sit by another wizard, did the unwilling, embarrassed thing of taking a half-step toward the chair at the side of the table. He stopped himself. He, with a great deal of the small careful effort of a man trying to remember who he was, raised his wand again. "Black," he said. "What have you done?" "I have, in fact, prepared a kitchen." "You have, in the kitchen, broken every protective ward you have." "I have, in fact, broken none of them. I have merely turned them inward, so that the room, on receipt of a curse, will not, in the small unwilling way of inwardly turned wards, allow the curse to leave. You will note that the floor, under your feet, is at a slightly uncomfortable temperature. That is the fire ward. You will note that the air, in your lungs, is very faintly sweet. That is the sleep ward. You will note that the small private edge of your wand, in your hand, has, in the past minute, gone slightly cold. That is the salt ward. None of these wards will, in particular, kill you. They will, in particular, very slowly, take you apart. You expect me, Voldemort said, to die in a kitchen. I expect you, on examination, to leave a kitchen as a man who has, in the past hour, decided that being a man, in the small unfashionable way of men, is, in fact, what you would prefer. Black. Yes. You do not, on examination, understand me. I understand you, in fact, very well. Then you know I cannot be killed. I do, Regulus said, with absolute calm, in fact, know exactly that. I know it because I have, in the past 3 years, killed 5 of you, in 5 separate small particular ways. I know the small particular fragility of your soul fragments. I know the small particular fragility of your body. I know the small particular weight of your remaining ambition, and I have, on examination, calibrated the weight against the wards of this kitchen. You are, at this moment, in a very small remaining margin. The Dark Lord, in the small thin papery body, looked, very slowly, at the small 6 objects on the table. He saw the locket hinge. He saw the diary. He saw the cup. He saw the diadem. He saw the small severed head of his snake, on a folded square of green silk. He, for one count of 3, did the small private thing he had not done since he had been Tom Marvolo Riddle in the small dormitory of an orphanage in 1939. He felt afraid. The kitchen brightened, in the small careful way of a kitchen that had been waiting for him to feel afraid. "Boy," he said, with the thin private fury of a man who had not, in 50 years, been asked to bargain. "Yes," Harry said. "Stand up." Harry stood up. He stood up out of the small column of salt. He, with the holly wand in his right hand, walked, in the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, 3 steps forward, until he was in the middle of the kitchen, between his uncle and the man under the snake-curved nose. "I would," Voldemort said, "speak to you alone." "My uncle," Harry said evenly, "stays. I would speak to you alone." "My uncle stays." A silence. Voldemort, in the kitchen, did the small unwilling thing of glancing at Regulus. Regulus, in the chair at the head of the table, did not move. Regulus, on the contrary, with the small precise courtesy of a man at his own dinner, lifted the brandy bottle and poured a finger of brandy into each of the 3 cups on the table. Voldemort's cup, in the small private way of a kitchen that had been waiting all night, accepted the brandy. "Sit, Tom," Regulus said again. "Drink. We have a great deal to discuss. You may, on the conclusion, leave alive, if you choose." The Dark Lord, for one count, hesitated. He, with the small thin private weight of a man whose body had, in the previous 20 seconds, begun, with some discomfort, to become aware of a set of careful kitchen wards, sat down. He, with absolute care, did not drink. He, however, set his wand on the table in front of him, in the small private way of an ambassador opening a negotiation. He looked, with red eyes, across the table at Harry. "Boy," he said. "Yes." "What have you," he said carefully, "to say to me?" Harry sat down. He, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, picked up his cup. He looked, across the table, at the man who had, in 1981, killed his parents. He said, very softly, "I have to say to you, Mr. Riddle, that you have, since 1979, been asking the wrong question. I have, since 1986, been working on a small careful answer to the right one. The right question, sir, is not how a wizard avoids dying. The right question, sir, is how a wizard lives. I have, sir, been raised by a man who has thought about this every morning for 10 years. I would like, on this occasion, to share with you what I have learned." The Dark Lord, on examination, did not move. The Dark Lord did not move because, in the kitchen, in the candles, in the small particular weight of a chair he had not sat in voluntarily, he had, in the past minute, become aware that the small green-eyed 12-year-old across the table had been, in his way, raised to do exactly this work. He had, in the past minute, become aware that the small green-eyed 12-year-old was, in his small careful manner, the closest thing to a peer the Dark Lord had ever encountered. He had, in the past minute, become aware that his only remaining wand was, on the table, exactly the place Regulus Black had wanted it. He looked at Regulus Black. "Tom. You have, in this kitchen, been planning this for a long time. 3 years, Tom. With the boy's input. He has, in the chart, been the principal author of the 7th column. There is a 7th column. There is, in fact, a 7th column. The 7th column has, in green ink, a single instruction. The instruction is, don't fight him in the kitchen until he sits down. He sat down, Tom. The 7th column was, on examination, my godson's gift to me. You have, in this matter, Voldemort said softly, outplayed me. On the contrary, Tom. We have not, on examination, played you. We have, on examination, waited for you. The difference, Tom, is one of patience. I have it. You, in 50 years, never learned it. A long count. Then Voldemort, very slowly, smiled. The smile was the smile of a man who had, in the small private last clear moment of a 50-year project, decided that he would not, on this small particular kitchen, allow himself to be told he had been wrong by a 12-year-old. He, with the small thin papery hand of a body that had been put together in August, lifted his wand off the table. He had, by then, half a second. Half a second was, by Regulus's careful calibration of the wards, enough. It was enough because the small particular fire ward, on the floor, on receipt of the small particular movement of the wand, lit. It lit not, by Regulus's careful design, in a great wall of flame, it lit in a small particular ring around Voldemort's chair, a ring 6 inches high and an inch wide, a ring that, in the small private way of a fire ward designed by a Black in 1623, did not, in fact, kill the man in the chair, but, on the count of 1, took the wand out of his hand. The wand, in the half-second, jumped out of Voldemort's grip and flew, in a small clean arc across the table, into Harry's left palm. Harry caught it. He caught it because he was, with the small private precision of his uncle's training, precisely where he needed to be to catch it. He caught it because, in his right hand, the holly wand was already up. He caught it because, in the small careful private way of the brother wand, the U-wand of Lord Voldemort, on changing hands at last, sang. The sing, in the kitchen, was a sound. The sing was the sound of a wand that had, in 1939, been made for a small Slytherin schoolboy who had, in the years since, by the small careful private failures of the schoolboy, broken every careful private agreement a wand could make with its wizard. The wand, in Harry's left hand, recognized, in the small private way of brother wands, the holly twin in his right. The two of them, in his two hands, did the small clean thing of agreeing. Voldemort, on the count of 2, lunged. Harry, on the count of 3, did the small private thing his uncle had been teaching him, in increments, every Sunday morning for 6 years. He raised both wands. He, with the small unsentimental discipline of a boy who had been waiting all his life for a particular man to sit at a particular kitchen table, said, with absolute clarity, the small old word he had been told he might, if the day came, use on this occasion. He said, finite. Finite. End it. The small simple Latin word that did, in this kitchen, what Lord Voldemort had been refusing to do for 50 years. The U-wand, in Harry's left hand, accepted the word. The U-wand, in Harry's left hand, with the small private satisfaction of a wand that had been, for 50 years, asked to do many things and had, on this morning, been asked, for the first time, to end one, sang the word back to the small thin papery body across the table. The body, in the chair, on the count of 4, ended. It did not die in the small operatic way Voldemort had, in his fantasies, imagined. It did not die in the small bright burst of a curse. It did not die, in particular, screaming. It died in the small clean way the body had been put together, in reverse, the bone, in the chest, slipped, very gently, back to its grave, the flesh, in the limbs, slipped, very gently, back to its servant in a cell in Azkaban, the blood, in the veins, slipped, very gently, back into the small pink scar on Harry's brow, which, on receipt, did not even hum. What was left, in the chair, was a small thin grey ribbon of soul. The ribbon, in the kitchen, did the small unwilling thing of looking, for a half-second, at Harry. The ribbon, in the kitchen, did the small unwilling thing of recognizing, by the holly wand in Harry's right hand and the U-wand in Harry's left hand, that the small clean motion of its life was, in this kitchen, complete. The ribbon, with the small unwilling sigh of a thing that had, on examination, never been entirely loved, dispersed. It dispersed into the small clean candles at the window. The candles brightened. The kitchen, in the small private way of a kitchen that had been waiting all night for this small private moment, settled. The fire in the grate, without anyone touching it, came on. For a long count, neither of them spoke. Harry, in the chair, set the U-wand on the table. He, with the small careful courtesy he had been raised in, slid the wand, very gently, across the wood, until it sat beside the locket hinge, the diary, the cup, the diadem, and the small head of the snake. He looked, for a long second, at the 6 objects on the table. He looked, at last, at his uncle. His uncle, in the chair at the head of the table, was, for a long second, not entirely composed. The small fine line of the jaw that had been, all his life, the line of a black, was, on examination, tighter than usual. The small grey eyes that had been, all his life, the eyes of a man who did not weep, were, on examination, slightly wet. "Reg," Harry said softly. "Yes, Henry. It's done. It is, in fact, done. I'm 12, Reg. You are, in fact, 12. Reg. What? I would, with respect, like to go back to bed. I have, by my count, classes in 3 days." Regulus, in the chair, did the small private thing of allowing himself to laugh. He laughed, in particular, the small dry laugh of a black who had, on examination, just watched his godson finish a war at a kitchen table at 4 in the morning, and who had, on examination, not, in fact, lost a single chip of black salt. He stood up. He came around the table. He, with the small private courtesy of a man who had, on examination, been waiting all his life to embrace a particular small dark-haired person, knelt at the side of the chair. "Henry. Reg. Walk forward, child. We are, on this morning, at the beginning. At the beginning. At the beginning." Yes. Of what, Reg? Of, Regulus said softly, with the small careful precision he had been using all his life, the rest of it. Sirius, in the cellar, is now, by my watch, 10 minutes into the second part of the plan. Madam Bones, at the ministry, is, by my watch, 4 minutes from the front door. Albus Dumbledore, at the school in Scotland, is, by my watch, 6 minutes from the front door. The Daily Prophet, by my watch, will be, by lunchtime, the daily prophet of a country that has, on examination, been quietly told. We have, this morning, a great deal of small careful tidying up to do. We have, after the tidying up, breakfast. We have, after breakfast, the rest of your life. The rest of my life. The rest of your life, child. Yours. With, if you wish, your godfather and your uncle and a small dignified elf in a starched pillowcase. With, if you wish, your friends. With, if you wish, a school. With, if you wish, a quiet cottage in Brittany, at the end of every summer, where the apples are still, on examination, very good. Reg. Yes. All of those, please. All of those, in fact, have been arranged. The next morning, in the small upstairs bedroom of 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry Potter, age 12, woke at 9. He woke, in particular, slowly. He woke without dreams. He woke without the bird on the chain. He woke without the small cool hum of a lightning that had, since he was one, been a small private weather under his skin. He woke, on examination, as a boy who had nothing in his head but the small bright fact of a Tuesday morning in October. He stretched. He sat up. On the small bedside, beside the holly wand and the orchard hawthorn and the small framed photograph of his parents, sat, by his uncle's small private courtesy, a tray with a single boiled egg, 2 slices of toast cut into squares, a small dish of butter, and a glass of warm milk. There was a small folded card on the tray. The card, in his uncle's small precise hand, said, Henry. The world has, while you slept, become an entirely ordinary place. The Daily Prophet, on the table downstairs, has, on the front page, a story about a small unfortunate fire in a kitchen in Islington. The Daily Prophet, on page 7, has a small notice about the resignation of our old friend Cornelius Fudge, who has, by his own accounting, been moved to a small private retirement in Bournemouth. The Daily Prophet has, on page 9, a small advertisement for a kitchen at a school in Scotland which is, with great pleasure, expecting a particular small dark-haired second-year boy back at the start of the second half of term. Read at your leisure. Eat the egg. Walk down when you wish. R. Harry read the card. He folded the card. He put it into the inside pocket of his coat, where it would, for the next 80 years of his life, sit, for very particular reasons, beside a small folded photograph of 3 smiling people on a lawn. He ate the egg. He stood up. He walked, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, down the stairs. In the kitchen, his uncle, in a clean white shirt, was reading the Daily Prophet. His godfather, in a clean blue jacket, was, with absolute concentration, beating 5 eggs in a yellow bowl. Kreacher, on the small step-stool by the stove, was talking, with the small dignified affection of an old elf to a kettle, in 3 languages. The fire was on. The candles were not lit, since it was 9 in the morning and the candles had, on examination, decided to rest. Harry came to the table. He kissed his uncle on the top of the head, since his uncle had been, the previous night, not entirely composed, and would, on examination, accept it. He kissed his godfather on the cheek, since his godfather, with the small private affection of a marauder, had been waiting a year for it. He patted Kreacher, very gently, on the small leathery shoulder, since Kreacher, on examination, did not entirely accept being kissed but did, on examination, accept a small careful pat. He sat down at his place at the table. He poured himself a cup of tea. He, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, took a piece of toast. Reg, he said. Yes, Henry. What's on the chart? The chart, child, has, on examination, been retired. 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 We have, in fact, no green ink remaining. We have, however, in the cellar, a great many small projects of my brother's that have, in the past decade, been waiting for our attention. We have, in the orchard at Plumer, 3 new fruit trees that need to be planted. We have, in the cottage at Crow Street, a small leaking pipe that, by Kreacher's careful private accounting, has been leaking since 1985, and which we have, on examination, never gotten around to fixing. We have, at school, your friends. We have, in time, your OWLS. We have, after that, your NEWTS. We have, after that, the small open road of a long ordinary careful life. An ordinary life. An ordinary life. Yes. With the small private exception that, when you, in due course, have a child of your own, the child will, on examination, be a potter, and the world, on receipt, will have a particular small careful interest. We will, on the day, deal with that. Not, however, today. Eat your toast. Harry ate his toast. Outside, in Grimmauld Place, the wind was the small clean wind of an October morning. Inside, in a kitchen that had, the previous night, ended a war, for Kreachers, the brothers, the godson, and the elf, sat down, in the small absolute private piece of people who had finished a long careful piece of work, to a breakfast that was, by every measure they had ever taken, the breakfast they had been waiting for since 1979. The fire, in the grate, settled. The candles, on the windowsill, in the small private way of candles, leaned, very gently, toward the kitchen door. Somewhere upstairs, in the small framed photograph by Harry's bedside, a man with glasses and a woman with green eyes laughed, with absolute clarity, at a man with a velvet ribbon in his hair. "Walk forward," the kitchen said. They walked. 6 weeks earlier, on a Saturday morning in late August, in the kitchen at Plumer, the 4 of them had drawn the chart that had ended the war. The chart had been Hermione's beginning and Theodore Knott's middle and Daphne Greengrass's end, and it had been redrafted, with absolute calm, by Regulus Black, after a long quiet argument with Albus Dumbledore in the headmaster's office in Scotland on the 3rd Sunday in August. The argument had concerned, in particular, the question of where Voldemort would, in the autumn, be brought to ground. Dumbledore had argued for Hogwarts, on the small careful private theory that a Dark Lord, once bodied, would always, in due course, come to the place that had refused him most. Regulus had argued for Grimmauld Place, on the small careful private theory that a Dark Lord, once bodied, would, in due course, attempt to remove from the field the boy who had, in the past 3 years, removed from the field every other piece of his soul. Both, in the small private way of accurate prophecy, had been right. The Dark Lord, in the 3rd week of September, had attempted Hogwarts and had been turned back, in a long careful invisible piece of warding work that had, by the small grim courtesy of the headmaster, been laid down at every door in the castle. He had, on the failure at Hogwarts, turned to Grimmauld Place. Grimmauld Place, in the 3rd week of September, had been ready. The kitchen wards had been the work of a fortnight. Regulus had laid them, with Kreacher's small careful patience and Sirius's small careful frowning approval, in a particular pattern of black salt, brass wire, hawthorn, and the old Latin words Walburga, on her small private day of pride, had once read to him from a book in the cellar in 1959. The wards had been designed for a single guest. The guest had been described, in advance, with absolute precision, a man whose body had been recently put together by a ritual in August, whose remaining wand was you, whose remaining tactic was the killing curse, and whose remaining ambition was a small 12-year-old boy in a wool coat. The kitchen had been designed, in particular, around the chair at the side of the table. The chair had been, by Regulus's small careful private joke, the chair Walburga, in 1976, had thrown Sirius out of, the night of the great fight that had ended Sirius's tenure in the house. Sirius, at the kitchen table, on the morning of the 3rd of October, in the cellar, at 4 in the morning, simultaneous with the small kitchen scene above, had been doing the second part of the plan. The second part of the plan had been the small careful business of allowing, in the entrance hall, a particular Dark Lord to walk through the front door without finding, behind the entrance hall, the small private army Albus Dumbledore had quietly arranged in the next-door house at number 11. Sirius, with the small private courtesy of a marauder, had been responsible for the wards on the connecting wall. The connecting wall, on the count of the third doorbell, had become, on Sirius's small careful private touch, transparent only to people whose middle names were not Marvolo. The connecting wall, on the count of 1 minute later, had become, on Madame Bones's small careful private signal, briefly translucent. Through the briefly translucent wall, 20 Aurors, at attention, in 3 rows, with their wands drawn and their faces entirely set, had watched the kitchen scene. They had watched, in particular, the column of black salt in the floor. They had watched, in particular, the small papery body in the chair at the side of the table. They had watched, in particular, the small 12-year-old boy in a wool coat at the foot of the table, with a holly wand on his left and a yew wand in his hand at the count of 3. They had watched, in absolute silence, for the small clean ending of a 50-year war. When the Dark Lord, in the chair, had on the count of 4 ended, the 20 Aurors, in their 3 rows, had broken, by long professional discipline, into the small private silence of the witnesses to a thing they would, for the rest of their lives, in their own kitchens, tell their children about with the small careful pride of a bystander. Madame Bones, at the front of the rows, had, with absolute composure, taken a small notebook out of her pocket. She had, with absolute composure, written down, in her small precise hand, for 14, October 3, 1992. T. M. Riddle, deceased. Witnesses, 20 Aurors, by attached list. Method, salt ward containment, Brother Wand finite, voluntary collapse. Conducting wizard, H. J. Potter, age 12. Supervising wizard, R. Black. Notes, T. Brandy, fire ward. Dark Lord ended in a kitchen. She had closed the notebook. She had, with absolute composure, dabbed her eyes once. She had, with absolute composure, turned to her deputies and said, in the small clean professional tone she had used all her career, write. Letters to families. Press release for 10 o'clock. Fudge resignation request on my desk by 7. T. Please, in the conference room. Move. They had moved. In the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, in the small private way of a kitchen at the end of a war, the candles had brightened. The afternoon of the 3rd of October, in the long unprecedented sunlight of an October day that had, on examination, decided to be summer, was, by the small careful concert of every small careful person involved, the day of the funeral that had not, in 11 years, been held. Lily and James Potter, at Godric's Hollow, were buried in the small careful churchyard a quarter-mile from the cottage at which they had died. Their stones, by long small careful neglect, had, over the years, become slightly mossy and crooked. The small careful party of 3 blacks, an elf, an old French witch in dove grey, an ex-Auror with a velvet ribbon in his hair, a half-Vila woman from Liège in a dark coat, a boy in a wool coat, 10 of his friends, 11 Weasleys, 3 Longbottoms, 4 Bones, 2 Tonkses, and 1 Albus Dumbledore in pale grey robes, walked from the gate of the churchyard, in the small absolute silence of people who had, in their lives, attended other funerals, and stopped, on a small grass verge, at the small stones. The boy at the head of the small careful party stepped forward. He took, from his coat pocket, a small folded square of parchment. He, with the small grave courtesy he had been raised in, knelt, in his clean black wool coat, on the grass, and laid the parchment, very gently, on his mother's stone. He said, very quietly, Mum. Dad. We have, in the past 3 days, finished what you started. I am, in the small careful private accounting of a son, sorry it took us 11 years. I am, in the small careful private accounting of a son, very glad to be the boy you raised, even, perhaps especially, the way you raised me, by the small careful kind hands of other people. I will, on this morning, be 12, and I will, in time, by a great deal of careful work, become an old man. When I do, I will, with great care, on the day, come and sit, on this grass, and tell you about it. Walk forward, Mom. Walk forward, Dad. He stood. He took 2 steps back. He took, in the small absolute private way of a boy who had been raised by a man named Reg, his uncle's hand. He took, on the other side, his godfather's. He stood, for a long count, at the foot of the 2 stones, with his uncle on the right and his godfather on the left. Behind them, in the small careful concert of the small careful party, no one moved. Then, in the small careful private way of a thing that had been waiting 11 years to be said, an old man in pale grey robes, at the back of the party, with absolute composure, stepped forward, and said, with the small grave courtesy of a wizard who had, on examination, been wrong about a great many things in his life and was, in this small particular moment, willing to admit so, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Thank you. The world is, on this day, the world you wanted it to be. With apologies for the delay. Albus. He stepped back. The small careful party walked, in the small absolute private way of people who had, in their lives, walked from the foot of small stones, back to the gate of the churchyard, and out into the small absolute private October sunlight, and home. The small careful private rest of it took, in the small careful private accounting of those who lived through it, decades. By Christmas of 1992, Cornelius Fudge had, in fact, retired to Bournemouth, where he would, by every account, be very happy. By Easter of 1993, Madame Amelia Bones had been, by an unprecedented small unanimous vote of the Wisengamot, named the new Minister for Magic. She would, by every account, be the most quietly competent minister Britain had had in 100 years. By summer of 1993, the wizarding world had, in the small careful private way of a country, been told, in 3 official press conferences, the small careful private set of facts about the previous 20 months that the country was, in due course, allowed to know. Lucius Malfoy spent 15 years in Azkaban, was released on probation in 2007, and lived in a small careful retirement in the north of Scotland. Bellatrix Lestrange died, by her own slow choice, in her cell in 1997. Her cousin Sirius raised a single quiet glass on the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, and did not say her name. Peter Pettigrew lived in his cell for 33 years. He wrote, in his last year, a letter to Harry Potter, asking forgiveness. The letter was returned unopened. Severus Snape, in the small careful private way of small careful private men who had, on examination, been wrong about a thing they had, on examination, refused for years to be wrong about, slowly, by small careful private degrees, became, in the years that followed, a man who could, with absolute composure, sit at a kitchen table at Grimmauld Place and accept a cup of tea from the small dignified hand of an elf in a starched pillowcase, without saying anything cutting, and would, on occasion, in the small careful private way of a man who had once loved a woman, smile. Albus Dumbledore continued, by every measure, to be himself. He lived, by long small careful patience, until 2012, by which time he had retired to a small careful private cottage in the Highlands, with a small careful private collection of butterflies, and where, by the small careful private courtesy of a particular old elf in a starched pillowcase, he received, every Tuesday afternoon, a hot lunch from the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. He died, in 2012, at the age of 131, on a Tuesday afternoon, with a half-eaten lemon tart in front of him, in the absolute small private peace of an old man who had, on examination, been forgiven by a great many people. Sirius Black, by every account, never remarried. He did, however, by the small careful private affection of a girl from a French family who had, in the spring of 1996, come to Grimmauld Place to consult Madame de Rochebouvier on a small careful private matter of property, slowly, by small careful private degrees, become a man who, when his godson came home for the holidays, was always, on examination, in the kitchen, and always, on examination, with a particular small handsome dark-eyed witch at his side, who, after a small careful private engagement, he married in the autumn of 1998. They had, by every account, 3 children, 2 of whom were, in due course, sorted into Gryffindor, and one of whom, by the small careful private joy of his godson, was sorted into Slytherin. The Slytherin one, by every account, had a particular small careful private friendship with his god-cousin Harry, all the years of his life. Regulus Black, who had, by the official records of the ministry, returned from a long confinement in a continental sanatorium in 1991, and who had, by the official records of the ministry, settled into a small careful private retirement at 12 Grimmauld Place, did, by the small careful private surprise of every person who knew him, not, in fact, retire. He took, in the autumn of 1993, the small careful private chair of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, on Albus Dumbledore's small careful private invitation. He held the chair for 14 years. He was, by every account, the most quietly effective teacher of that particular subject in the school's recent memory. His students, on graduation, almost without exception, were, in their later careers, the small careful private nuisance of every available dark wizard in Europe. He returned, every summer, to the cottage at Plumeur. He never married. He did, however, in the small careful private way of a man who had, all his life, been quietly devoted to one particular small green-eyed person, become, in the autumn of 2014, the small careful private grandfather of a small careful private dark-haired child whose middle name was Regulus, and who was, by his godfather Sirius's small careful private declaration on the day of his christening, the most thoroughly spoiled child in the history of the Black family. Harry James Potter, who had, on the 3rd of October, 1992, in a kitchen in London, ended a war, did not, in any small particular way, attempt to live a public life. He finished his schooling, by every account, with OWLS and NEWTS of an entirely unremarkable kind, since he had, on examination, decided in the 7th column of the chart at 12 that the small careful private prize of an extraordinary life was the small careful private freedom of an ordinary one. He read, after school, for a degree in comparative magical theory at the University of Edinburgh. He worked, for several years, as a quietly competent researcher in the small careful private library of the Department of Mysteries. He married, in 2007, the small clever girl from the train, Hermione Jean Granger, who had, by then, become, on her own merits, the youngest professor of charms at Hogwarts in 2 centuries. They had, in 2014, a son, whom they named James Sirius Regulus Potter, and whom they brought home, on his first night, to a particular small upstairs room in a particular old house in Islington, where, on a particular small bedside, his father laid him in a particular small green-painted cot that an old elf had, in the small careful private way of an old elf, prepared for him. Harry, on the night they brought the boy home, did not, in fact, dream of anything. He did, however, sit, for a long time, at the side of the green-painted cot. He sat with his uncle on the left and his godfather on the right and his old elf at the foot of the cot and his wife asleep in the next room and his small careful private son in his hand. He laid his thumb, very gently, against the boy's small new ear. He said, very softly, the small old word that had been said to him, every morning, in a small bright kitchen, for as long as he could remember. He said, walk forward, child. The boy, very gently, sighed. Outside, in Islington, the night was the small clean private October night of a London that had, on examination, in the long careful private accounting of the years, become a quiet good place. Inside, in a small green-painted bedroom of an old house, a small careful private family that had, on examination, in the long careful private accounting of the years, refused to be ended, sat, in the small absolute private peace of people who had, on examination, won, and watched a small dark-haired boy sleep. The candles, on the windowsill, in the small private way of candles, did not, on this occasion, lean. The candles, on the windowsill, in the small private way of candles, simply burned. Chapter 7 End.